Lady of Shadows, Book 2 of the Lady of Darkness series, written by Melissa K. Roehrich. The Darkness. Scarlett couldn't tell what was real and what was a dream. She remembered riding with Soren, racing for the border. She remembered fighting and cutting down night children. She remembered Callan and Finn and Sloane and Eliza. She remembered fiery pain in her side. She remembered vomiting over and over. She remembered fire and water and ice and ash. She remembered pain. So much pain. Her entire body ached. Her ribs throbbed in agony where they had once been broken. Maybe they were broken again. She didn't know. There were times she could swear she saw a black panther lying at the foot of the bed. There were times white light seemed to encompass her. There were times the beautiful man was there, watching her. There were times she was sparring with Nuri. There were times she was sitting on a bed talking with Juliet. There were times she was walking along the beach with Cassius. There were times Mikhail was kissing her, and there were times it was Callan whose lips were pressed to hers. There were times she was lying with her head in Soren's lap, each reading a book, content to just be. Soren with his arm wrapped around her waist while they rode. Soren kissing her by a stream. Soren telling her that her mother had been a Fae Queen, that she was a Fae princess. Soren, the Prince of Fire. Soren who called her love. Soren who had saved her only to break her. Was any of it real? She didn't know. She wasn't entirely sure she cared anymore. The only constant was the shadows. Shadows that kept her company. Shadows that twisted around her, keeping out the others, keeping out the crushing darkness. Odd, she thought, that shadows were creatures of darkness, but kept the dark from encompassing her wholly. Every once in a while, a light would try to break through, but the shadows were impenetrable. Shadows that protected her, shadows that sang to her, shadows that soothed her. Now she found herself in a thick forest, and the beautiful man was here. His silver hair was the color of her own as he walked silently beside her. She was barefoot, but pine needles did not prick her feet. Sunlight streamed through the trees, illuminating a well-worn path. The man stopped as they entered a clearing, so she did too. The air was still here. Not a leaf moved on the trees around the clearing. "Close your eyes, Lady of Darkness." The man's voice was smooth and cool. A chill went down her spine. She hadn't heard his voice since he'd bid her to rise when she had been in Mikhail's grasp. Real? Dream? Did it matter? Scarlett closed her eyes, and images flashed through her mind. Veda stabbing Cassius. Nuri bleeding out. Mikhail taking her in an old office. A prince sleeping before a fire. Plunging a dagger into Juliet's heart. A friend stroking her hair to help her sleep. A dark shadow leaping the rooftops with her. Golden eyes staring into hers. A star going out. A prince of fire. She gasped, her eyes snapping open, her hands clutching at her chest. "Shh," the man murmured, and for the first time ever Scarlett glimpsed a flash of sadness on his face. "Not yet, lady. Close your eyes." Scarlett shook her head. If she closed her eyes, those images that haunted her, that dragged her down into the depths of her darkness, that pulled her under, would come for her again. "Do it," he whispered, bending down to speak into her ear. "See who answers your call." Dream. This was a dream. It was too bizarre not to be. Maybe it had all been a dream. Maybe she would wake up on the cold stone floor in the Lairwood house. Maybe Mikhail would still have her. She sighed and closed her eyes. She wasn't sure how long she stood there until she felt a soft wind rustle her unbound hair. The cloak she was wearing shifted in the breeze, and she felt her shadows almost vibrating with excitement. "She's coming. She's coming. She's coming," they whispered to her soul. Scarlett felt the man beside her stir. He had moved behind her and rested his hands on her shoulders. He squeezed them gently, tenderly. "Open your eyes, Lady of Darkness. See who answers to you." Scarlett slowly opened her eyes, and before her stood a panther. She was sleek and beautiful, and her muscles shifted under her gleaming coat of shadow and darkness and night. "Sharina," the man whispered reverently into her ear. "Lady Sayla's servant." Sayla, the goddess of shadows and night. The goddess who was often whispered of, along with her brother Temeril, the god of wildness and untamed adventure, and their parents, Arius, the god of death and darkness, and Seraphina, the goddess of dreams and stars. The panther's silver eyes mirrored Scarlett's as it let out a loud growl. Scarlett jumped back, but the beautiful man steadied her. "Do not fear her, Lady of Darkness. She will guide you. She will protect you, a creature of untamed shadows." The panther slunk forward and brushed against Scarlett's side. Scarlett tentatively reached a hand out and ran it along her back, feeling those powerful muscles under her fingers. "It will be time to wake soon," the man said quietly. "It will soon be time to face the shadows." "I'm not ready," Scarlett whispered. "One never is." His cool, low voice sent shivers up her spine every time he spoke. "Who are you?" Scarlett whispered as she sank to her knees. Sharina laid down beside her and rested her giant head in her lap. The man sank down to the ground next to her, propping an arm onto his bent knee. From the trees, a giant eagle swooped down and came to rest on the same arm. He gently stroked the bird's head. "Go and face your shadows. Then it will be time for us to meet," he said, his voice impossibly gentle. "I don't want to go back." She dug her fingers into the panther's silky fur as tears slid down her cheeks. "It hurts. I am not strong enough." The beautiful man beside her was quiet for so long she thought he had gone back to just being a silent presence. But then he spoke. "True strength, Lady of Darkness, is being brave in the hard seasons. True strength is getting back up one more time. True strength is believing you are made for such a time as this and fighting against all odds. True strength is having hope even when the stars go out." The panther had rolled to its side and was practically sprawled across her lap now, purring deeply. The eagle on the man's shoulder ruffled its feathers slightly. "Are you real?" Scarlett finally asked after several more minutes of silence. "Or are you just a dream?" "Are reality and dreams mutually exclusive?" Scarlett turned to look at the beautiful man, and a faint, cool smile played on his lips. The eagle suddenly let out a screech and soared into the sky. The man stood and extended a hand to Scarlett. "Get up, Lady of Darkness. Hope is for the dreamers." With a final stroke of her hand down the panther's sleek fur, Scarlett placed her hand in the man's and rose to face the shadows. Part 1. The Shadows.
Chapter 1. Soren. For the first 12 hours he was home, the Prince of the Fire Court did not leave his private bedroom. Beatrix had to summon additional healers to help keep Scarlett comfortable and asleep. She vomited often as her body detoxed and went through withdrawal from the tonic. Soren and Briar were exhausted from having to counter her magic as it surfaced over and over again. Finally, the vomiting ceased. Finally, a slight color returned to her cheeks. Finally, flames and ice stopped appearing. Finally, she slept. Shadows still swirled around her, but they seemed to have lessened. Then again, maybe he was just hoping they had lessened. They wouldn't let anyone touch her. Anyone who tried was burned by them. The healers had gotten creative, using old spells to keep her asleep rather than relying solely on their healing magic. It forced his way past them a few times to try and comfort her in any way possible, but her darkness only allowed it for a few minutes at a time before he was forced back out. When Scarlett hadn't so much as sighed in her sleep in the last hour, he slipped from the room and found Prince Briar Drace sprawled on the couch in his sitting room, his eyes closed. He opened one eye when he heard Soren's approach. Soren flopped into one of the chairs and groaned. "Well, that was delightful," Briar drawled, thick with sarcasm. Soren grunted in reply, closing his own eyes. He hadn't been this drained since before he went to the human kingdoms. He wasn't sure he could summon enough flame to light a candle at this point. He had been drained when they arrived, and every time he managed to fill a little of his magic reserves, it was immediately depleted once more. So, you're back, Briar said after several minutes of silence. Soren grunted in reply again. Did you lose the ability to speak in the mortal lands? Soren threw him a vulgar gesture and heard him bark his laughter. After a few more minutes of silence, Briar tried again. You're back for good. I'm back for good, Soren replied, opening his eyes. Briar was still sprawled on the couch, ice crackling at his fingertips. How do you have any magic left? I haven't spent the last 3 years in magic-deprived kingdoms, Briar offered. Valid point. So, the female. The female. She's strong. She is. She's Fae. She is. I'm going to need a little more here, Soren, Briar said, annoyance creeping into his tone. You bring power like that into our courts, I'm going to need some sort of explanation as to who she is. She's my twin flame. You're kidding. Briar sat up, the crackling ice disappearing. Nope. You're sure? Soren held up his left hand to show him the mark that adorned it, closing his eyes again. Briar swore under his breath. She doesn't bear a companion mark. No, she doesn't. Normally both parties choose the mark, Briar proceeded cautiously. She is not normal, Soren replied simply. Clearly. When silence filled the space again, Briar said, Soren, who is she? Soren opened his eyes and found his friend watching him carefully. He snapped a shield into place around his quarters. Briar straightened at the action, and Soren felt an icy shield snap into place as well. After another minute, he took a deep breath before saying, She is Eline's daughter. Bullshit! Briar exclaimed. How is that even possible? I have no idea. How can you be sure? I can't, but she has this. He held up his right hand that was still adorned by the Cimmeria ring. He heard Briar swear again. She also clearly has both fire and water magic, something unique to Eline. Who is her father? I have no idea, Soren answered. She doesn't either. Scarlett didn't even know she was Fae, let alone that her mother was a queen. Who? Scarlett, Soren answered. When Briar continued with the confused look, he added, The female in my bed. Ah, Briar said, understanding passing over his face. So, you brought her here? Where else was I supposed to take her? This is where she belongs. This is her home. Tolwyn will be livid, Briar warned, the ice returning to his fingertips. Hence the extra shields, Soren muttered. Shadows dance around her, Briar remarked casually. That they do. Who are the others that Cyrus and Raynor escorted to the guest wing? A mortal prince who is in love with the female in my bed and his personal guards, Soren answered, his head falling into his hands. Because we didn't have enough drama with Torwin and Asriel, you decided to bring more? Briar asked. Soren lifted his head from his hands to find Briar smirking at him. I'm glad you find this so entertaining, Soren ground out. Is there anything else I should know? Briar asked. Yes, but it can wait until tomorrow. I will tell you everything then. I need to sleep. I haven't had a proper night's sleep in 3 years, Soren answered, swiping a hand down his face. It shows, Briar quipped. Soren glared at his friend, throwing him another vulgar gesture. Send word if you need me, Briar said, standing from the couch and stretching his arms above his head. Although maybe use a fire message rather than your damn bird. Soren chuckled and stood himself facing Briar. Thank you. Briar clasped him on the shoulder. Welcome home, Aditya. It's good to have you back. It's good to be back, Soren admitted. Then he added, I'm locking them out until she wakes up. They will not be happy. I will take care of it, Briar said as a portal of water appeared. And make sure they don't torture the mortals too much, Soren said with a grimace. Cyrus was going to be outraged to learn he had to babysit humans for a time. Done, Briar said. He stepped through the water portal, and it snapped shut behind him. Soren took a deep breath, and took it all in. He was finally home. His magic, although nearly depleted, simmered in his veins. He walked to his bedroom, found Scarlett hadn't moved, and continued on to the bathing room. His bathtub was more of a bathing pool. It was 10 feet long and 3 feet deep. It was already full, and he had just enough magic left to heat the water. As he passed a hand over the top of the water, steam began to rise. He was still in his fighting leathers from their 2-day trek to the border. Those events seemed as though they'd happened weeks ago. He peeled his sweat-laden clothes from himself and eased into the pool. Benches lined the edges of the tub, and he collapsed onto one. A half-hour later, he was so relaxed he could hardly keep his eyes open. He slid on loose pants and walked out to his room, and stopped short. Lying at the foot of the bed was a panther, as dark as the shadows that swirled around Scarlett. The panther lifted its head as Soren came into the room, a low growl escaping from it. "Sharina," he breathed, bowing low. The goddess Sayla's spirit animal had not been seen in... Soren actually had no idea when the goddess's panther had last been seen. The panther cocked its head to the side, her silver eyes glowing as they studied him. Then, with a slight nod of her head, she settled back down, closing her eyes. Soren slowly made his way to Scarlett, giving the panther a wide berth. She had shifted slightly in her sleep, and the color had left her cheeks. He grimaced as he pushed through the biting shadows to feel her forehead, and found it icy to the touch. "Shit," he muttered under his breath. As if in answer, there was a soft knocking on the bedroom door. He turned to find Beatrix standing in the doorway. She was older, her hair with more gray than not, but being an immortal, she did not look her age. She looked past him to Scarlett, and a frown formed. "You must be exhausted," Soren said quietly. "As are you, Prince," she replied with a curt nod of her head. Beatrix came to Soren's side, unfazed by the panther sleeping at the foot of the bed, and held her hands over Scarlett. White light flowed from them as she passed them over her body. The light pushed through the shadows, and he could see the effort Beatrix was having to exert to do so. She paused for a moment and reached for the bowl on the nightstand, just in time for Scarlett to lurch forward and vomit. His very soul ached for her. His twin flame. Soren reached into the shadows once more and held her hair back. When she was done, she settled back into the pillows. Her eyes were half open, but they locked onto Soren. She studied him, her eyes seeming to search his. Beatrix muttered a spell low under her breath, and her eyes fluttered shut once more. "She should sleep for a few hours again," Beatrix said, pulling Soren from his thoughts. "Good," Soren mustered, not taking his eyes from Scarlett, an idea forming in his mind. "Summon me if needed. Do not let her get up if she wakes," Beatrix warned. "If she wakes," Soren repeated, his eyes snapping to the healer. "I thought you were keeping her asleep until the withdrawal is over." "I am trying, Soren," Beatrix replied. "She is strong. I cannot say how long I can keep her in this state." Soren nodded in understanding, his eyes going back to Scarlett. If he could communicate down the twin flame connection... He felt a delicate hand on his arm, and he turned to find kind violet eyes studying him with tender understanding. "Do not go into her mind right now, Soren," Beatrix said softly. "Her mind and body and soul are in great turmoil. You must not add to it." "But I could help her through it," Soren argued, his eyes returning to the female in his bed. "No," Beatrix answered, shaking her head. "You do not know what you will discover there. It would be a great breach of trust. She has not yet accepted the bond, and with her magic, I do not know if you would come back. She could unknowingly trap you there." Soren did not respond. The twin flame connection would give him access to everything she was feeling and experiencing right now. If he could go in for just a moment, see where she was struggling, he could take a little of the burden. "Soren Aditya," Beatrix said, her voice more authoritative and commanding than it had been a moment ago. He turned again to look at her, and found her violet eyes severe with disapproval. "I may be a dominant healer, but I can still access the crafts of my sisters. She will change the course of history." "No," Soren interrupted. "I know Tolwyn wants to use her. She cannot have her." "We will need her, Soren, and you," the healer continued. We will need what you two will become together, as well as what she will become on her own. Until she can control her magic, and we know the extent of her power, you must act with diligence." "I hear you, Beatrix," Soren conceded. "Thank you for everything." Beatrix gave a slight nod of her head as she began walking to the bedroom door. "Summon me immediately if she wakes or if something appears wrong." "I will." When Beatrix had left, Soren grabbed an extra blanket from the chaise lounge near the balcony doors and settled into one of the overstuffed chairs. The panther, seeming to accept that someone else was now present to watch over Scarlett, leapt to the floor, stretched with a wide yawn, and vanished in a flash of silver light. Soren was asleep within minutes. Chapter 2. Callan. Crown Prince Callan paced around the spacious guest quarters he had been provided. His personal guards and friends, Finn and Sloane, occupied the quarters with him. It was a 3-bedroom suite, complete with a sitting room and a game room. Each bedroom had its own bathing chamber and dressing room. "You're acting like a caged mountain cat," Finn muttered from where he was stretched out on the sofa with a book in his hands. Sloane was sitting at the dining table finishing his breakfast. "We have been here 5 days, and no one has given me any update on her," Callan growled. The last time Callan had seen Scarlett, she had been bleeding out on a couch after being stabbed in the side, until her shadows had exploded, sending everyone in the room flying into tables and walls. Then he'd been ushered out by 2 others that hardly spoke to him. They'd been dumped here and had been all but ignored since. "I really don't think she is yours to worry about anymore," Sloane said gruffly from his place at the table. "You wouldn't care," Callan snapped. "You never liked her." "You're right. I never liked the assassin that managed to elude us at every turn, sneaking into your rooms in bed," Sloane agreed, taking a bite of his toasted bread and marmalade. "If you had bothered to try to talk to her rather than snap at her at every turn, maybe you would have," Callan answered. "She and Finn get along just fine." "Do not bring me into this," Finn said from the couch, turning the page of his book. Callan resumed his pacing. This was ridiculous. They'd been allowed out of their quarters, of course. They weren't prisoners, but they weren't exactly allowed to go where they'd like either. In fact, they weren't allowed in any part of the western side of the palace. They had been shown very little of the Prince of Fire's palace. They had seen a dining room, the eastern gardens, and the great hall, the basics of any palace. He had thought his castle was grand, but this put his to shame. A river ran through the middle of the building. A goddamn river. The guest quarters were on the eastern side of the river. They had seen the bridges that crossed to the western part, but they had been stopped when they had made to cross them. Apparently the private wing of the palace lay on that side, and he could only assume that was where Soren had her. This was absurd. He was a crowned prince. He would not be denied information he desired. He strode for the main door, and Finn and Sloane shot to their feet behind him. "Where are you going?" Finn sighed, sliding his feet into boots. "To get information," Callan answered, flinging the door open. He heard Sloane and Finn cussing behind him. He didn't bother to wait as he strode down the hallway. He knew the way to the main foyer well enough by now. He rounded a corner and heard a clipped, cultured, feminine voice from behind them. My, where are our guests off to in such a hurry?" Callan turned to find a woman, no, a female, striding towards them down the hallway. Eliza. The female had traveled with them from Baylorin, apparently having been harboring a secret identity while there, just like the Fire Prince had. Eliza's hair was a brilliant shade of red gold, and it hung in sweeping curls down her back. Tattoos that had not been there before whirled around her chest and down her bare arms beneath the sleeveless tunic she was wearing. Apparently their absence was part of some glamour that was put on them in the mortal kingdoms. Callan didn't quite understand it all. Weapons adorned her no matter where you looked. Her gray eyes studied him as she drew nearer. She was beautiful, yes, but also terrifying. He had rarely seen her since they'd arrived, and when he did, it was quick, short conversations as she was passing by. Callan straightened as she stopped in front of him. "I am going to see how Scarlett is doing." "You can certainly try to go and see her," she said with a smirk. Challenge gleamed in her eyes, and he saw Finn and Sloane casually put their hands on their weapons. "You would keep her from me?" "I would do no such thing. By all means," she said, gesturing with her hand. "Go ahead." "All right." Callan said with uncertainty, glancing to Finn and Sloane. Thank you. He began walking, and the female fell into step beside him. She was silent as she walked with them, awkwardly silent. So you are his general. It is not a fake title like his was. That I am, she answered, short, direct. I cannot help but feel you are leading me to a trap, Callan said cautiously while they descended some stairs. I am leading you nowhere, she answered. I am following you. They were on the main floor of the palace now, and a bridge was ahead. There was a bridge on every level of the palace. They were made of some sort of glass from what he could gather, but he hadn't been able to study them further as he had never been allowed onto one other than when they were escorted to their quarters the first night. The guard at the bridge straightened and saluted, but Eliza strode right past him. Callan hesitated beside the guard, who didn't so much as acknowledge them. You do know this is actually a trap, right? Sloane muttered from behind him. Not if she is going to let us cross this blasted bridge, Callan retorted. She had paused halfway across the bridge, looking over her shoulder to see if they were following. Well, he certainly has no information for you, Eliza said, nodding to the guard. So Callan took a step. They crossed the entire bridge without incident, and he held in his sigh of relief. But now that they were on the other side, he paused, unsure of which way to go. Lead the way, she said, gesturing with her hand again. This was a trick all along, Callan sputtered, glaring at her. I have not deceived you at all, she retorted, crossing her arms. Did I not say you could try to go see her? Pick a direction. Fine, he said through clenched teeth and started forward. She fell into step beside him once more. They had climbed a set of stairs and started down a hallway when a male stepped from smoke and ashes before them. Raynor. This one was Raynor. He would never forget the terrifying male with eyes that swirled like smoke. How did they get here? He asked in that dangerously quiet voice of his. They crossed the bridge, Eliza said with a smirk. I can see this, Raynor replied, his swirling eyes sliding to her. Why were they not stopped? I suppose because I was with them, she answered with a shrug. Look, I am just trying to inquire about Scarlett, Callan said, trying to maintain politeness and keep the agitation from his voice. Who? Came a male voice from behind him. Shit, Sloane muttered. Where did they keep coming from? The other male who had escorted them from what he assumed was Soren's chamber that day was now standing at the top of the stairs they had just climbed. He had golden eyes that were nearly identical to Soren's. Scarlett Monrhoe, Callan said with a sigh. When the male gave him the quizzical look, he added, The woman that came here with Soren. What are they doing here, Eliza? The male asked, ignoring him now and looking at the female. They crossed the bridge, she answered again. Then they should cross it back to the other side, he said pointedly to them. No, Callan ground out. Not until I am told how she is faring. The three Fae exchanged a look. I do not think it is any of your concern, the male said. What had his name been again? It most certainly is my concern. She is my... He trailed off. What was she? A prince holds her heart. Nuri's words from that day in the tavern clanged through him. He had arrogantly thought she'd meant him, but then he'd learned that Soren was actually a prince. The Fire Prince. But she had been his once, hadn't she? His wraith of shadows? Did shadows still trail her wherever she went? Did they still swarm her and flit around her? She is your what, princeling? Eliza taunted. She is a friend who saved my life, and I wish to know how she is doing. I wish to see her, Callan finally answered, trying to sound like the prince he was. The Fae exchanged a look again. I told him he could try to go see her, Eliza supplied with a shrug. Oh, for fuck's sake, the other male said, running a hand down his face. You are like a damn cat playing with its dinner. Cyrus, Raynor chided quietly. We have guests in our company. Cyrus waved his hand dismissively. If His Highness has not heard language before, then he is more pampered than I originally thought. Cyrus rubbed his thumb and forefinger across his brows as if he had a headache. He turned and faced them once more. You will not get to her. Even if you manage to find the door to the prince's rooms, you shall not get close to it. There are wards preventing anyone from entering. Not only that, there are more wards that will keep you from even getting to his hallway. But and, Cyrus said, cutting him off, on top of all of that, there are spells that misdirect your path. You will never find his door without an escort directly to it. Callan stared at him in disbelief. That type of security was unbelievable. Soren must have hated life in the mortal lands. You see, Princeling, Eliza said to him, her voice going cold. Gone was the boredom she had been portraying. No, before him stood a general who commanded armies and protected an entire court. No one gets to our prince without our knowing. No one gets to his door without going through one of us first. And if you get through one, there are two more to work around. Flames danced in her eyes, and fire appeared at Cyrus's fingertips. Can you find out for me, then? Callan asked, pushing down the fear that was threatening to buckle his knees. No, Cyrus answered. We cannot. Why not? Finn said from behind Callan, stepping to his side. Again the Fae exchanged a look. We do not know if we are free to divulge such information, Raynor said in his soft, grave voice. Can you not ask him? Finn asked. Did you not listen? Cyrus snapped. The wards are preventing anyone from entering. But even you, Callan said with realization. Yes, Cyrus retorted through clenched teeth. His tone said it all. He was not happy about being separated from his prince. Finn and Sloane often threw fits when he insisted on being left alone. Now a full-fledged fire-wielding Fae stood before him, furious about being kept from his prince. No one gets in. What if something happens? Callan balked. There was a sound of rushing water, and another male stepped from a swirling vortex of the same. I would know if something happens, the male said. He had seen this male briefly before. He had arrived right before Scarlett had lost control. He felt Finn and Sloane tense behind him. At least the three Fae he already knew stood between them and the newcomer. The male's face was hard, but his eyes twinkled. His build was nearly identical to Soren, but his eyes were the icy blue of Scarlett's. His tunic was the turquoise of the sea, and his pants were light gray as he stood before them. But he said no one is allowed in, Callan argued. He means they are not allowed in right now, and he is pissy about it, the male said with a glare at Cyrus. He has never locked us out of his room, Strace, Cyrus said sharply. Not until he returned with her. The new male merely blinked at him. This should not be this difficult, Sloane growled from behind Callan. Callan turned to look at him with surprise, and so did all the Fae in the hallway. All my prince wants to know is if the woman is all right. She sleeps, Prince Callan, the male said. That is all I can say. She has been sleeping since she arrived here. Did she have her tonic? She has not woken at all? What of her wound? He nearly fell to his knees with relief that someone had finally told him something. Our best healer is watching over and treating her, and Soren has not left his rooms once. She is constantly watched and monitored, he answered. Now it would indeed be best if you crossed back to the eastern side of the palace. I will escort you myself. Raynor disappeared into smoke and ashes, and Cyrus stalked off, cussing under his breath. Eliza fell into step beside their company once more. Do the shadows still follow her? Callan asked as they descended the step. The male's jaw clenched. Yes, we are working on that. Who are you? I thought Cyrus was his second. He is. And Raynor is his third. Yes. They had come to the bridge and stopped beside it. Then who are you to be allowed in and they are not? A smile pulled at the corners of the male's mouth, and Callan had the distinct feeling that this male found mischief and roguery amusing. Eliza had already started across the bridge. I am Briar Drace, he said, motioning them to begin crossing. Prince of the Water Court. And I will warn you only once, mortal prince. Should you cross these bridges again without permission, you will find Soren's inner court not nearly as pleasant about it. They weren't exactly pleasant today, Callan replied, stepping onto the bridge. Indeed, was all Briar said before he turned and headed down a hallway. They reached the other side of the bridge to find Eliza waiting for them. Come, was all she said, and she started off towards the stairs. Callan looked to Finn and Sloane, who only shrugged, so they followed her. She led them down to a subterranean level of the palace and then down several hallways until they had to be at the back of the palace. As she turned down yet another hall, The sound of weapons clanging and men grunting grew louder, and they finally came to a stop in front of a large room. It was a training room. Various rings were full of males and females sparring with all sorts of weapons. "What are we doing here?" Callan asked. "Your two guards look ready to kill someone," Eliza said with a knowing look. "You all need to work off some aggression." She signaled one of the males to come over. "Go train," she said with a jerk of her chin to Finn and Sloane. They indeed looked relieved to have something to do. "Teach them a few things," she said to the soldier. "But don't kill them. They're mortals." "Yes, General," the soldier said and jerked his chin at them. Finn and Sloane began to follow. "You do not spar?" Callan asked Eliza as she turned to leave. "Do you wish to spar with me?" she asked, raising a brow. "No," he replied quickly. "Wise answer," was all she said before she turned and walked back the way they had come. Callan watched her go, then entered the training room. Someone put a sword in his hand, and he stepped into a ring with Finn.
Chapter 3. Scarlett. Scarlett woke in a large bedroom chamber. She had been here before, but she had no idea if that had been a dream or real. She glanced to the foot of the bed, half expecting to see the panther there. She wore no clothing, and the sheets were soft and luxurious against her bare skin. She slowly looked around the room, taking it in. The room was warm. There was a fire crackling in the hearth, with 2 overstuffed chairs flanking it. 2 bookshelves that reached nearly to the high ceiling, crammed with books, stood to either side of the fireplace. To the right of the massive bed, there was a desk that was neatly organized. A chaise lounge sat near a window to the right of the fireplace under some windows. To the left of the fireplace was a great set of double doors leading out to a balcony. Scarlett rose from the bed and grabbed a blanket from one of the overstuffed chairs. The sense of cedar and ash enveloped her as the shadows curled around her arms. She wrapped the blanket around her naked body and went to the doors. With a push, they opened and she stepped out onto the balcony. The view was breathtaking. They were high in the mountains. Snow-capped peaks filled her vision for miles. Trees spanned the mountainsides, and though it was obviously cold outside, the balcony was as warm as the interior of the room. Scarlett walked to the balcony railing and looked over. She was in some sort of castle or palace or tower, high above the ground. Her breath hitched as it brought back another room high above the ground, where she had been locked away. Her shadow stroked soothingly down her arms. She forced herself to breathe in and out. That was over. That had been real, right? Soren had come for her. Or was that the dream? Scarlett turned and went back inside, closing the doors behind her. She passed a room that clearly led to a bathing chamber of some sort. Next to it was another doorway that led to a walk-in closet that rivaled her own back at the Tyndale Manor. In fact, it was larger than her own, but only half full. She ran her hand along the various tunics and shirts that hung in the closet, the same familiar scent clinging to them. A large oak dresser stood on the opposite wall. An assortment of daggers lay scattered across it, and there were swords discarded nearby on the floor. All of them had the same black metal blades that Soren's weapons had been adorned with. Scarlett turned back to the clothing and pulled down a deep red button-up shirt. It was huge on her, hanging down nearly to her knees. She buttoned it except for the top button, discarding the blanket onto the floor. She found a belt among the daggers and cinched it around her waist, adding one of the daggers to it. As she turned to leave the closet, she noticed the full-length mirror in the corner and froze. She looked the same, yet different. The shadows were adorning her, of course, but there was more. She brought her face close to the mirror, studying her reflection. Her silver hair was almost silkier, shimmering like starlight. Maybe this was a dream after all. Her ears were slightly elongated, coming to points at the ends. She could have sworn she was a few inches taller somehow. Everything about her seemed longer, more graceful. Scarlett left the closet, her footsteps completely silent on the marble floor. The door to the chambers was half open, and she slipped through to find herself in living quarters. It was larger than the bedroom chambers. A large brick-red sofa occupied the center, with an overstuffed chair on each side, forming a U-shape around the fireplace on the opposite wall. On the far right was a grand piano, polished and gleaming. There were 3 doors along the far wall leading somewhere, but on the far left and directly in front of her was a long dining table with platters of breakfast foods lining the length of it. Scarlett's stomach grumbled, and she took slow steps towards the food. Real or dream? She still hadn't decided. She cautiously took a piece of melon and popped it into her mouth. The juice exploded. She must have been starving because it tasted better than any melon she'd ever had. She took a few more bites of fruit and picked up a cherry pastry. She was halfway through the pastry when the main door opened.
"Soren, your inner court are some of the whiniest bunch of—"
a man started, but stopped short at the sight of Scarlett. Scarlett turned to study him. She'd decided after the first bite of pastry this was likely a dream, so rather than reach for her dagger, she took another bite of the cherry treat, waiting to see how this particular scene would play out. Would she even remember it? It had been a rather dull dream so far. The man had shoulder-length hair that was so blonde it was nearly white, as if he spent every day in the sun. His eyes were the bluest she'd ever seen and reminded her of her own. He was muscled and built just like Soren. He wore pants that hugged all the right areas and a loose-fitting tunic that still managed to show off his chest.
"Scarlett,"
he said cautiously.
"you are awake."
Scarlett cocked her head to the side. He knew her? She put the last of the pastry in her mouth, watching him.
"Does Soren know you are awake?"
the man asked, taking a tentative step into the room. Scarlett took a step back, and as she did, a ring of fire encircled the man. Her shadow swelled, reaching tendrils of darkness to him. He swore, and a thin shield of water appeared between him and the fire. Scarlett merely raised her eyebrows. Water, not fire.
"Scarlett, please,"
the man said.
"I am a friend, I swear it."
Scarlett just stared at him. She picked up a pear from the table and took a bite, leaning against the table as she continued watching him.
"Soren!"
the man called. Scarlett's head snapped to one of the doors along the opposite wall. She heard his muffled voice yell something about being there in a moment.
"Aditya, now!"
the man called again. Scarlett turned her attention back to him. Sweat was forming along his brow.
"Coming!"
came an exasperated huff, and then...
Holy hell.
Soren appeared at the doorway of the middle room. He held an open book in his hand, which he promptly closed and set on a low table near him. He wore loose-fitting pants for lounging and a button-down shirt that was open and unbuttoned. His features had changed, like her own, and there were some tattoos that hadn't been there before. Scarlett merely took another bite of her pear. Maybe it wasn't a dream? She really couldn't tell.
"Scarlett,"
Soren said slowly. She again said nothing, just watched him as if she were watching a play at the theater.
"Soren,"
came the man's voice.
"a little assistance here."
Soren's eyes stayed fixed on Scarlett. He closed his fist, and the ring of flames guttered and died. The man's shield of water disappeared immediately, and he seemed to be panting slightly, like he just exerted himself. Soren took a step towards Scarlett, and a thin shield of flame formed around her, her shadows coiling to strike. Soren's mouth twitched into a slight smile.
"Soren, she has been sleeping for days. Her magic is fully replenished. Do not antagonize her."
"I am well aware, Briar," Soren replied, slowly continuing towards Scarlett, the small smile still in place. A flame leapt from Scarlett's shield straight to Soren, but he merely caught it in his hand, tossed it back and forth like a ball a few times, and then closed his fist around it, extinguishing the flame. She straightened and turned to look at the other man, but Soren said in a low, commanding tone,
"Here, Scarlett. Keep your eyes right here."
Her eyes locked back onto his, and her pear thudded to the ground. Soren. He was real. He was here with her. He had come for her. He had taken her from Mikhail. He had not left her alone. He was the God's damned Prince of Fire. He had known her mother. He was responsible for her mother's death. He had kept secrets from her, so many secrets. Soren stood right before her shield now. He placed a hand on it, as if placing his hand on a window.
"Hey, love."
Scarlett narrowed her eyes at him.
"Hello, Prince."
Hatred and venom dripped from that one title. They stared at each other for a long moment. Then she said, "Is this real or is this a dream?" Soren's smile faded and a look of concern passed across his features. "This is real, Scarlett. You came for me. I will always come for you." He stilled as her shadows reached out for him, swirling around his legs, his arms, his torso, searching him. She could feel him beneath her own hands as they moved, as if they were an extension of her own being. Slowly, Scarlett brought her hand to the shield and placed her palm against his. The flames flickered a few times, then disappeared entirely. They stood there, palm to palm, eyes locked on each other. He certainly felt real, but so had so much else in her dreams. When Soren reached to bring a hand to her cheek, she stepped back, out of reach. "This is real." "This is real, Scarlett. It is not a dream," Soren answered gently. "Callan, Finn, and Sloane, they are here? That was real?" Soren's jaw tightened. "Yes, they are here." "Eliza, is she real or was she a dream?" "Eliza is a very real person." "Cassius, is Cassius here? I want to see him." "No, Scarlett," he said gently, shaking his head. "Cassius and Nuri are back in Baylorin, safe and protecting the children." Scarlett fell silent, tendrils of her shadows reaching out to the prince once more. Soren didn't move as they swirled over his chest, stroked down his cheek, coiled around his throat. "Do you want me to summon Beatrix?" the man asked quietly. Shadows pounced on the man, and he winced as they wound around his wrists. "Here, love," Soren said, his voice low. "Stay with me." "Soren," the man said, his voice low and urgent. "She cannot control it. She will not learn if she is asleep," Soren argued. "We cannot keep doing this. She needs to ease into it. Train her in the courtyards, not in your drawing room." The man countered. "I will not shove her into a cage to be tamed," Soren snarled, his voice going steely. "She is standing right here," Scarlett snapped. They both whipped their heads to her, and she scowled at them. "The choice is yours, Scarlett," Soren said. "I can summon Beatrix, our healer, to help you sleep through more of this, or you can try it on your own." "I do not need to sleep any more," she sighed, her shadows reeling back to her. "What I need is a bath." "I agree," Soren answered. Scarlett leveled an unimpressed stare at him, and he shrugged. Then he leaned forward until his face was inches from hers. Her breath caught at his closeness. She thought he was going to kiss her, and she ready to punch him right in the goddamn face. But then he whispered, "You smell." She brought her fist up to do just that, but he caught her wrist with a smirk. "Unnecessary touch. To protect myself." "You are still an ass," she replied with a roll of her eyes, jerking her arm back and out of his grip. The man behind them barked a laugh, and she turned to face him. "Who the hell are you?" The man straightened at being directly addressed. "This is Briar. You sort of met him when you first arrived," Soren cut in. "He was here, anyway." Scarlett studied the man a moment more before saying, "Have you known Soren long?" "Since we were children," Briar answered, curiosity lining his face and glimmering in his blue eyes. "We were practically raised together." "Did you also know my mother?" She heard Soren suck in a breath beside her. "Scarlett, let's go discuss this in another." Scarlett held up a hand to silence him, and her shadows twined around his throat. Her eyes remained on Briar. "I served in her inner court alongside Soren, yes," he answered. "And has he always been a secret-keeping bastard?" Scarlett asked, now leveling a cool stare at Soren. She could have sworn he winced slightly. "A secret keeper only when necessary," Briar answered. "But he has always been a bastard," he added with a wink. "Thank you for that," Soren interjected with a roll of his eyes. Scarlett's full attention turned back to him. "All I want you to do is tell me real or dream. I don't want your ability to conveniently leave out important information to get in the way. Do you think you can do that?" When Soren nodded, she continued, "You came for me, and we fled Baylorin." "Real," Soren answered. "Lord Tyndale is working with Mikhail. They know I am Fae and knew my mother." "Real." "Callan and I kissing on the journey here." "Gods, I hope that was a fucking dream," Soren muttered. "Me and you kissing on the journey here." "Real, Scarlett. That, by the stream, was very, very real," he whispered.
The Fae Queen is searching for a weapon. You figured out I was this weapon and kept it from me. Scarlett, that's not. Her shadows tightened around him. Real or dream? She hissed. Real. My mother, she was a Fae Queen. Real. I was stabbed. Soren shuddered imperceptibly. I thought you were going to die. The man with the black eagle and the... She looked down at her forearm where the 3 stars were inked on her skin. She had wanted to ask about the panther, but didn't want to appear as if she'd completely lost her mind. She was sure she sounded half insane. Soren's brows bunched. That was a dream, Scarlett, he said softly. The tenderness in his voice made her heart squeeze in her chest. She brought her eyes back to his. You are the Prince of the Fire Court and are responsible for my mother's death. Briar sucked in a breath. Scarlett, he is not... It's fine, Briar. Soren cut in. I can handle it. I can handle what she needs to say to me. Scarlett fought back the tears stinging the back of her eyes. Real or dream? She demanded. Soren swallowed. Real, Scarlett. That is real. Scarlett jerked back a step from him. Real. That had been real. He had been her mother's closest confidant. He had been her Cassius, and he was responsible for her death. Breathe, her shadows whispered to her, curling around her ear. Breathe, Lady of Darkness. She met Soren's eyes once more, and a cruel smile twisted under her lips as she said in a low, icy voice, You have much to explain. I wanted to tell you in Baylorin, Scarlett. I wanted to tell you so many things, he started. Scarlett ignored his last words, walking past him toward the bedroom, her shadows like a fog behind her. Too much. This was too much right now. She needed a moment to breathe. She is remarkably similar to Elinee, and yet not, she heard Briar whisper, awe in his voice. She is no Elinee, I assure you, Soren replied. She has endured more than Elinee ever did. Her fury weakened a touch at his words, until he added, She is also a much bigger pain in my arse. In a flash, she had pulled the dagger from her belt and flung it across the room. It flew by Soren's face, slicing a shallow gash along his cheekbone and embedded in the still half-open entry door. Briar's eyes were wide, but Soren merely smirked at her. You missed? With a mocking sigh, he added, I suppose we could continue your training now that you've gotten your beauty sleep. Scarlett narrowed her eyes at him. She could swear her veins were crackling with icy fire. You and I both know I missed on purpose. If I wanted you dead, my beloved darkness would ensure that was the case. As if in emphasis, those shadows rose up behind her in a swirling mass of dark fog that had Briar's eyes widening even more as he stepped back from her. So you do not hate me enough to want me dead, then? Soren asked. Oh no, Soren, she purred, slowly closing the distance between them. The corner of her mouth kicked up into a smirk when she heard his heart rate jump. I definitely want you dead. She brought her hand up and ran her finger lightly along his face, brushing back a lock of his dark hair. His eyes darkened a shade at the touch. She ran her thumb sensuously over his bottom lip as she said softly, I just haven't decided how thoroughly I want to break you before I end your life. Where can I bathe? He held her stare as she registered a shift in his ash and cedar scent, something heady and lush. But then he stepped back from her. Right this way, love, Soren replied, strolling past her as if the shadows and her words were nothing, his hands sliding into the pockets of his loose pants. Your arrogance is truly astounding, Scarlett said, rolling her eyes. Right back at you, princess, Soren answered, without even looking back at her. Fucking prick, she muttered, throwing him a vulgar gesture as she followed him into the bedroom. Briar's laughter carried to her as the door clicked shut behind them.
Chapter 4. Soren. It took every ounce of Soren's self-control not to look over his shoulder as he led Scarlett through his bedroom to his private bath, the desire coursing through his veins from her fingers on his skin. Gods. If Briar hadn't been in that room, he would have been all over her. He would have risked that wrath and that darkness. She was a storm he didn't know that he'd survive. The giant tub was finishing filling as they entered. He had almost dropped to his knees when he had come out of the study to find her up and walking about. Her magic was still out of control. The shadows still wreathed her, but she was awake, and color had returned to her face. He walked to the edge of the tub, stopping beside a low table with various towels and soaps. He finally turned to Scarlett. She stood at the edge of the tub near the steps. She still wore his shirt, and some primal part of him gave an internal satisfied smirk to see her in it, covered in his scent. He had inwardly flinched when she'd stepped away from his touch in the sitting room. Her shadows had not burned him today, though, not like they had apparently been at Briar. They had coiled around him tentatively, as if feeling him out, trying to decide how they felt about him. She was different, yet the same. She had been beautiful before, but in her Fae form, she was stunning. She towed the water and jerked her foot back. "It's freezing," she scowled. Soren simply waved a hand over the water and steam instantly began wafting from the surface. "Show off," he heard her mutter under her breath as she unfastened the belt around her waist. When she started with the buttons of the shirt, he cleared his throat and started for the door. "Enjoy your bath," he said, his voice husky. She cocked her head to the side as she said, "You have questions to answer?" He paused. "I will answer every single one when you are ready, Scarlett." "Then I am ready now." His throat went dry as the shirt slid to a pile on the floor, and she stepped into the enormous tub. He could swear those shadows receded, taunting him with the view of her naked body. She had always had little regard for propriety. He'd learned that quickly enough. He would never forget the morning she had spoken to him on the stairs in little more than a silk bathrobe. Her words from moments ago floated back to him. "I just haven't decided how thoroughly I want to break you." This would certainly be a good fucking start to that, and she knew it. She had always known how to use every weapon available to her. He walked back to the edge of the tub as she went under the water. He could see her drift a little ways underneath before she came back to the surface. "You have tattoos now," she said, lifting her long hair between her fingers as it floated around her in the water. Her voice was different than it had been in the sitting room, almost far away sounding, like she was in some kind of trance. Soren leaned against the wall near the tub, trying to keep his eyes on her face. "The cost of the glamour to keep my Fae form hidden was that my marks were also hidden and nullified." Scarlett merely nodded. He had seen a little of the real Scarlett break through in their light bantering in the drawing room, but she had retreated back into some sort of shell, the place she went to survive. He didn't know if he should speak or remain silent. He chose the latter. She reached for some soap and washed her long hair, and when she surfaced from rinsing it out, she said in that same unsure voice, "This is not a dream." Not a question, but a statement, as though trying to reassure herself. "This is real, Scarlett," he answered. "How do I know? There was so much that seemed real before." She trailed off, biting her bottom lip. "Love, look at me." Soren waited until she brought those icy blue eyes to his own. "This is real. You are safe." "Safe? With you?" She tilted her head to the side, seeming amused. "Such an interesting word choice, Prince. But you've always been a master of wordplay, haven't you?" "Scarlett." Her name was a plea on his lips. She said nothing, just slid under the water again, a few bubbles rising to the surface when she let out air before coming up again. "I have so many things to say to you. So many things to scream at you. I can hardly stand to be in the same room with you," she said quietly. Soren felt as if her shadows were tightening around his throat again. That's how much of an effort breathing became at her words. "And yet I again find myself without a choice, because you are the only person who can give me any answers, providing you don't withhold information." The venom and hatred in her tone was palpable, but God's watching the water move around her, seeing her breasts, her bare body. He could hardly focus. He swallowed hard. Can we please discuss this anywhere else?
Why?
Because watching you in the water with nothing on is not easy, and you know that. A sensuous smile formed on Scarlett's mouth.
You do not wish to join me?
She asked, tilting her head to the side again. That is all I wish to do. I wish to enter that tub and show you exactly how sorry I am, to make you believe that I would never intentionally hurt you. He ground out. But not when you have just woken up.
Why was I naked when I woke up?
You burned through all your clothing, repeatedly, when your shadows would allow anyone to try and clothe you, that is. She nodded slightly. Then she went under the water again for much longer this time. He could see her sitting on the bottom of the giant tub, her eyes closed. 1 minute, 2, 3. He was about to jump in after her when she pushed to the surface, gasping for breath. "Scarlett, please get out," he rasped. He was about to jump in anyway at this point, but she moved to the steps. She climbed out, water dripping down her bare skin. He grabbed a towel from the low table and walked the few feet to her, wrapping it around her shoulders. He paused when she met his stare and held it. "Say it, Scarlett. I can take it." Instead, she stepped back from him, gripping the towel around herself.
Do you have any other clothes besides shirts for big, muscled Fae?
Soren huffed a soft laugh. "Yes, love. They're out on the bed for you."
"Don't call me that,"
she said as she left the bathing room. He gave her plenty of time to get dressed before he finally walked out to his own bedroom. He found her on the balcony in a red long-sleeve top that exposed her midriff when paired with the loose black pants that hung low on her hips. There wasn't even a scar where she had been stabbed with the Shira stone dagger. She seemed to be gripping the railing, her knuckles white, and her shadows had thickened again. She looked over her shoulder as he approached, then back out to the Fira mountains that stretched before them.
"How is it so warm out here?"
"I am the Prince of Fire. I can keep my home plenty warm," he answered, leaning against the doorway. She stiffened at the mention of his title, and when she didn't speak again, he asked, "You are suddenly afraid of heights?" Scarlett seemed to realize she had a death grip on the railing and lowered her hands, fisting them at her sides.
"The last time I was in such a high room, I was not permitted to leave."
Realization slammed into him. Soren closed the distance between them in a heartbeat. He took her face between his hands and said, "Scarlett Monrhoe, you are allowed to leave this room, these chambers, this palace whenever your heart desires. In fact, once you have learned to wield your magic, you can leave these lands whenever you desire. You are no one's object to be kept in a room." Those icy blue eyes locked onto his.
"You're touching me,"
she whispered. "It's a necessity," he answered. A single tear slid down her cheek, and Soren gently wiped it away with his thumb. She leaned forward, her forehead resting against his shoulder, and he brought his arms around her. With the thought, her wet hair was dry, and he stroked it, breathing her in. Her shadows swirled around him tentatively. He'd been watching her sleep for days, grateful she'd been asleep for what her body went through to overcome the withdrawal of that drugging tonic. But what had she endured in her dreams? What had occurred to make her question reality so much?
"I hate that you made me hate you."
"I hate that I did that too." He managed around the lump in his throat.
"I wish I didn't hate you because I need you, and I can't have you,"
she whispered, and she pushed herself away from him. He'd been wrong. He couldn't take it as he watched her walk away from him and back into the bedroom.
Scarlett. Scarlett settled into one of the overstuffed armchairs near the fireplace in Soren's bedroom. The fire crackled in the hearth. She pulled her knees into her chest, hugging them close. The shadows caressed her face, her arms. She was safe. This was real. She wasn't going to marry Mikhail. She wasn't locked high in a room. She could see it all. That bronze and black room with the uncomfortable bed. The look of triumph on Mikhail's face every time he entered. His viciousness each time he forced her tonic down her throat, plunging a dagger into Juliet's heart. Veda stabbing Cassius. Nuri bleeding out. Mikhail taking her in an old office. Mikhail.
I didn't know if you were hungry,
Soren said, coming in from the great room and pulling her from her thoughts. She jumped, and he gave her an apologetic look. He carried 2 plates piled high with fruit, roasted chicken, bread, and cheese. Thank you, she said quietly as he set the plates on an end table near her chair. She didn't even glance at the food. Soren sat in the chair opposite her, his unbuttoned shirt falling open to reveal his toned body and those tattoos once more. So, you've always had those? Soren followed her gaze to his chest, where a mark adorned the upper left side.
I've always had most of them, yes, he replied. They were hidden by the glamour.
Scarlett gave a slight nod of her head. And that one? She asked, nodding toward his left hand.
That one is new, but a tale for another time,
Soren answered, studying the mark that flowed along the back of his hand and down 2 fingers. Scarlett gave him a scrutinizing look, and she could have sworn he squirmed a little.
I swear to you, Scarlett, the mark has a meaning, and I will share it with you, but there are some other things we need to discuss first.
Scarlett looked away from him to the windows. You live in the mountains.
Yes, but when fire runs in your veins, you don't mind the cold. He shrugged.
I didn't mean it was a bad thing. They're beautiful. Scarlett still hugged her legs to her chest and rested her chin on her knees. How long did I sleep?
5 days.
5 days. Holy gods. And yet she found herself utterly exhausted. She found herself wishing she could just crawl back into bed. She didn't have to feel when she slept. She didn't have to deal with all of this. She took a deep breath before she said, If you weren't planning to use me or turn me over to the Fae Queen, why didn't you tell me about my mother sooner, when you figured it out?
Because I didn't quite believe it. I still don't know how it is possible. I told you that Queen Henna went to fight Esmeralda because the Western Fae Queen didn't have an heir. When Esmeralda learned that Queen Henna had a daughter a few years after she had killed her, she came back once more and killed Queen Eleanor's husband to ensure an heir would not be born in her line either. As far as I knew, she had never had another companion she would have considered having a child with, and I did not scent a child on her the last time I saw her. Soren replied. You can scent that on someone? Scarlett asked, her brows rising in surprise. Soren's head tilted to the side. You will quickly find that you can scent emotions and other things with your heightened Fae senses. Not sure what to exactly think of that, Scarlett asked instead. So you can't be sure your Queen Eleanor was my mother then? Maybe my mother just had the same name. Scarlett. His tone was impossibly gentle and overly patient, like he knew she didn't want to hear or believe any of this. Only the Fae Queens exhibit more than one power. Even if a Fae child has parents from different courts, they will still only possess one power. Eleanor's gifts were water and fire, just like yours. That makes me what, then? A princess of the Faelands somehow? That is currently up for debate, Soren answered. You are a princess of the realm, yes, but you could also rule. She finally turned to look at him. How could I possibly rule a land I know nothing about? It is your birthright, Soren replied simply. I grew up in a world where birthright and privilege decided how you were treated in life, Scarlett answered bitterly. That is not a world I would wish to be a part of any longer. Soren tilted his head, a contemplative look in his eyes. Those are the words of a wise ruler, princess. Stop calling me that, she snapped, hugging her knees closer. It is not my desire to rule anyone. I know what it is like to have masters. I do not wish to be anyone's. The Queen will be happy to hear that, Soren retorted, resentment cutting into his tone. The Fae Queen? Yes. You can say her name here? Yes. I'm really not in the mood to have to pry things out of you, Scarlett said, exasperation heavy in her voice. Talwyn. Her name is Talwyn Samaria. She would also be your cousin, I suppose. Gods, she had a cousin, a blooded family member, who wanted to use her somehow for revenge for the death of her mother and father and aunt, apparently. But the death of her aunt would be... Soren? Yeah, love. She winced at the pet name. If you were so close to my mother, why the fuck did you have her killed? Chapter 5. Scarlett. She wasn't sure if Soren was breathing when she met his gaze. He just stared at her, a mixture of horror and regret in his eyes. Why? You act as if you cared for her. You say she was your closest friend, so why would you have her killed? God, Scarlett. He ran a hand over his face. I did not have Elene killed. You've said yourself that the Fire Prince was responsible for her death. That sounds like you killed her to me. Scarlett bit back, her shadows darkening around her. I am responsible, yes, but I did not order her killed, Soren replied. That doesn't make any sense. Soren pressed his thumb and forefinger to his brows. Your mother left the black holes in the middle of the night. She left nothing behind indicating where she had gone or why. No clues and no way of tracking her down. Talwyn was still young by Fae standards. She had assumed her throne by this point, but Elene was still highly involved in the affairs of the Eastern Courts. She was still heavily guiding her. When she left, things slowly deteriorated between the Western Courts and the Fae Queen. We searched. For years we searched for her. Many gave up hope, but I didn't. Talwyn didn't. We both believed she was still alive, and 10 years after she left, we got a random tip that she was alive and being held just over the border of the Fire Court, that she had been there the whole time, right under our noses. We planned a rescue mission. It was a small group of my own most trusted and best warriors, and 2 of Talwyn's. My second was wary, though. He thought it was a trap, and that the information had been too easy to find. Oh my God, Scarlett whispered, lifting her head from her knees. That story you told me, of the time you made a bad call, that was an attempt to come for my mother? The grief and pain that filled Soren's eyes was gut-wrenching. Yes, it was, he said quietly. And because of our actions, my actions that day, whoever knew your mother's true identity had her killed. I don't know who had her killed or why us attempting to come for her suddenly made them decide it was too much of a risk to let her remain living. But my actions that day caused the order to be given. I am responsible for your mother's death. When she had been told years ago by the Assassin Lord that the Prince of Fire had been responsible for her mother's death, she had naturally assumed the prince had hired Draken to kill her. But if Soren hadn't been the one to do so, who did? Then her mind drifted to what her payment would have been if she'd completed her last assignment and killed Soren. The Assassin Lord had said he knew how to find the Prince of Fire and would aid her in ending him. Oh my gods, she whispered again, her hand coming to her mouth. Scarlett? Soren asked cautiously, and her shadows receded. Her eyes snapped back to his. She realized she had dropped her feet to the floor, and her other hand was gripping the arm of the chair. Frost was slowly creeping along the fabric. She quickly released the chair, bringing both her hands to her lap. The Assassin Lord knows who you are. What? Shock filled his features, but he shook his head. No, that's impossible. Do you remember what I told you right before we came to the border? Our identities have been kept a secret in the mortal lands. There are so many enchantments in place. There was no way I could have even told you I was the Fire Prince, Scarlett. He knows, Soren. I don't know how he knows, but he does. Soren started to argue again, but she pressed on. My task was to kill you, not Riker Renwell, Soren Aditya. He knew your name, and my payment for the job was information he had. Information including that he knew how to find you, and that he would aid me in killing you. But if I had completed the task, both of those things would have already been accomplished. I don't know, Scarlett. I don't know how he would have learned any of that. She could hear the doubt in his tone, see it in his eyes. She shook her head in frustration, launching to her feet and beginning to pace. You don't understand, Soren. My mother was very close to the Assassin Lord. There may be a Black Syndicate council, but the Assassin Lord and my mother were the king and queen of the Syndicate. He may not have known how to get to you, but that is why you were my assignment. He also believes you were responsible for my mother's death. He knew with that kind of motivation I would have gone to the ends of the world to find you. But Lord Tyndale said he was the one who put the hit on me, Soren said, his eyes tracking her as she paced. Alaric would have seen it as an opportunity, a chance to get rid of you without having to show how invested he was in the mission, she answered, waving her hand dismissively. Alaric? Scarlett stopped pacing, her eyes widening. Holy fucking hell. The beating she would endure in the Syndicate for uttering his name aloud would leave her unable to get out of bed for a week. Scarlett, he can't touch you here, Soren said slowly, cautiously. No one lays a hand on you here. No one. A breath she didn't realize she'd been holding whooshed from her lungs. Games, Soren. The Assassin Lord likes to play games. My last assignment was a giant game to get me to come back home. This is your home, Scarlett. You belong here, Soren said softly. Scarlett was quiet for a long moment before bringing her eyes to Soren's. I do not belong here. You're Fae. You're a princess, a Fae Queen. You're with... Of course, you belong here. This is where you were always meant to be, Soren replied. And his response was so simple, so matter-of-fact, so decided, that Scarlett wanted to scream. Don't you get it? She asked, her voice rising. She ran her hands through her hair. I do not want this. You took me from the only place I've ever known. You took me from one world where I was expected to be one thing to another world where even greater expectations are shoved on me. I do not want this. I do not want to be a princess. I do not want to rule. I do not need another master or cage, no matter how pretty it looks. Soren stood now, coming toe-to-toe with her. Her shadows lashed at him, but he did not back down. Don't you get it, Scarlett? This is your escape. This is your chance to do something. This is your chance to make your own choices. This is your chance to be free. I do not want it. You do not want it. He huffed a laugh of disbelief. I offer you freedom and you turn it down. You want that cage, don't you, Scarlett? You want to... But he was cut off. He was cut off by a powerful surge of water that came straight from Scarlett's palms as she reached up to shove him. He flew across the room, surprise on his face. He hit the wall with a sickening thud, sliding down to the floor. He leaned against the wall, rubbing the back of his head. Scarlett stood frozen to the spot. Breathe, her shadows whispered to her. Breathe. She closed her eyes. When had her life become such a goddamn mess? Every time she turned around, something else was added to the storm. Every time she took a breath, another wave crashed into her, pushing her under, shoving her down into the darkness. There were hands on her shoulders, gently brushing down her arms. He did it again and again. Finally, she opened her eyes and met his. Hey, love. When she didn't say anything, when she didn't move, he said softly, Come here. Soren tugged her gently, a little hesitant at first, but when she didn't resist, he pulled her into his arms. Her whole body relaxed into him. The power she could feel roiling in her veins, her gut, quieted. Even her shadows seemed to dim. She leaned into him, her head on his shoulder. She felt him press a kiss to her temple. She didn't know when or how he did it, but she found herself sitting in his lap as he sat back in his armchair by the fire. They sat in silence for long minutes, and all Scarlett could think about was how impossibly she needed someone who had lied to her over and over again. He could wrap it up as nicely as he wanted by saying he withheld information, but he had lied to her about her mother, about who he was, about who she was. Does she know? She asked quietly. Does who know what? Does Talwyn know what I am? That I'm her cousin? That I'm here? Soren's hand had been gently stroking her hair and continued to do so as he answered. She knows your power is here. When this kind of power enters our lands, we know it. Does she know who wields that power? Likely not yet. Does she know you are her cousin? No, I do not think she could possibly know that. But you must answer to her. She will wonder why you have returned without completing your task. She will wonder why you have returned without her weapon. Soren rubbed a thumb gently along her cheekbone. Her shadows trailed it. She told me to return home weeks ago. That day you saw us in the woods. You defied her? I told you, Talwyn and I do not always agree on matters. My allegiance, Scarlett Monrhoe, is to you, as it was to your mother. I told you I would not leave you alone, so I did not return without you. If you do not want to rule or be queen, that is fine. The choice is always yours. But I will always stand in your court. Always. What if I do not want a court? What if I do not want to stay here? Then it will be just you and me. You and me? There is no you and me. There's you, and there's me, Scarlett replied. You know that's not true, Scarlett, he said, his voice low. That hasn't been true for quite some time now. Her heart hammered in her chest. His hand still stroked her hair, and his other arm was wrapped around her waist, holding her close to him. You're touching me, she said from where her head rested against his chest. If I could lie to you, I'd tell you it was a necessity, but it's not. I just wanted to hold you, he answered. And if I told you I wanted you to touch me more, she whispered. She started tracing one of those tattoos on his chest with her finger, slowly following the swirls and whirls of it. His hand stilled on her hair. After an extended silence, he pushed out a long breath. I would kick myself for it, but I would gently remind you that you hate me. Scarlett lifted her head from his chest. His eyes were on her, a mixture of agony and desire glimmering in them. She shifted slightly, and his hand skimmed over the bare skin on the small of her back. She tilted her head to the side so that her mouth was perfectly lined up with his, and he sucked in a breath. Scarlett, what are you doing? She could hear the restraint in his voice. I'm going to kiss you, she breathed, as she slowly brought her lips closer. Are you going to stop me? I should. But when her lips met his, he didn't. No, when her lips met his, that hand that had been stroking her hair slipped into it, fisting and tilting her head back to where he wanted it so he could deepen that kiss. The hand on her lower back slid to her hip, where his thumb began making small circles. When Scarlett opened her mouth to him, he groaned, and the sound rumbled through her as his tongue swept in, and she tasted his cloves and honey flavor. Again, that lush, smoky smell mixed with his ash and cedar scent. She pulled back, breathless. You said Fae can scent emotions and other things. I did. His voice was gruff, and he was breathing as fast as she was. Then the scent that sometimes mixed with his was arousal. A slow grin formed on her mouth. That could be a useful tool, Prince, she crooned. Soren closed his eyes, sighing in relief. Gods, I never thought I would be so glad to hear your wicked tongue. Scarlett pushed herself from his lap. So, do I have shoes here, or am I required to walk around barefoot in such a fine palace? I have more clothing and options coming for you, but for now, I believe Camilla left a pair of silk slippers by the main door for you, Soren answered, getting to his own feet. What would you like to do, Princess? Scarlett scowled at him. I was going to say I wanted you to show me around a little, but now I want to learn how to control this damn magic so that I can knock you on your ass on purpose when you call me such things. Is that so? He asked, raising an eyebrow, an amused twinkle entering his eyes. Yes, she answered, turning to walk to the sitting room. If that is what it takes to get you to start acknowledging and wanting to master your magic, I will call you Princess all day long, he taunted, striding past her to open the door. When he reached for the handle, though, she spotted the tattoo on his left hand again. It snaked down his thumb and forefinger, and it seemed incomplete somehow, like he'd had to leave in the middle of it. You never told me the story of this, she said, reaching out and running her fingers along the dark lines etched into his skin. Soren stilled, watching her trace them. It is a Fae marking, a tradition of ours. It seems unfinished, she replied, leaning forward to study it more. I suppose it does. Why? She asked, her eyes flitting up to his. Because I do not know how it will look in the end. Scarlett's nose scrunched in confusion. Aren't you its creator? Don't you get to decide how it will look in the end? Yes, but it's not the end yet, is it? Scarlett rolled her eyes. These Fae customs are extremely profound. Soren only leaned forward and pressed a quick kiss to her brow. Let me show you your home, love.
Soren. Soren led Scarlett through the various halls and chambers of his Fira palace. He showed her the meeting rooms where they met for councils and the offices where he normally worked, although he admitted a large majority of his work was done in his chambers at night. He showed her the grand hall where they held festivities and balls. He took her out to the grounds and showed her the soldiers' quarters where some of his men stayed. He took her to the training rings and the stables. He took her through the gardens and the kitchens. He took in her delight that the flowers still bloomed way up in the mountains and stared at her in wonder as she greeted each servant and asked their name. He had no doubt she would remember each and every one. "This is the guest wing," he explained, leading her down a hall in the eastern side of the palace. "The rooms are huge," Scarlett exclaimed as they passed by one with an open door. She paused at the threshold. "May I?" "Of course," Soren replied, gesturing for her to enter. She turned slowly in place, taking in the sitting room, game room off to the left, and the door leading back to the bedroom. "You certainly know how to treat guests," she said, her hands going to her hips. He tried not to notice how her fingers grazed the strip of midriff her top left exposed, or how his hand had been on that skin while she sat in his lap kissing him earlier. He tried to forget that he had turned her down when he'd wanted to carry her to his bed and touch her anywhere she asked. Gods, she had figured out the scent of his arousal faster than he'd expected. Not that he should really be surprised by that, he supposed, but if his mind lingered on that idea too long. "Can I have this one?" she asked, jerking him from those thoughts. "Can you what?" he blurted out, unable to hide his shock. She couldn't be serious. "Sleep in the guest wing?" "Well, I'm assuming I get a room?" Scarlett said slowly, watching him carefully. "You have a room. You've been sleeping in it for days." "Fuck propriety. She wasn't sleeping on the other side of the palace. It was out of the question." Scarlett tilted her head to the side, her long hair swaying over her shoulder. "I am a guest, am I not? Besides, isn't that your room?" "This is your home, Scarlett," he replied. She still had those damn hands on her hips, standing there like the princess she was. She pursed her lips, contemplating his words. She was standing near one of the room's armchairs, and she ran a finger over the ornate embroidery of the fabric, tracing one of the gold-threaded designs. Finally, she said quietly, "I do not know what it is like to have a home anymore. I have not had one since my mother died. Not really. This can be your home, Scarlett, if you want it to be." He tried not to shift under her scrutinizing stare as she brought her eyes back to his, and her shadow stretched towards him. "Live here? With you?" "That is your choice," he said. "If you'd rather a place in the city, I can arrange that too." "In the private wing of the palace, where your chambers are?" He couldn't decide where she was going with this. He had learned where to look to read her emotions over the past few months. How her fingers curled when she was irritated. How her nose scrunched when she was confused. How her eyes narrowed when she was not impressed. How they shone when she was blissfully happy, although he'd only seen that a handful of times. Her face now, though, was nearly unreadable, like it had been since she'd awoke, as if she were somewhere he could not reach. "I can find you another suite in the private wing, or you may live in my chambers if you wish." "Then where will you live?" "I will live wherever I need to live so that you are not alone," he replied, stepping towards her. She looked up at him, the golden flecks bright in her icy blue eyes today. She said dismissively, stepping back after a moment. "I do rather prefer the sofa in your chambers. Besides, I'd hate for you to be alone in that big wing all by yourself." He saw it for what it was. She was trying. She was trying so damn hard to dredge up who she was, who she had been. "What makes you think I live here by myself?" he asked, following her out of the guest chamber and taking the lead once more. "Others live here? Besides the help?" she asked, peering at him as they walked side by side. His hand brushed hers, and she didn't yank it back. The closeness of her made his blood hum. While he could have throttled himself for turning her down earlier, he knew she would have regretted it. She'd wanted a distraction from all the trauma she'd repressed for years, that he'd only added to. No, He didn't deserve to touch her at all. He laughed at her questions now, though. Yes, Scarlett. I am not some solitary prince living in a huge palace by himself. Who else lives here? She demanded. I mean, if I have roommates, shouldn't I meet them? They don't live in my chambers, he answered, flicking her nose. They have their own quarters in the private wing. You have family here? Not blood relatives, gods no. But they are family, yes, he replied. But do you... Her eyes went wide as she stopped walking, and he knew what she was working out as he paused beside her. You saw your parents killed by King Deimos and Queen Esmeralda. I did, Soren answered softly. I was in the crowd when they... Well, when they were killed, yes. He didn't need to go into details and tell her exactly how they had been slaughtered in front of their people. Oh my God, Soren. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything. It was a long time ago, Scarlett. I'm sorry. No child should ever have to see their parent be killed, let alone in such a gruesome way. What that does to a child... She trailed off again. I wasn't exactly a child, he replied, brushing his knuckles down her cheek. Yes, I was young by Fae standards, but I was several decades old. Still, I'm sorry. She bit her lower lip, and the action erased any lingering thoughts of his parents. She cleared her throat after a moment. So, who exactly does live here with you, then? I'm sure you'll meet them at dinner. Briar had a heck of a time keeping them at bay while you were getting your beauty sleep. Soren teased as he began leading her to the bridge to cross the river. At dinner? Yes, at dinner. If you want to, of course, he answered. I would like you to meet them. Eliza will be there, and Briar. But I already met Briar, and I sort of already know Eliza. She crossed her arms, stopping once more and tapping her foot. I don't know, Soren. How many people are going to be at this dinner? Only my inner court. You've sort of already met them. They met us at the border. Her lips pursed at the recollection, and he reached for her hand, tugging her towards the bridge that was a few feet ahead of them. As for Briar, he's not part of my inner court. Then who is he? She asked, and he couldn't help but smile as her nose scrunched at the question. Briar is the Prince of the Water Court, and one of my closest friends. Oh my God, Scarlett moaned. I attacked a prince today? 1, you did not have control of your magic. Briar knows that. 2, you attack me on a regular basis, Soren retorted with amusement. Well, yes, but you deserve it because you're an arrogant ass, she snapped, snatching her hand from his. Doesn't he have his own court to tend to, then? He does. He has his own court and inner court. But I expect there to be some pushback with you being at dinner, Soren replied cautiously. Why? She asked, stopping in the center of the bridge to look out the floor-to-ceiling windows. They overlooked the Tana River as it flowed down the mountainside, right through the middle of the palace. Soren rested his arms on the railing of the bridge, leaning on his elbows beside her. You are unexpected, Scarlett. I was sent to find a weapon I did not believe existed. Queen Tolwyn invoked something called the Blood Vows of the Courts. During a queen's rule, she is allowed to use the vow once with each court she rules over. The vow requires the prince or princess to obey a command of her choosing without question. I was forced to go. You know our relationship with Tolwyn is strained, and when they learn that you are that weapon, when they learn what you are... Soren sighed. I could need Briar there as a buffer is all. My inner court is family, and I rarely have to enforce rank, but 2 princes may indeed be needed this evening. However, if you do not want to come to dinner, I understand. The choice is always yours. A choice. She said it so quietly, he barely heard her, even with his full Fae hearing back intact. Her shadows seemed to flicker as if they might go out. I am truly free to go wherever I wish. You are free to wander wherever you feel led. Leave the palace, go to the city, although maybe have an escort the first time so you do not get lost, he added. An escort? You mean you? Me, Briar, someone from the inner court. He shrugged again, but added with a wry smile. Or go yourself. If I recall correctly, I am not your keeper. She threw him an unimpressed glare. I hardly know Briar, and I've only met your inner court when I was being chased by vampires. Oh, I'm sure you will get to know them well enough, he chuckled. They are obnoxious, cavalier, and intrusive. Come to think of it, you will fit in well. She gave him a light shove as she muttered, prick. He merely turned, now leaning back against the railing, and pulled her to him. He pressed a kiss to the top of her head as she leaned into him. Again, those shadows flickered. She pulled back to look into his eyes, and he reached up to stroke her cheek. But he was met with a burning, biting swirl of shadows as they darkened around her. Scarlett? Her eyes were wide as she stared back the way they had come, where Prince Callan was walking towards the bridge. He had planned to visit the prince tomorrow, but apparently it was to be now. There was a problem, though. He leaned over to speak into her ear. Scarlett, if you do not want to talk to him right now, I understand. I can summon Briar, and he can take you back to our rooms. She shook her head, her eyes still on the human prince. The thing is, the moment he steps foot on this bridge, my entire inner court will be summoned. One will be here almost instantaneously. The other two will not be far behind. She turned to him. Her eyes were dark as though her shadows had infiltrated them. Can you tell them not to come? He grimaced. I could, but they will not listen. The look of bewilderment caused him to add, You will understand when you meet them tonight. But if you do not wish to meet them here, I can request Briar come and escort you back, and I will talk to Callan. If he does not step onto the bridge, will they still come? No, not unless he takes that step. It is part of the wards and protection spells to the private wing. Can I talk to him first? Of course, love. You are free to do as you wish, always. She looked at him, almost as if seeing him for the first time. Those shadows of hers stroked down his cheek. Then she took a step forward, and they speared from her towards the end of the bridge. Chapter 6. Callan. Callan had been watching them for nearly 10 minutes. He had seen them rounding a corner in the guest halls. Finn had tried to grab his arm, but he had shrugged him off and trailed them. He had hidden in an alcove as they crossed onto the bridge. She was so relaxed with him. So carefree. As if nothing could go wrong as long as he was beside her. She had never been that relaxed, that comfortable around him. She was always prepared to flee, always prepared to fight her way out of anything. Even when she had been naked in his bed, daggers had always been within reach. He watched as she lightly shoved the fire prince, and he heard her endearingly call him a prick. She was still a wraith, her eyes still haunted, but even the shadows that trailed her had dimmed. And when he had pulled her to him, they flickered. Callan had been sure they were going to go out, and he couldn't help himself. He had to talk to her. He had to know. She had said she and the general were friends. She had said she couldn't be tied to a throne. If she chose him, wouldn't it be the same? Was she choosing him? He had stepped from the alcove and had begun walking towards the bridge when she had spotted him. Her eyes had widened, and those shadows had swirled. As he came closer, Soren had bent down and whispered into her ear. Some discussion was had, and when he came to a stop at the edge of the bridge, Soren's voice floated down to him. Of course, love. You are free to do as you wish, always. Love. He had called her that the entire trip, a pet name. That's what he had told himself. A name to get under her skin, to tease her like he seemed to like to do. He hadn't meant it as love, right? Callan had stilled as Scarlett had begun walking towards him. He made to move toward her, but shadows speared from her and created a wall at the edge of the bridge. He watched as she stopped a few feet from him, cocking her head to study the wall of shadows, like she was unsure of how they had created such an obstruction. Guard beside the bridge started at the shadowy wall, but Soren said coolly from down the way, It is fine, Talus. No need to worry. The guard nodded at his prince and stood back. Her eyes slid to him.
"Hello, Callan."
Her voice was as it always had been, yet was far away. Her ears were pointed now, and he couldn't help but notice elongated canines that peeked out when she spoke. She seemed taller. Fae. One of them. "Scarlett," he breathed. "You are different." Different? She seemed to mold the term over in her mind. "I suppose. I am not clad in black and armed with weapons. Then again, I've been told I am a weapon." "That's not what I mean," Callan said, shaking his head. "Come and talk to me."
"I cannot talk to you right now,"
she whispered. "Cannot or will not?" he asked, the question coming out sharper than he had intended. She flinched at his tone. He had never seen her flinch in his life. What was Soren doing to her? "Are you all right?" he asked, taking a step forward. "Are you safe?" "Why would I not be safe?" she asked. Soren was hanging back, leaning against the bridge railing. His arms were crossed, a bored expression on his face. He had not seen the Fire Prince once since he was led from his chambers nearly a week ago. "Just please come talk to me," Callan pleaded. "I am not ready to talk to you, Callan. There is much I need to work through." "Then let me help you," he cut in. "You cannot," she replied sadly. "And I suppose he can?" "There is much you do not know." "Then tell me." "There is much even I do not yet understand." She tried again. Her tone was beseeching. "And I suppose he holds the answers. How do you know he is not controlling you?" At the words, Soren pushed off the railing and came strolling casually along the bridge. "Are you suggesting that I am forcing Scarlett to do something?" His voice was dangerous and cold. "It's happened before," Callan said defiantly. "Or did it? Did Mikhail really threaten me?" "Callan, I would not make that up," Scarlett said, hurt flickering on her face. "Maybe you didn't. Maybe he did. Maybe he has orchestrated all of this to get you here," Callan spat. "No, that is not true. You know that's not true," Scarlett cried, but a flash of uncertainty crossed her features. "Then let me go back and confront him," Callan said. "Let me go home where I am free to go where I please and see whom I wish." "You are not a prisoner here, Callan, but you cannot go back yet," Scarlett pleaded. "It will put you and Cassius in danger." "Cassius?" Callan blinked, and he let his anger blurt out the next thing he said. "Ah, Cassius, the fourth piece of this equation. Tell me, Scarlett, which of us do you love, by the way? Or do we all serve your purposes in some way or another?" Scarlett took a step back, and Soren reached out a hand to steady her. Her shadows receded into her as if she had been punched. Soren reached up with a finger and drew flames in the air. The symbol shimmered for a moment, then disappeared. "What do you want me to say, Callan?" she whispered. "I want you to say to my face that you used me, that you never cared for me," he spat. "That is not true. I will not say it," she said, shaking her head. "I still care for you." "I want you to say to my face that you lied to me when you told me he was not the reason you stopped coming to me." He threw an accusing finger in Soren's direction. "I did not know him until a few months ago," she retorted, her eyes darkening. She took a step forward, shrugging off Soren's hand at her back. She came to the edge of the bridge, and Callan met her there toe to toe. Fury lined her features now, but he refused to back down from her. "Ask me what you wish to know, Prince," her voice now lethal. Callan knew. He knew he was pushing her to a dangerous edge. He knew what she was capable of. He'd watched her cut down vampires like they were nothing. He'd watched her step onto entrails just to inflict more agony and pain. The sound of rushing water echoed in the space, and the Water Prince stepped from a portal at the other end of the bridge. He stood back, waiting for something, watching. "Well?" she demanded. "A few weeks ago, you told me he was a close friend like Cassius." Was that true? He held his breath, waiting for her answer.
Yes.
And now? She studied him, her stare penetrating as she asked quietly,
Are you asking if I have fucked him, Callan?
The river began to stir below them. The serene waters began churning and waves appeared as if they were rapids. Soren glanced over his shoulder, and Briar leaned over the bridge, peering down at the water. He stretched a hand out over the side of the bridge, and the waves calmed, but the water still rushed through the palace faster than it had before, like the current had increased in the normally calm, peaceful river.
Is that what you are asking me, Callan?
She demanded again. He felt Finn grab his elbow and try to tug him back, but he shook him off. Yes, he ground out from between his teeth. A serpentine grin formed on her lips, and her eyes narrowed at him. Shadows slithered and coiled around her arms, her wrists, her torso. She leaned forward, almost as if she were going to kiss him, and tendrils of those shadows reached for him. He flinched back.
You are the first and only person I have ever given myself to by choice, she said with a venomous quiet. Mikhail, however, has also been between my legs, only he took what he wanted, about a year ago. Any other questions for me, Prince?
Callan recoiled as her words hit him, eyes widening in horror. A year ago, when she'd stopped coming to him, when everything had changed.
Scarlett,
Soren said softly, placing a hand on her arm, the shadow seeming to embrace his touch. Go with Briar. He will take you to your rooms. I will be there shortly. Scarlett looked at Callan, her face hard.
I may have loved you once, Prince, but now I do not know what I feel for you.
She turned on her heel, and without looking back, strode across the bridge to where Briar waited for her, his face grim. Scarlett! Callan called, and stepped onto the bridge to go after her. But he stilled at the cruel smile that spread across Soren's face. A second later, Raynor stepped from smoke and swirling ashes behind him. He stepped to Soren's side and whispered something into his ear. Interesting, Soren said, sliding his hands into the pockets of his charcoal gray pants and leaning a hip against the bridge railing. Raynor tells me you have been to the other side of this bridge once before. Yes, Callan replied coolly. I was inquiring after her. To call her a whore to her face the moment she woke up? He asked, raising his brows mockingly. Cyrus appeared from a hallway on the other side of the bridge and stalked across it. No, Callan retorted. I did not mean to make her. You did not mean to hurt her, Soren corrected. And then Eliza was coming up the stairs and making her way across the bridge. How did they all get here so damn fast? Briar and Scarlett had disappeared. He had not even seen which way they had gone. The river below them had calmed and was now serenely flowing once more. You know, Soren continued, taking a step forward now, his court falling into place behind him. Callan took a step back, off the bridge. She would have come to you. Had you been patient and courteous and given her a little time, she would have come and explained what she could. But you just couldn't wait. You were keeping me from her out of spite, Callan spat. I was keeping you from her so that this little scene did not happen the moment she opened her eyes, which, by the way, was this morning, Soren said coldly. Mikhail, Callan couldn't bring himself to say the words. Yes, he raped her, and yes, he would have done so again had we not gotten her out, Soren said, his lips forming a thin line. Mikhail knows she is Fae, and desires her bloodline to merge with his own. That is all we know right now. Callan didn't know what to say as Soren continued. Scarlett was correct. You are not a prisoner here. You and your little posse, he said with a smirk at Finn and Sloane, are free to go wherever you wish. You are free to go to the city. You are free to leave these lands if you think you can make it out and survive amongst what lurks in these mountains without magic. You are free to go wherever you wish in the palace on the eastern side of the river. I highly recommend our library. Brush up on some history. But allow me to give you your first lesson. The rumors that swirl among the human lands about the Fire Court being the cruelest are true. Step foot on any of these bridges again, Crown Prince of Windenell, and you shall learn exactly how true they are." His court behind him all grinned, callous and wicked. Soren took a step towards him. Finn and Sloane made to move in front of him, but Soren raised his hand and flames encircled them. Soren's voice became venom. "Make her feel like a whore again, and you will learn exactly what it means to be a prisoner in my home. Do I make myself clear?" "Perfectly," Callan said, his jaw clenched. Soren closed his fist, and the flames around Finn and Sloane disappeared. "Eliza, dear, show them to the library, will you?" he said as he turned and began to cross the bridge. He was not even halfway across it when a fire portal opened in front of him, and he stepped through, disappearing from sight. "He is in a pleasant mood today," Eliza commented, looking up at Cyrus. "I thought the princeling was going into the river," Cyrus said, disappointment on his face. "Did you see the mark?" "Yes," Raynor answered. Eliza was quiet. Callan could only stare with his mouth gaping open like a fish at their nonchalant exchange. "Eliza," Cyrus hissed, his eyes narrowing at her. "When did you mark him?" "Who says I marked him?" she snapped. "You are the only one he would trust to give him that mark," Raynor argued quietly. "For good reason," she returned haughtily. "When?" Cyrus demanded. She tissed and crossed her arms. "Before we returned from the mortal lands." "He hid it from us when he crossed the border?" Cyrus asked, gritting his teeth. Eliza rolled her eyes. "Careful, Cyrus. You'll give yourself a headache from all that thinking." Raynor stepped between the two Fae as they glowered at each other. "Enough," he growled. "Did either of you see her?" Cyrus asked, stepping back to lean against the railing. "No. The last time I saw her, she was bleeding out in the prince's arms right after we'd crossed the border." Eliza sighed. "Dinner tonight, I suppose, then?" "Maybe he can tell you more about her on your little walk," Cyrus said, now eyeing Callan. "It does not sound like his opinion of her is very high," Raynor supplied, thoughtfully studying Callan as well. "He is jealous, Raynor." Eliza sighed again. "Jealousy makes people say and do stupid things. If that twin flame mark is anointed, Soren will—" Cyrus started. "Stop speaking," Eliza snapped, stepping from the bridge. She gestured to Callan and his guards to follow. "Come, I will show you to the library." She led them away towards the back of the palace. When they were out of earshot of the bridge, he said to Eliza, "You were being sarcastic. About Soren being in a pleasant mood, right?" "Not at all," Eliza scoffed. "Had he been in a foul mood, you would have indeed ended up in the river. You did not spend much time with him in the mortal lands if you thought that was a pissy mood." Callan swallowed, slipping into silence. After another minute he asked, "What is the twin flame mark?" "Nothing that concerns you," she answered tightly, rounding a corner and stopping before a set of double doors. "It sounded like it should be concerning to me," Callan argued grimly. "I tell you what, Princeling," Eliza said, pushing open the doors before them. Inside were rows and rows and shelves of books reaching to the ceiling. Not just the ceiling of the second floor they were on, but clear to the top of the palace. All 7 levels. The ceiling was the same glass material as the bridges, and the clear blue sky could be seen through it. "You find a book in here about it, and I shall answer any questions you have regarding the twin flame mark after you have read about it. Good luck." Eliza turned and left the library, closing the double doors behind her. "These Fae are real bastards," Sloane grumbled from beside Callan. "I could not agree more," Callan retorted, and set off to look for a book.
Chapter 7. Scarlett. Briar had whisked her away so swiftly, she didn't even have a chance to note which turns he took or hallways they went down. She didn't care anyway. She should have had Soren summon Briar right away. Why she had thought Callan would understand, she didn't know. He had said she seemed different. Of course she did. He only knew bits and pieces of her. If he knew the whole, if he knew her entire being, well, if he'd known her entire being, things never would have happened the way they did. Briar was silent as he led her up some stairs. She eyed him in his sea-green tunic and gray pants. His shoulder-length hair was tied back. As if he could feel her gaze on him, he turned those twinkling, icy blue eyes to her in question. Scarlett looked away quickly and continued to follow him in silence. After another few flights of stairs, he led her down a hallway and stopped before the second door down. With his finger, he drew a symbol on the door in icy snowflakes, and it clicked open. They stepped inside, and she quickly made to go to the bedroom.
Sometimes it is easier to take off a mask in front of someone who knows nothing of you.
His tone was gentle and soft.
She halted and slowly turned to look at him.
He had followed her and now stood a few feet away, leaning back against the dining table, his hands braced on the edge. Her shadows reached out to him, and he did not flinch. They swirled around him, searching him, feeling him out.
"Do not pity me," she finally said. "I deserve what was said to me today. My dear Scarlett, the only pity I feel for you is that you have to deal with Sorin and his whiny court,"
Briar said with a grin and a wink, then turned serious once more.
"But no one deserves to have another wave slam into them when they are still struggling to recover from a storm."
"And when the storm is unending, when the waves are unrelenting?" Scarlett asked quietly.
"Rage, Scarlett. Rage and scream and cry and fall apart. You are allowed to feel and do all those things, but you do not stop fighting. You do not give up. You become a bigger storm,"
he answered. He did not reach for her. He did not try to comfort her or tell her what Callan said was wrong. He did not try to make it better. Scarlett turned and continued to the bedroom. "It's funny. I always thought there needed to be water to feel like you were drowning, but there really doesn't need to be."
"You only drown if you stay in the river. Let him pull you to the shore. It is okay to let yourself be rescued sometimes, Scarlett,"
Briar replied. She shut the door behind her.
Sorin. Sorin entered his sitting room as the bedroom door clicked shut. He glanced to the closed door, then to Briar, who was leaning against the dining table. "Did she say anything?" Sorin asked. Rage was pulsing through him and embers filled his vision. "Very little," Briar answered. There was a swirl of snow, and a sword appeared in his hand. It was pure silver, the hilt gleaming with a large glimmering sapphire. Ice Razor, the sword of the Water Prince. "She needs a minute, Sorin. Are you intending to keep me from my twin flame?" Sorin asked dangerously, flames appearing at his fingertips. "Of course not," Briar replied dismissively. "But give her a second to breathe, my friend, and give yourself that too. Come spar and let out that anger before you go to her and help her deal with her own. 5 minutes." "Fine," Sorin ground out, his own black sword appearing in his hand. A water portal appeared, and he followed Briar through. They came out into a private training room on the top of the palace. The ceiling was fire glass like the bridges, and it let in the autumn sun. Fall was thick in the air, and being high in the Fira Mountains, snow flurries already graced them some days. Samhain was in just 2 weeks, and the thought sent him into motion as they entered the sparring ring. Briar parried and deflected, pushing back with his own weapon. There would be a Samhain feast and ball. Sorin had no doubt preparations were already underway. He would have to go. He'd been absent for 3 years. His people would be excited and expecting to see him once more. But Prince Callan was here. He would be invited, of course. And Scarlett? A Samhain ball was where Callan and Scarlett had first interacted outside of notes and books. It was the first time they danced. It was when their relationship had taken a huge leap forward. His blade clashed with Briar's once more as he gritted his teeth. Flames danced along his sword as ice shards swirled around Briar's. "You are out of practice," Briar said with a slight smirk. "I've been training mortals for 3 years," Sorin replied. "Not much training in that for me. I trained Scarlett, I suppose, but unbeknownst to me, she held back her true abilities. Is that the reason, or are the effects of taking that mark without a companion already coming into play?" Briar asked as they clashed again and jumped back from one another. "Enough," Sorin said. Without missing a beat, Briar sheathed his sword on his back. and Soren sheathed his own. He crossed to one of the benches around the edges of the room and sat, leaning his head back against the wall. Briar walked over, sitting beside him without a word. "I cannot tell her. Not now. Not yet. She is lost," Briar finished. "But she doesn't realize she's already found her way. She doesn't know she's found you. I cannot force her to accept this, not when I have been the cause of so much of her brokenness. I cannot ask that of her when she is swimming in shadows," Soren replied. "Yes, those are interesting," Briar said contemplatively. "Do you know what they are?" "No, she has rarely spoken of them to me. She calls them the darkness. I will see what I can find out from Ashtine when I see her again," Briar answered. Soren nodded his head in thanks, although he wasn't sure the Princess of Wind would be much assistance in the matter with her mystical speech and queer personality. "I should go to her, make sure she is not drowned," he said grimly. Briar raised his brows in question. "When she is in shock and trying to process something, she goes under the water, but she stays under too long. I thought I was going to have to pull her to the surface this morning while she bathed. Another has had to haul her from the tub in the past," he added, remembering the story Scarlett had shared of that night a little over a year ago. A knowing smile came across Briar's face. "She may have fire in her veins, Soren, but her heart is all Anahita. She will not drown. She can breathe underwater." "What?" Soren asked, jerking his head to stare at his friend. "She can breathe, I promise you. She will not drown." "But when she comes up, she is gasping for breath," Soren argued. "If she is gasping for air, it is not due to being submerged. She can create pockets of air under the water. Her body does not know that, so it reacts as it would to survive," he said simply. "She needs to train, not just physically but with her magic. She needs to learn to control her power." "I know," Soren answered with a frown. "I've tried to tell her. She even said she was ready when she knocked me on my arse with a jet stream of water from her palm earlier today." Briar barked a laugh at the words. "But I know her. Callan just shoved her back into a dark place. I'm hoping she is still willing." "Maybe she needs to see why," Briar ventured carefully. "No," Soren said firmly. "I will not take Scarlett to her. Not now." Briar nodded reluctantly. "Has she shown any signs of accepting her bloodline?" "No," Soren sighed. "In fact, she has adamantly refused wanting anything to do with it." Briar stood now, a water portal appearing nearby. "She will need to see and meet her sooner than later, Soren. At least let it be on our terms. See you at dinner." He stepped through before Soren could reply. Soren left the private training pits, walking back to his chambers and taking the various stairs and hallways to give himself a little more time to prepare for what he might find back in his rooms. He opened his door, the wards recognizing his touch. The sitting room was empty, so he crossed to the bedroom. He found her not in the bathing room, but curled on the balcony. She was lying on the ground, her cheek pressed to the cool stone floor. Her shadow swirled around her like a cocoon. They were so thick he could hardly see her. He rushed to her side, dropping to his knees. Her eyes were closed and her breathing was uneven, too fast. He reached for her, and when his hand touched her massive shadows, her eyes snapped open. The blue of her eyes had turned nearly gray, a muted silver. "Come, love," he said, reaching for her again. "Let's go inside." "No," she whispered. "It is too much." "What is?" "All of it. I cannot get up right now." She had retreated to wherever she went inside her soul. Her eyes were distant, looking through him. "Then I will carry you," he replied, preparing to scoop her off the ground. It was warm, but snow had indeed begun falling. Small sporadic flakes stuck to her hair where they slipped through the shadows. "No," she said. "Scarlett," I said no. Not angry, not upset. Just a statement. She closed her eyes and began tracing the stones of the balcony with her finger. Her chest continued to rise and fall rapidly, like she couldn't get a full breath down. Soren lay down on that stone balcony, facing her. She did not even open her eyes when she reached for him. her hand resting on his chest. He stilled for a moment. She didn't move, but her breaths began to even out. They began to match his own. After several minutes, she opened her eyes and looked straight into his own. "What do you need, Scarlett? How can I help you?" "Do you still see the light?" she asked quietly, barely audible. "Yes." "How?" "Because I know where to look," he answered gently. "Then I need you to show me where to find it." She closed her eyes once more, and they laid on that balcony in the falling flurries. They stayed there for nearly an hour, her breathing now perfectly in sync with his own. Her shadow slowly crept over him until he was part of her darkness. She did not remove her hand from his chest. He did not reach for her. He just sat with her, in the dark.
Chapter 8. Scarlett. "How did you fill this closet this fast, and with my exact sizes?" Scarlett called out to the bedroom. The walk-in closet that had been half full when she'd awakened that morning now had every shelf, nook, and cranny full. Soren's clothing and items were still where they'd been, but now dresses and feminine sweaters and tunics and pants filled the space, as well as shoes and jewelry. She reached for a beautiful dark purple sweater, the fabric soft as suede between her fingers. "You've been asleep for days. I had some time on my hands," he answered, his voice drifting into her. She walked to the closet and leaned against the doorframe, crossing her arms over her chest. "You had nothing better to do while I slept than build me a wardrobe?" she asked him doubtfully. He was sprawled across the chaise lounge under the window. He wore dark charcoal pants with a dark red tunic and a black jacket. He propped himself up on his elbows when he spotted her. "You are not dressed yet?" "With so many options, how can one choose?" she asked sweetly. Truth be told, though, she didn't know what to wear. What kind of dinner was this to be? Formal, like it had been every evening with Lord Tyndale? "Wear what you're comfortable in, Scarlett," Soren replied, as though he'd read her mind. "I'm comfortable in training attire," she retorted under her breath. "Then wear it," Soren answered, rising from the chaise and coming to her. Damn him and that Fae hearing. Scarlett rolled her eyes. "I cannot meet your inner court and dine with a prince in training clothes or dressed like Death's maiden." "I'm a prince," he replied with a smirk. "You have dined with me eating out of a box on my couch." "That's different," she remarked, waving him off. He snorted. "How? You and I are different. Besides, I didn't know you were a prince when I met you," she replied. "Would it have made a difference?" he asked, again with that smirk. "Yes." "I doubt it." "I do have manners," she scowled. "I would love to see them sometime." Scarlett gave him a vulgar gesture before turning back to the closet. "Rude," she heard him call after her. She surveyed the display of clothing before her again and sighed. He had lain with her on the ground. He had lain with her, letting her sort through everything that had happened. He had not asked to talk about it. He had not told her what had happened after she'd left. He had just crawled into a pit and sat with her in the darkness. She couldn't decide what to make of it. This male that had contributed to her breaking, lying with her in her shadows. She certainly wasn't going to acknowledge the feelings that were creeping up, not with Callan under the same roof, not until she could speak with him and try to explain. Explain what? She didn't know. She finally selected fitted black pants with the dark purple sweater. The fabric was luxurious against her skin. She pinned her hair up off her neck. She was strapping a dagger to her thigh when she came out of the closet and found Soren waiting for her. He noted the dagger and gave a nod. "You are fine with me wearing it to dinner?" she inquired, a challenge in her tone. "I wear multiple weapons everywhere. Why wouldn't you?" he responded simply. "Well, yes, but you are a man and a trained soldier," she countered. Soren winced a little. "Before we go to dinner, some Fae decorum. We are males and females. Men and women are humans." "Semantics," Scarlett replied with a roll of her eyes. "Not to Fae. To Fae they are very, very different." "You are offended?" "Not me. I am used to you calling me all kinds of endearing names, but yes, others will find it deeply offensive," Soren answered. He closed the distance between them and took her right hand.
This belongs to you.
Scarlett looked down to find he'd slipped her mother's ring onto her finger. And suddenly, she wasn't in the Fiera Palace at all, but she stood in the forest clearing where she had sat with the beautiful man. Sharina appeared at her side, brushing lightly against her leg. She caught movement out of the corner of her eye and turned to see a giant wolf emerge from the forest to the east. It was the same one she had seen when she'd watched Soren with Talwyn back in Baylorin. Scarlett stilled, but the panther walked towards it. The two seemed to stare each other down in some sort of standoff, before the wolf gave a bow of its head in Scarlett's direction. There were other animals here, too. The red bird she had glimpsed in Soren's rooms that day they'd arrived was soaring in a tight circle above them, along with a silver hawk. A large red stag and a stunning white horse whose mane and tail looked like flowing water were coming from the trees. A piercing screech filled the air, and they all whipped their heads to find the giant black eagle soaring across the sky. It seemed angry. Really, really angry. Scarlett took a step forward, but the horse of water stepped into her path. She reached up to touch its nose. It snorted and shook its mane, spraying her with drops of water. "Hey!" she protested. The horse's eyes seemed to twinkle playfully. They reminded her of someone else's eyes, but she couldn't quite place them. "Scarlett!" Soren's voice was soft but urgent. She turned, expecting to see him standing beside her, but he was nowhere in sight. "Scarlett!" None of the animals seemed to hear it. If they did, they didn't seem to care. The black wolf's ears suddenly perked up, as if it indeed heard something. It was looking past her, and when Scarlett turned to see what had caught its attention, she found herself looking into eyes of the deepest jade green. Mahogany hair flowed around her face on a phantom wind. She had seen her once before, when she had watched Soren talk to her. Talwyn.
Who are you?
Her voice was low, dangerous. Those jade-green eyes were narrowed as she reached to retrieve a sword that was strapped across her back. She wore leathers, similar to the ones she'd seen Soren wearing as they'd traveled to the border. Scarlett suddenly found it hard to breathe, like all the air had been sucked from her lungs. Vines ensnared her wrists, pinning them to her sides. Talwyn advanced on her, her sword aloft, and pointed it at Scarlett's throat. She had angular cheekbones and a pretty face, and she moved with a queen's grace. Talwyn took a few more steps towards her. Scarlett's throat was burning as she desperately gasped for a breath when white flames surrounded her. The flames seemed to shimmer as they separated her from Talwyn. Talwyn stopped dead in her tracks. The vines around Scarlett's wrists disappeared, and she gulped down a big breath of air.
Who are you?
Talwyn asked again, the same deadly calm in her voice.
Scarlett, open your eyes.
Scarlett snapped her eyes open to find herself back in Soren's bedroom. He was gripping her shoulders, his golden skin slightly pale.
Are you back?
He asked, searching her eyes. She nodded mutely.
What the hell happened?
He demanded, bringing his hands to her face. I think I just met Talwyn.
You met Talwyn?
Soren repeated, his tone saying just how unlikely he found that. I think so, Scarlett answered, biting her lower lip. I mean, I'm pretty sure it was the same woman. Female, from before. We didn't converse. She asked who I was.
Where were you? Where did you see her?
In some forest clearing. I've been there in my dreams. Dear gods, she sounded absolutely insane.
You were in Shira Forest.
Where?
Shira Forest. It's believed Shira Forest is where magic originated, and is where the most powerful Fae are bonded with a spirit animal. You've been there before.
In my dreams, yes, but the spirit animals? Scarlett asked, her brows knitting together. Before Soren could answer, they were interrupted by a loud banging and rattling of the main door to the chambers.
Seriously, you prick, you still have us locked out,
came a male voice from the other side of the door. Scarlett choked on a laugh, turning to Soren with wide eyes. I don't know who that is, but I already like him.
I told you that you would get along splendidly with my family,
Soren muttered, glaring at the door.
Aditya,
came the voice again.
Get your ass downstairs. Eliza said she's coming up next. She's hungry and cranky, and we all have matters that need to be discussed. Soren sighed, looking at Scarlett. I will explain Shira Forest and the spirit animals tonight, he said, brushing his knuckles down her cheek. Then, raising his voice, he added, Right now, I need to go have a discussion about patience. Bastard! The voice called through the door, followed by footsteps heading down the hall. Shall we? Soren asked, gesturing to the door. Talwyn won't. She won't come here, will she? Scarlett asked. She doesn't know I'm here, right? She wasn't ready to face her cousin outside of whatever vision that had been. She had felt Talwyn's power coil around her like a snake, squeezing the life from its prey. She likely knows you're in my court. I will know if she gets close to the grounds, and so will the others, he replied soothingly. And if she shows up and you do not want to see her, you can come up here. The wards around my chambers keep out anyone I do not want in. No one is allowed to portal in or out without my permission. Will Callan, Finn, and Sloane be at dinner? She asked, forcing herself not to wring her fingers together. No, he answered gently. It's just us, my inner court, and Briar. Scarlett nodded once, taking a deep breath. Eliza is terrifying. We should go eat before she comes up here. Soren chuckled, striding to open the door for her. Yes, Eliza can be quite irritable when she's not hungry, let alone when she is. Scarlett followed Soren down the hall and staircases leading from the private wing. She had marked most turns and hallways when he'd shown her around earlier that day, so when he led her past the formal dining room, she asked, We are not eating there? Soren smiled at her as he kept walking. The formal dining room is for formal meals when we have formal guests. When it's just us, he shrugged his shoulders. We usually eat in here. He paused outside a door across from the kitchens. Scarlett had assumed it was a pantry or storage room when they had walked by it earlier. Are you ready? She could hear others behind the door, the man who had banged on the door and what sounded like Briar's voice. Scarlett took another deep breath. I mean, they can't be worse than you, right? That's the spirit, princess, he said cheerfully, pushing open the door to the room. Oh my gods, she muttered under her breath, following him in. The room fell silent as they entered. It was a den with a large round table in the center, not the long rectangular tables usually found in the homes of nobility. The table had 8 chairs around it. At the back of the room was a long, tall bar against the wall, fully stocked with all the wine and alcohol one could want. To the left of the dining table was a billiards table along with 2 tall pub tables and chairs. A card table was pushed against the wall as well. To the right of the dining table were 2 plush sofas and 3 overstuffed chairs around a fireplace. Blankets and pillows were tossed on them as if people had just been sitting there. I changed my mind, Scarlett said, turning to Soren. A look of confusion passed over his face as he raised his eyebrows at her. I want this to be my chambers. You can have the other to yourself. She heard a laugh that she knew by now to be Briar's, and she turned to face him. His sun-bleached hair was tied back, and the pale blue shirt he had changed into brought out the icy blue color of his eyes and was stark against his dark skin. He rose from the table and came to her. Kissing her cheek, he asked gently, How are the waters? The waves seemed to have lessened, at least for the time being, Scarlett answered. I'm glad to hear that, Briar said, squeezing her hand slightly. From the table, a male voice drawled, She doesn't seem that intimidating, Drace. It was the same male who had pounded on the door minutes before. His head was propped on his fist as he studied Scarlett. She held his gaze, returning the scrutinizing stare. The male's eyes were as golden as Soren's, and she could see the brilliant recklessness in them. Yes, well, dear Eliza doesn't seem that intimidating either at first glance, Briar replied over his shoulder. He turned back to Scarlett. Would you like a drink? Wine would be wonderful, Scarlett replied with a nod of thanks. I'm fine, thank you, Soren called after Briar bitterly. Briar only threw him a vulgar gesture over his shoulder. Soren sighed. You know Briar Drace, the Water Prince. He thinks his palace is better and more impressive than mine. It's definitely bigger, Briar cut in from across the room with a wink. Scarlett pressed her lips together to keep her laugh in. The jackass that pounded on the door a few minutes ago is Cyrus, Soren said, gesturing toward the male at the table. He is my second in command. Cyrus was still studying her and, by way of greeting, said, You know how to use that dagger? Scarlett smiled sweetly at him. Then, in less time than it took to draw breath, The dagger was flying across the room, landing directly in front of him. Cyrus didn't even flinch. He only said with a sly smile, "Eliza, I think you have some competition." Briar jerked the dagger from the table as he passed by, handing both it and a glass of wine to Scarlett. "Stop speaking, Cyrus, it hurts my ears," chided the female sitting to his right with a roll of her eyes. She had a book open on the table before her that she had been reading quietly during all the bantering. Her red-gold hair cascaded around her in great sweeping curls. Her eyes were the gray of ash and smoke. To say she was stunning was an understatement. Her top was low-cut, and whorls of tattoos lined her chest and ran down her bare arms. "You know Eliza," Soren said. "She is the general of my armies." "Wait, she's actually a general," Scarlett blurted, trying and failing to hide her awe. Eliza threw her a knowing smile, saying tightly, "I'm glad to see you are well," before returning to her book. "As I told you, females fight alongside the males here," Soren replied simply, as if that explained everything. "If you plan to continue your weaponry and combat training, I suggest taking it up with her." Scarlett's eyes were still on Eliza, who had returned to ignoring them all when Soren continued. "And that is Rayna. He is my third." Scarlett looked to the remaining male in the room to the right of Eliza. He had a kind face, but there was a darkness to him she couldn't quite place. His eyes were nearly identical to Eliza's, except that the gray in his seemed to actually swirl and flow like smoke. His hair was a stark charcoal color similar to Soren's, but not quite as dark. He gave her a warm smile, saying softly in a cool voice that somehow managed to chill her bones, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Scarlett." Food suddenly appeared on the table before them, to which Eliza muttered, "Praise Anala!" The book before her disappeared in a burst of flame as she reached for the plate of braised lamb. Soren sighed again. "We do have a guest, Eliza." "From my understanding, she is not a guest at all, but lives here. The actual guests are not allowed to cross the bridges," Eliza replied curtly, clearly unconcerned. Soren shot Scarlett an apologetic look, but Scarlett just gave him a small smile in return. The whole scene was like a breath of fresh air. They were a family, just as Soren had said, and it reminded her of simpler times with Cassius and Nuri and Juliet, before orphans had started disappearing from the syndicate. Tomorrow she would focus on that and what was being done while she was away. But for now, she felt honored to be allowed into their little world, even if just for the night. Soren led her to the empty chair next to Briar before he went to get his own drink. "I've been gone for over 3 years, and no one can even bother to get their prince a drink," he accused, striding for the bar at the back. Cyrus snorted, spooning roasted vegetables onto his plate. "While you've been vacationing with the mortals, someone had to deal with Talwyn. You should be getting me a drink, arsehole." "He is incredibly needy, isn't he? Poor thing, fussing over getting his own alcohol," Scarlett said, taking a piece of bread from the basket that Briar was handing her. "Says the one who was just waited on by a prince," Soren quipped while pouring liquor into a glass. "I can't help it that he's only spent time with me a handful of times and likes me more than you," Scarlett retorted sweetly. "Besides, I'm prettier than you." Soren turned, drink in hand, and a wary smile was on his face. She batted her lashes at him, taking a sip of her wine. Across the table, Cyrus gave her an amused smile, and with his eyes on hers, called to Soren, "I like her." "I knew you would and dreaded the two of you meeting," Soren remarked, returning to the table with his drink in hand. The conversation ebbed and flowed with light-hearted bantering and laughter. They were nearing the end of the meal, having eaten their fill, and Scarlett was beginning to wonder why Soren had thought he'd need Briar as a buffer when Cyrus asked out of the blue, "Did you find it, then?" The chit-chat around the table went silent as all eyes turned to Soren. His arm was draped casually across the back of Scarlett's chair while he was eating a piece of apple pie. He set his fork down on his plate. "This is not the time for this discussion, Cyrus." "Bullshit," Cyrus replied. "You've been gone for over 3 years. We hardly heard from you. Then you finally return, make us babysit a bunch of mortal royalty, and keep us all locked out for days, but let Drace in." Cyrus gestured at Briar, clearly bitter about being kept out of the know. "He wouldn't fucking tell us anything either, and you return with her." "It was not my place to say anything," Briar cut in with exasperation. This discussion had obviously been had multiple times before this evening. Scarlett could feel the quick glances at her from the others. She thought they had already known who she was. She couldn't have been more wrong, and they clearly did not trust her. "I should go, so you guys can discuss things," Scarlett stated, making to push her chair back from the table. "Yes," Eliza said, her tone matter-of-fact. "No," Soren's voice rang out, pure command. He stared at Eliza, fury lining his features. Scarlett stilled, glancing between the Fire Prince and his general. When he looked at her like that, it usually meant she'd be running extra miles in the morning. To her credit, though, Eliza stared right back without so much as a flinch. "It's fine, Soren," Scarlett said quietly, again trying to push her chair back from the table. Soren held firm to her chair so that Scarlett couldn't move it. She threw him a pleading look, but he was looking each of his inner court members in the eye. Briar was silent beside her. He reached over and gave her hand a reassuring squeeze, and Scarlett knew then exactly why Soren had asked him to be here tonight. "Let her go, Soren," Eliza said, her eyes still fixed on her prince. "There are matters to be discussed." "Then they can be discussed while she is present," Soren answered, his voice low and icy. "Really?" Eliza asked, her brows rising. "Then let's discuss the mortal prince who has been seeking her out. Let's discuss the little matter of him being in love with her while you bear a new mark." Her eyes gleamed with challenge. Soren did not say a word as he stared back at her. "Why is the mortal prince here?" Raynor posed quietly. "Because his life is at risk, and this was the only place to keep him safe until the danger has passed." Scarlett cut in, lifting her chin as she spoke. "Is he your lover then, darling?" Cyrus asked casually, taking another bite of his own pie. He reminded Scarlett vaguely of Neri. "Are you asking if I'm available?" Scarlett asked, her tone sultry as she leaned back in her chair. Soren's fingers brushed across her shoulder. "If you're offering, I certainly would not object," he replied with a fiendish glance to Soren. "I assure you, darling, you wouldn't know the first thing to do with me and my darkness," she purred. As if in emphasis, her shadows reached for him, caressing down his cheek and neck. He froze as they trailed along him. Then a feral grin crossed his lips. "Intimidating indeed," he crooned. "Told you," Briar quipped, picking up his drink and knocking the rest of it back. Scarlett picked up her wine glass, twirling the stem between her fingers. She had originally been willing to leave, to not intrude on their little family squabble, but now that she had been brought into the conversation, she could play. She turned to Briar and smirked. "I now understand what you meant about his whiny court." Briar laughed, his icy eyes twinkling. "I'm glad you two find this so amusing," Eliza spat. "But the fact remains that we have no idea what is going on and why your arrival has made our prince, who has never withheld anything from us, suddenly start keeping secrets." Everyone went silent. Scarlett glanced to Soren, and Eliza continued with soft venom. "Do you need permission to speak?" "Enough," Soren growled. He looked murderous as he glared at his general. "She does not need permission to do anything, Eliza. You will not speak to her like this, and you will remember that I am your prince." "Do not pull rank on me, Soren," Eliza hissed, and Scarlett had to admit she admired the female for her gall. "Then let's discuss matters, shall we?" Soren said. He spoke with a calm, lethal rage, and Scarlett froze. She had never heard him speak like that. His tone was uncompromising and threatening, the voice of a ruler. Every one of his inner court sat up straighter in their chairs, their eyes slightly widening. It was clear he rarely spoke to them this way. The gold in Soren's eyes had turned to flame, and it took all of Scarlett not to flinch from him. She looked to Briar out of the corner of her eye. His face was severe, a fellow prince standing in solidarity with his friend. "Let's discuss the fact that she is more powerful than anyone in this room. You have all witnessed, in one way or another, just a fraction of what she can do." All eyes slid to her, and she tried not to shift uncomfortably in her seat. She held their stares and mustered up her bored, uninterested mask, taking a bite of her own dessert like what was being said didn't matter to her. "She is here because she is Fae, and this is her home," Soren continued. "The mortal prince is here because she has a heart and a threat was made against his life. She is ridiculously selfless and sought his safety until he can return home. Furthermore, she is Elenae's daughter. All their eyes widened at that revelation, and Cyrus started to say something, but Soren was not done. As to whether or not I found the weapon Talwyn so desperately seeks, you are looking at her, and Talwyn cannot have her. Should Scarlett decide to take her throne, our allegiance lies with her. Should she decide not to, our loyalty still lies with her. Her eyes slid to Soren at the words. She had told Soren she didn't want the title. She had told him she didn't want the responsibility of ruling. She had told him she didn't want any sort of fates deciding her future. As if reading her mind, Soren continued. This information goes nowhere. Brian knows and will tell his inner court, but no one else learns this information unless Scarlett decides to share it. The choice is hers, but this is her home, and she belongs at this table. He paused, a long, tense moment of silence, then asked, his words laced with poison. Anything else you wish to discuss this evening, Eliza? Eliza actually seemed like she was going to say more, but Raynor gave her a warning glance. No, Prince, she conceded, with a bow of her head. Scarlett met Soren's gaze then. Her shadows brushed along his fingers, and his eyes softened, the flames lessening. Too bad Tula isn't here to give you a cookie. You deserve a treat after that little speech, she thought, tilting her head. As though he had heard her thoughts, he smirked at her. She didn't notice the glances that his inner court shared. She didn't notice the smile that crossed Briar's face when he reached for her glass to refill her wine. Her eyes were fixed on the golden eyes of the Prince of Fire, where she saw nothing but home.
Chapter 9. Soren. Soren sat in his chambers sipping at a glass of amber liquor, Cyrus and Raynor doing the same. Eliza had gone to her own chambers when they'd finally retired long into the night, saying she wanted to finish her book and didn't need to sit around listening to "You three idiots relive memories." He knew her, though. He knew that despite her hard exterior, she was sorting through everything that had happened the last few weeks. She had been carrying the secret of his mark since the mortal kingdoms. In the morning, he would find her, and they would sort it all out. Scarlett had looked exhausted by the end of the night. He hadn't intended on keeping her up that late, but after everything was settled about who she was, games of billiards had ensued. Scarlett had taken every one of them for all they had, other than Eliza, who rarely deigned to play. "Friends from the Black Syndicate, of course," Scarlett had replied when he'd asked where she had learned to play. Cyrus had completely missed his shot at the words, cursing as the cue ball flew from the table. "You have friends in the Black Syndicate?" he had asked, his mouth gaping open. "I am just full of surprises, aren't I, darling?" Scarlett had chirped with a wild grin, sauntering past him and proceeding to clear the remainder of the table. "How did you befriend people in the Black Syndicate?" Cyrus asked as she sank her final shot. "My winning personality," she said with a smirk, holding out her palm. "Pay up." Cyrus just stared at her, a new admiration on his face, as he slapped 3 silver coins into her waiting hand. Soren had never been worried about Scarlett and Cyrus getting along. No, he had not been entirely lying when he'd told Scarlett he dreaded them meeting. They had all finally called it a night and walked back up to the private quarters with Briar portaling back to the water court. When they entered his chambers, Cyrus and Raynor headed straight to the liquor cart, but he had seen Scarlett wince slightly out of the corner of his eye. "They do not have to stay," he'd said quietly. She had merely smiled up at him, a smile she never gave anyone else, not even Cassius, and said, "You've watched me sleep enough, Prince. Go be with your family." She had bid them all good night and slipped into the bedroom. "So you get sent on a fool's errand and come home with a secret princess?" Cyrus asked, sipping at his drink. "Cyrus," Raynor said, his gray eyes swirling with the warning in his tone. "Oh, relax," Cyrus said dismissively. "I'm not trying to start anything. That's just quite a difference, and the story of how it happened must be riveting." He looked expectantly at Soren. So Soren told them everything. Or almost everything. He left out the part about her being pissed at him for over a month, telling the bastards that would result in endless taunting at his own expense, and he didn't reveal any of Scarlett's personal history, She has not asked about the mark? Raynor asked when he was finished, nodding to Soren's left hand. Soren looked down at the mark that covered the back of his hand, thumb, and index finger. She has commented on it, but she does not know what it is or what it means. Soren answered. I had to take it. It was the only way I could figure out where she was in the Lairwood house. Through the connection. Does she even know what a twin flame is? Cyrus asked. She knows about the idea of the twin flame, Soren answered, rubbing his temples. Whether she believes it or not, I do not know. We only discussed it once. You haven't told her that she is yours? Cyrus questioned in disbelief. Soren winced. The timing hasn't been right. She wasn't allowed to make any of her own choices in the human lands. I didn't want to take a choice like this away from her. She deserves to know, Raynor said, his voice low. He was always the sensible one of the group, likely because he kept his emotions locked down at all times. By not telling her, you are taking away that very right to choose. I know, but I cannot force it on her. She has had too much of that already. Soren sighed, draining the last of his liquor. Forget that, Cyrus snapped, annoyance heavy in his tone. Let's talk about the risk of taking that mark without a companion mark. Before Soren could reply, though, all three of them were on their feet. They had all felt it. She was here. She had crossed their wards. They all crossed the room, stalking to the door. Flames licked up and down Soren's entire body, and when they were gone, he was dressed in dark charcoal clothing, the color of soot and ashes. Fighting leathers lay over the top of the clothes while twin blades appeared at his back. An assortment of knives and daggers were sheathed and secured in various places. Cyrus and Raynor wore nearly identical attire. Cyrus had a bow and quiver full of arrows. Raynor had vambraces at his wrists. They entered the hall where Eliza met them. Her fighting leathers held more daggers than Soren's own. Always in the fucking middle of the night, she muttered, finishing the braid she was quickly working into her hair. Her elegant sword, flamethrower, was sheathed down her back. Soren raised a hand before him and a fire portal opened. As one, they entered and stepped onto the grounds in front of the palace gates. The portal snapped shut behind them. She is alone, Raynor said, his eyes entirely swirling with smoke now. Luann will not be far behind, Soren replied grimly, sliding his hands into his pockets. They all went silent as they waited. Cyrus flanked his left while Eliza was on his right with Raynor beside her. A few moments later, Talwyn stepped from the trees. Her hair was flowing on her winds, moonlight reflecting off it. 3 shields of flame and a shield of smoke instantly snapped into place. Talwyn stopped several feet away from them, a vindictive smile on her lips. She wore her usual brown pants with a white tunic. A moment later, Asriel Luann stepped out of the air to her side. He took them all in and gave a snort of disgust. Prince Aditya, you return home, Talwyn said, her voice soft yet severe. You gave me permission to do so, Soren replied nonchalantly with a shrug. I told you to come home weeks ago, Talwyn snapped, displeasure ringing in her tone. But you begged to stay because you had discovered something. Her eyes narrowed as she continued. Where is my ring? I do believe your ring adorns your finger. Do not be a smart-ass, Talwyn growled, taking a step towards them. Tell me, who bears that ring now? When Soren didn't answer, she took another step towards them. I have seen her, Soren. She came to the forest. I have seen it upon her finger. Does she even know what it is? You told me to return with the ring, and I have. I have fulfilled my oath to you. Soren answered with an icy calm. Then give it to me, Talwyn replied, matching his tone. No. Who bears it? She snarled. Who is she? Soren could have sworn that for a split second, her eyes darted to his hands resting in his pockets. She is none of your concern, Soren answered. The ground shook, and the winds whipped, but behind their shields and wards, they hardly felt a breeze. Soren merely smirked at the queen. Still have the temper, I see. Watch your mouth, Aditya, Asriel snarled, stepping to Talwyn's side once again.
Let the Queen handle her own affairs, Luann, Eliza crooned from Soren's right. Enough! Talwyn's voice rang clear and commanding through the night. Her eyes came back to Soren, and as she spoke, Soren could hear the anger being restrained in her tone. So much like Scarlett, this queen that stood before him was. I am your queen, Prince. Tell me who she is. No. You will openly defy me? He could feel her power scraping along their shields like it was dragging claws down walls of stone. Not one of his inner court moved. According to the charters of the courts, I am permitted to defy you if I believe there is a credible threat to my court by complying, Soren replied, stepping right up to the edge of their shields. Talwyn was just on the other side. There were only a few feet separating them. Her jade eyes glowed brightly with rage. The only workaround is the blood vow, which you have already invoked. She is a member of my court, and you, my queen, are the credible threat. I may have used my blood vow with you, she spat, but what of the water, Prince? Would you really waste another blood vow on this? You have hundreds of years left to reign, and only 3 vows remaining. Soren replied, calling her bluff. This is not over, Talwyn seethed. She closed the distance between them, and he saw her flinch slightly as she brushed the edges of their shields. You are allowing your bitterness and animosity to cloud your judgment, Prince. It must be like looking in a mirror, then, Soren replied coolly. You have no idea what your actions will cost us. Enlighten me. Talwyn's eyes narrowed. He felt a shield of wind surround them, blocking out the others. I know who she is, Soren. I do not believe you, he replied, low and vicious. But if you do know who she is, then you know where my true allegiance lies. A smile appeared on Talwyn's lips then, slow and malicious. And you will discover that in the end, the fates will plant us on the same side. Then she was gone. The wind instantly died. The shields came down save for Eliza's as Asriel still stood before them. Run along, Luann, Cyrus taunted. Without the Queen here, you have crossed court borders without permission. Asriel gave them all a vulgar gesture before vanishing into nothing. There was silence for only a moment before Eliza sighed. Can we please go to bed now? They walked back up to the palace and through the halls in silence, each departing for their own chambers without so much as a good night. He opened the door to the bedroom as quietly as he could. He didn't know how Scarlett was adjusting to sleeping without a tonic, and he didn't want to disturb her. But when he stepped into the room, he found it wouldn't have mattered. She was standing on the balcony that overlooked the front grounds. Her back was to him, her shadows blending in with the night. She would have had a perfect view of everything that had just happened. She had a blanket wrapped around herself, and she didn't even look over her shoulder when she said, I felt something. It woke me. I went out to the main room, but you weren't there. I'm sorry, he said, quickly crossing the room. I had to take care of something. I did not intend to leave you alone. Talwyn was here. She is looking for me, Scarlett supplied. Her voice was that same monotone voice from when she'd first awoken, as if she were in some sort of trance. Yes. He didn't know if he should reach out to her, if he should touch her. So he stood a few feet away, shoving down every desire to pull her to him. She turned to look at him, her icy blue eyes glowing in the night. He hadn't realized how similar she was to her cousin. They were so similar, yet so incredibly different. Thank you for tonight, she said. Her voice was stoic and unreadable. It was a sense of normalcy. It felt like a family. It felt like home. Thank you. Soren gave her a soft smile. Thank you for putting up with a little family drama. Scarlett huffed a laugh, returning to look out over the balcony. You've seen how my family fights end up. Nuri and I are usually both bleeding by the end. He noticed she no longer gripped the railing at being so high up. If she only knew she could travel like her cousin, she'd never fear confined spaces again. Why does she seek me out? What exactly does she want from me?
I do not know. I haven't pieced it all together yet. She turned her head, meeting his gaze again.
But you'd tell me if you knew. You wouldn't keep it from me?
No, love, he replied. He stepped closer to her, unable to help himself. I would not keep it from you.
And you've told me everything?
She asked, her eyes searching his own. I have told you everything. Before the words had even finished leaving his lips, he felt a searing jolt of pain shoot through his left hand. Gritting his teeth, he pushed it from his mind.
Come, let's have some tea.
Scarlett nodded and led the way back into the bedroom. Tea was already waiting on the low table near the armchairs. She plopped into one, still clutching the blanket around her shoulders. Soren took up the armchair across from her once more and handed her one of the cups. I know you think Fae customs and stories are incredibly profound and all, he started.
I swear to Sailor Soren, if you're about to drop another piece of world-shattering information, this teacup is going down your throat,
she muttered. Soren blinked at the normalcy of that comment from her mouth, at the peak of who she was breaking through that place she was trapped in. No, it's nothing like that. This is something I think you already know and just need it explained. Her nose scrunched slightly as she sipped at her tea. Legend among the Fae is that all magic and power comes from a place called Shira Forest. Scarlett paused her sipping, her eyes on the fire before them. She had pulled her knees to her chest and draped the blanket over them. Resting her teacup on her knees, she said,
I thought you said the Avonleyans blessed the Fae with magic.
They did, but it is believed that their magic came from this forest. It is said Shira Forest is where the gods reside along with the Fates. Scarlett snorted.
The gods live in a dream world?
Shira Forest is a real place. It is just that no one knows where it is.
Convenient,
she grumbled. Soren sat back in his chair with a smirk. I am going to assume you saw an animal there, and I am going to go a step further and venture to guess it was a panther as dark as night. Her head slowly turned towards him. The spirit animals live in the forest when they are not needed by their bonded ones. The most powerful of the Fae, those chosen by a particular god or goddess, are bonded with their spirit animal. In essence, you become bonded to that god or goddess through that bond. He fell silent and let her process what he'd told her, waiting for the questions he was sure were coming.
How did you know I saw a panther?
Because Sharina made her presence known while you slept. She was often seen at the foot of your bed, watching over you and growling at anyone who dared to approach you. The goddess Sailor's panther has not been seen in ages, Scarlett.
But why was I taken there tonight? I saw her in my dreams while I slept. What was the purpose of tonight?
I do not know. I have only been there once, and that was the night I was bonded with Amaray. How or why you were there again, and how Torwin was there with you, I do not know.
Was anyone else there with you? When you became bonded or whatever?
She asked. No, it was only me. Scarlett only nodded once and turned back to the fire. Was someone there with you when you met Sharina?
When I was there tonight with Talwyn, there were other animals there, not just Sharina,
Scarlett said. It was Soren's turn to slowly turn to her. You saw several spirit animals there. How many?
This time? Many.
This time? How many times have you been there, Scarlett?
That I can remember. 2. The first time I saw 2, and the first time there were 2 animals.
Which animals did you see?
Well, the wolf from the day I saw you and Talwyn speaking in Baylorin was there,
she said, fiddling with her teacup. Malik. He is Torwin's bonded, the wolf of Celeste, goddess of the moon and sky. I suppose it would make sense that he was there if Torwin was also there with you. Who else? There was a quiet cooing, and Scarlett jumped, nearly spilling her tea as Amaray flew in the open balcony door.
That bird, it was there.
Soren turned to look at the phoenix. Is that so, my friend? Care to share? Amaray merely clicked his beak and ruffled his feathers lightly.
You can speak to it?
There is a bond that will form and strengthen, Soren explained. Amaret swooping to his shoulder and nipping his ear affectionately. You will learn how to communicate with each other. This is Amaret. He is a phoenix and the animal of Anala.
Goddess of sun and fire, Scarlett whispered softly as she studied the phoenix.
Then a little louder she said,
There was a horse. It looked like Erwin, but its mane and tail were like a cascading waterfall.
Soren smiled. Abrax. He is Anahita's and is bonded to Briar.
The Silver Hawk?
She is the wind goddess's and is bonded to Princess Ashton. Her name is Nesima. They are rarely seen apart. Was Ashton there as well?
No, only Talwyn,
Scarlett answered, setting her teacup on the low table and pulling the blanket up over her arms. Were there any others?
There was a red stag.
That was Rinji, Silas's animal, and is bonded with Prince Asriel of the Earth Court. All the court spirit animals had been there, at one time, along with her and Talwyn. That was indeed interesting, but not as interesting as the next words that came from her mouth.
And the Black Eagle?
What? Soren's head snapped to her.
The Black Eagle?
She said cautiously.
There was a Black Eagle.
Alteria. Alteria is Temoral's spirit animal, Soren said quietly. Like Sharina, he has not been seen in ages, long before the Great War even occurred.
Why?
No one knows. Do you remember how Eliza reacted when you spoke of Selah on our journey here?
She was surprised,
Scarlett answered.
I know that Selah is not often spoken of, but my mother gave me my amulet, and
You owe no one any explanation, Scarlett, he replied softly. I've told you that.
But I don't think coincidences are as much of a thing as I once thought they were.
She sighed.
I mean, it can't be a coincidence that I've worn Selah's amulet my entire life and am now apparently bonded with her spirit animal.
No, it likely is not a coincidence, Soren agreed. He took a deep breath, not entirely sure how she would take the next piece of information he was about to give her. Sharina and Alteria, along with Edgter, who is Arius's dragon, and Kilo, Seraphina's snake, are called the dark spirit animals. To my knowledge, none of them have been seen in centuries.
Well, that is just
great, Scarlett grumbled, leaning her head back into the armchair and closing her eyes. You know that Arius and Seraphina and the children are... Soren clenched his jaw, not wanting to say the words.
I know their family are the most feared among the gods, yes, she finished for him. Again, I don't think there is any sort of coincidence happening here, considering I am called Death's Maiden and am feared amongst most of the continent.
After a long moment, she said quietly,
Who was my mother's spirit animal? Which goddess was she supposedly bonded to?
Supposedly? Soren asked with a raise of his brow. You've seen more spirit animals than anyone, and you question the bonds. Scarlett's eyes met his, and they were blazing gold as she hissed,
As far as I am concerned, the gods and the fates are just another master coming to stake a claim on my life.
Soren stilled at the rawness and bitterness in her tone. You do not have a master, Scarlett. Not anymore.
Keep telling yourself that, Soren. She bit back. Just because a prince speaks it doesn't mean it's the truth, obviously.
Soren pursed his lips, but instead of rising to the bait she had so clearly laid before him, he said,
Aline's spirit animal was Paja, the golden owl of Faelin, goddess of wisdom and cleverness, Scarlett cut in. I do know of the gods, even if I don't necessarily believe in them.
You need to rest. You are cranky, he said, rising and placing his own empty teacup on the low table.
Could it possibly have anything to do with the fact that you just told me I'm apparently bonded with a panther who serves a goddess everyone fears?
She snapped as she stood as well. The blanket was loose around her shoulders now, and he could see she wore a black sleeveless nightgown that went to her knees. Possibly, he replied with a shrug. But I'm going to go with exhaustion for this particular mood. The corner of his mouth kicked up despite his effort to keep the half-grin from his face.
Whatever,
she grumbled, crossing her arms.
You still do not sleep in this land?
He chuckled, Yes, I need sleep, especially after my encounter with Torwin. And where will you sleep? In the other bedroom, Soren answered. Scarlett's lips had formed a thin line, and she hugged the blanket tightly around herself again. What is wrong? He asked softly. Nothing, she replied, her face setting into grim resolve. Tomorrow you can start teaching me to control my powers? You still desire to do so? Do I have a choice in the matter? You always have a choice, Scarlett. You are right, she said after a moment. I need to learn to control it. It will be one less thing that has control over me. I do love those words coming from your lips, you know, Soren said wryly. She raised her brows in question. That I was right? Scarlett rolled her eyes. I'm glad I could bolster your ego, Prince. Soren chuckled again. I can teach you the control in Firehalf, but Briar would be better for mastering the water and ice. And we can continue our other training? I wasn't joking at dinner, Scarlett. You should ask Eliza. Eliza is scary. Eliza is just like you, Soren laughed. She prefers to be reading or in the training ring, and she takes shit from no one. I suppose, Scarlett replied, biting her lip, not sounding sure at all. She walked to the bed, pausing as she reached for the blankets to climb in. She opened her mouth to say something, then shut it again. She snuggled in, pulling the blankets up to her chin. Good night, Soren. Good night, Princess, he said as he strode to the door. He could practically hear her eyes roll as he left the room. His head had barely hit the pillow in the extra bedroom when sleep took him.
Scarlett. Did you think you could hide from me, my pet? Mikhail's cool voice raked down her skin while she stood in that cold room in the Lairwood house. She couldn't control her trembling as he took slow, casual steps to her. She backed up until her back hit the wall. It is time to come home and fulfill your bargain with me, he said, his eyes turning hard. He was before her now, and he ran his hands down her arms. She couldn't shrink back any farther. My sister is most upset you have taken Callan from her yet again, by the way. She opened her mouth to respond, but nothing came out. She couldn't speak. Oh yes, I've picked up a few tricks of my own, he purred with a cruel smile. I cannot wait to show them all to you when you return. His touching turned proprietary. It is strange, isn't it, how I can control you in your own dream? His fingers trailed down her chest, down her abdomen, lower. She tried to cry out, but she couldn't. She couldn't even move. She could feel him everywhere, all around her. Tears were slipping down her face. Finally, he stepped back, surveying her. Then he leaned in close once more and kissed her. He pulled back a fraction of an inch and whispered, Hurry home, Scarlett. We almost have these wards figured out. Then we are coming for them all. There were hands on her shoulders and a gentle voice saying her name. She lashed out at him, screaming, Let me go! Scarlett, Scarlett, it's me! She knew that voice. That voice was safe. That voice was home. Open your eyes, love. Look at me. Her eyes flew open, and she found golden ones staring steadily back at her. Her shadows were swarming him, and from the red lines raked down his bare arms and chest, they had not been the caressing shadows. He did not seem to care. Ice and fire swirled around them. He took her hand and brought it to his bare chest. Breathe, Scarlett, breathe. In and out, in and out. She could feel his chest rise and fall beneath her fingers, his heart racing. In and out, in and out. Her eyes stayed fixed on his. When her breathing had evened out, she wiped the tears from her face. He was in my dreams, Soren. He knew how to enter and control my dreams, she rasped. Soren's face tightened, and he interlaced his fingers with hers. I am sorry I woke you, she said quietly. And for... She jerked her chin towards his chest and arms. That... She went to pull her hand from his, but his fingers tightened. She looked back into his golden eyes and found them searching hers. I will always come for you, Scarlett, he said softly. Fresh tears sprang to her eyes.
She took a shaking breath. I need you to do something for me.
Of course.
I need you to stay with me. I am not going anywhere. No, Soren, She pursed her lips. When I would have nightmares, Cassius would stay with me or take me to his room. He's not here, but I need someone to stay with me. Her heart ached. She missed Cassius. It was as if a part of her was missing having him so far away.
Do you want me to get Callan?
Soren asked quietly. Her eyes widened as she realized he would. He would let Callan into these very rooms if that is what she asked of him. No, Soren, I do not want Callan, she answered. I need someone next to me. His breathing hitched as her words settled over him.
Scarlett, are you sure?
Yes, I am sure, Soren. Still, he hesitated. She looped her arms around his neck and pulled him to her, pressing her lips to his. She felt him tense under her fingers, and she ran her tongue across his lips, but he wouldn't let her in. Please, Soren, she whispered onto his lips. He groaned as he pulled back to look into her eyes.
Scarlett, I will not have the self-control not to touch you if I sleep beside you.
You don't want to? She rasped out.
God's love, that is all I want to do, but not. I would be a bastard to take advantage of this when you are so vulnerable.
She could hear the longing in his voice as he held her stare. Scarlett pushed herself up into a sitting position. I want you to touch me, Soren.
You don't, Scarlett. You hate me. I kept so much from you. Fuck, I can't do this to you. Don't you understand? Don't you understand?
She practically screamed the words at him, and he stilled. Soren, Mikhail touched me in that dream. He touched me, and I could do nothing. And I can feel him. I can feel his hands on me. I can feel his breath on my skin, taking what he wants. I can feel him in my very being. Tears were coursing down her cheeks. I want to feel anything but him. I want to feel something because I am numb, Soren, and it is exhausting to not care about anything. It is exhausting to not feel anything. But the only way I can not feel him is to not feel anything at all, and I want to feel something that isn't him and isn't threatening to drown me in. Shh, Soren murmured, pulling her into his arms.
I hear what you are saying, Scarlett. I hear you.
Please, Soren, she said through her tears. She didn't care that she was begging. She didn't care how desperate she sounded. She just wanted to feel someone touch her who understood her. All of her.
This will not fix things, Scarlett.
Soren's voice was low, strained. I do not care, she whispered onto his neck. Tonight, I do not care. Tonight, I just want to not feel him touching me. Soren's hand came up to cup the back of her head.
Lie back,
he whispered, gently nudging her with his body. She did as he asked, and he climbed under the covers beside her, nestling in close. His fingers brushed her skin as he tucked her hair back over her shoulder. Then she felt his lips barely touch right below her ear. They moved slowly down her neck, feather-light. His hand slid over her silk nightgown, slowly exploring her hip, her stomach. Her eyes closed as every thought zeroed in on his fingers, his mouth. His hand drifted lower over her hip and down her thigh. She felt his fingers grip the hem of her nightgown, and he paused.
Where, love?
Everywhere, she breathed. Then his hand was moving back up, dragging her nightgown with it, exposing bare skin to him. She lifted her head and arms and let him slide the black silk garment off, and she felt his hardness pressing into her. She didn't care what he did, not as long as his touch erased any trace of Mikhail. His hand gently cupped her chin and turned her head. She opened her eyes to find Soren's golden eyes glazed with desire and a glimmer of worry. Holding his stare, she reached up and wrapped her fingers around his hand and guided it down to her breast. She felt him shudder against her as his thumb scraped over her nipple. His lips were back on her neck, and his teeth, nipping and scraping, had her closing her eyes once more. He worked his other arm under her shoulders and shifted her back pressed against his chest. That hand took over working her breast as he slid the first hand down her torso, his fingers dancing over her skin as he went. And when those fingers brushed against her the first time, she moaned, pressing her ass into him more. He swore at the movement, but his fingers kept moving.
I don't know how you can even want this. how you can be this wet for me or anyone after what you've been through, love," he rasped. "You are simply stunning." His thumb began to circle that bundle of nerves, and she was lost. She was lost in the sensation of him touching her. She was lost in want and need and desire. She bucked her hips in a silent demand, and he obliged her, finally pressing down on that bundle of nerves at the same time that he pinched her nipple between his thumb and forefinger. Scarlett cried out, and Soren's mouth was on hers, as if he wanted to capture the sound. When his tongue slipped inside her mouth, his finger slipped inside her, and she forgot everything else. She forgot about Mikhail and his touches. She forgot about Talwyn and her mother. She forgot about Callan and the inner court. At this very moment, it was just her and Soren. She wasn't a secret princess, and he wasn't the Fire Prince. She moved in time with his thrusts into her, and when he slid a second finger in, a moan escaped from her. She let herself feel the pleasure and the ache that was building and ratcheting up. Those fingers thrust in and out of her slow and hard and almost reverently. "That's it," he murmured into her ear as she rode his fingers. "Take what you need, love. It's all yours." Scarlett turned so that she faced him, his hand still between them, between her legs, and plunged her hands into his hair, hauling his lips back to hers. His thrusts became faster, and she broke the kiss to bury her face into his neck, pressing her lips to his skin. The taste of him, the smell of his ashes and cedar and lush smokiness had her whimpering as his hand came up to hold her head there. Then, with his fingers still moving, he pressed on that bundle of nerves once more with his thumb, and release barreled down her spine. She cried out, the sound muffled as she pressed herself into his neck. His fingers didn't stop moving until she had stopped shuddering and clenching around him. The hand on her head began stroking her hair, and she went utterly lax against him, still trembling from her release. He gently slid his fingers from her as she worked to slow her breathing and fought the darkness that was already reaching for her once more. "Stay," she whispered against his neck. "Please, stay with me, Soren." "Sleep, Scarlett," he soothed, his other hand making long strokes down her bare back. Even now, with each brush of his hand, he was erasing the touches of Mikhail, and she breathed him in once more as he kept the dark at bay.
Chapter 10. Callan. A knock came on their suite doors. Sloane went to answer it, and a maid handed him a message. Callan was sitting on the sofa before the fire. After they had left the library 3 days ago, they had returned here, and he had not left since. He had taken a few books with him, and they lay scattered across the cushions beside him. He had spent the better part of the last few days poring over one in particular. If he was going to be stuck here, he was indeed going to learn as much as he could about the lands that existed alongside his own, starting with this damn fire court. He had learned that Soren had been the prince of the lands for over 200 years. Holy gods, how old was he? But more than that, he had learned that the 4 courts all answered to a single queen who resided in the White Halls in the northernmost part of the continent. The queen, it appeared though, was not just the queen of the Fae, but had influence over all the continent. If this was true, he wondered if his father had ever had contact with her. Why hadn't he been told of this if he was to rule one day? "It is from Soren," Sloane said, reading the note from the maid. "He is requesting we join them for lunch." "Then?" Callan asked, looking up from the text he was reading. "He did not specify who will be there, but he wants to update you on matters," Sloane replied gruffly. "That is a good sign, isn't it?" Finn asked from the armchair opposite him. "They are including us." "I suppose," Sloane grunted. Callan didn't say anything. Would it just be Soren and his court? Or would Scarlett be there too? Would the Water Prince be there as well? Could he face Scarlett after what had been said between them? He still wanted to talk to her. He still needed answers. But he could have handled things differently. He had just been so relieved to see her safe and up and actually smiling. Not her playful or cunning smile, but a true, genuine smile. A smile he had only seen on her face a handful of times. "What time is lunch?" Callan asked, rising from the sofa. He was in casual pants and a tunic. The prince had provided them with plenty of clothing options, and he had to admit he found their fashion rather comfortable. "Someone will be by to escort us in an hour," Sloane answered. Shortly before noon, there was another knock on the door, and they found Eliza standing on the other side. She smirked at them and said, "Are you lot ready, then?" "Good day to you, too," Callan said, pushing past Finn and Sloane to follow the female who led them from the guest halls. "Did you find interesting reading material in the library?" Eliza asked smugly as they descended a set of stairs. "I did. Fascinating history, actually," Callan answered. "Tell me, how does the prince get along with the queen?" Eliza stiffened slightly. "The queen is not an easy person to get along with, for anybody." "I think the same could be said of your prince," Callan replied with a raised brow. A wicked grin spread across her face. "Careful, mortal prince, your jealousy is showing." "I'm not—" But he stopped. He had not realized she had led them to the bridges, and was now crossing one. "We are meeting on the western side of the palace?" "It would appear so," Eliza said, turning to him and crossing her arms. "Unless you have some objection to that side, although with the trouble you have been going through to get to the other side, I can't imagine you do." "Why now?" Finn cut in from his side. "Why are we suddenly allowed on that side now?" Eliza sighed. "One, because you are being escorted. You are not trying to cross to this side by yourselves. 2, you were sequestered to the other side because his focus was on her. He did not want to have to worry about anything else until she woke. Now come on, I'm hungry." She turned and began across the bridge again. Callan sighed and followed. If she was leading them to another trap, there was nothing he could do about it. He had never felt so helpless. Then again, he'd never really faced a time when he'd needed help either. They made it to the other side of the bridge without issue. Eliza led them down 2 more hallways before stopping in front of a room. She threw the double doors open and stalked in. Raynor held up a stack of papers that she snatched from him as she plopped into a seat and propped her feet up on the long table despite the fact that it was laden with food. "These are from Stellan?" she asked, grabbing an apple from the bowl and taking a bite. "Yes," Raynor replied in his cool voice. "I'd rather not stare at the bottom of your boots while we eat." As he said it, he pushed her feet off the table, and they fell to the floor with a thump. Without missing a beat, she chucked her apple at him. He disappeared into ashes and reappeared on the other side of the table. "Oh, good, we're already throwing food," Cyrus said, prowling into the dining room. "Crown Prince," he added with a slight nod. He took a seat next to Raynor and began filling his plate. "Please, by all means, help yourself." "We are not waiting for Prince Sorin?" Callan asked, taking a seat at the other end of the table. "Gods, no," Cyrus scoffed. "We'd never eat if we waited for him." "Oh, thanks, Sayla, we're not waiting for him," said a feminine voice behind Callan. "I swear he takes longer to get ready than I do." He turned to see Scarlett floating into the room, her shadows trailing in her wake. She was in all black, wearing fitted pants with a black long-sleeve top. Daggers were at her waist and her swagger was back. If it weren't for the hollowness of her eyes, he would have thought she was completely back to normal. "I am so glad you are here, darling," Cyrus said, handing a piece of bread up to her that he had smeared marmalade onto. She breezed by, snagging it and taking a bite. "So the 2 of you can torment Sorin together?" Eliza asked. Her boots were back on the table, and she had a new apple in her hand. The previous one lay forgotten on the floor. "I will gladly accept anyone into our family who can hand Sorin his arse and cards like she did last night," Cyrus replied, putting a sandwich together. "What are you going to do with all that gold, anyway?" "I already spent it on chocolate and shoes," Scarlett answered, finishing off her bread. "All of it?" Cyrus asked, his mouth falling open. "And books, of course," Scarlett answered, motioning for another piece of bread. "But you won a lot of gold coins," Cyrus sputtered. "I'm surprised you even remember after the amount of alcohol you drank," Scarlett teased. "I'll have some chocolate sent to your rooms." "This is the most unorthodox court I have ever seen," Callan said, his mouth gaping. Sloane and Finn seemed as bewildered as he was. Council meetings with his father's court were formal and quiet and tense. Everyone went silent, and eyes slid to them, as though they'd forgotten they were there. Scarlett had perched on the table. On the table! She was swinging her legs, eating her bread and jam. "Good day, Callan. Finn. Sloane, my dear, has your face officially become stuck in that scowl? I knew it would eventually happen, she said with a fiendish grin. Eliza smirked and Cyrus barked a laugh. You seem to be doing well, Scarlett, Callan said slowly, studying her. Well, madness can certainly be deceiving, can't it? She replied, her grin turning feral. Where is His Highness anyway? Cyrus asked, taking a bite of his sandwich. He pointed me down the hall and said he had to get something. He'll be along shortly, she supplied with a shrug of her shoulders. And what exactly is this meeting about? Finn asked cautiously. It's about Windanell, what's happening there, and what we can do about it, she answered, her voice softening a little. Have you heard news? Callan asked, looking up in surprise. Not exactly, she answered hesitantly. Then she said, Tell me of your father. My father? Callan asked, his brows rising. Yes. Do you know why he wanted a high force to be trained? She asked, leaning over Cyrus to take the sandwich that Raynor passed to her. Why don't you ask the one who was actually training them? Callan retorted sharply. I have, but he doesn't know why your father felt the need to have a high force. Why would any kingdom want a group of elite, highly trained lethal soldiers? Callan countered. To carry out secret missions, Eliza cut in. Our most skilled warriors are sent out when things need to be handled quickly and discreetly, things we don't want others to know about. And you are wondering what those matters might be for my father? Callan asked. He shifted his attention back to Scarlett. If I knew, do you not think I would have already told you? Do you not trust that I have been trying to help you this whole time? I do, Scarlett said. But maybe you don't know that you know, Callan. Maybe it has absolutely nothing to do with the children disappearing. Are you asking him to relay information about his kingdom that was discussed behind closed doors? Sloane asked now, his voice hard. That is exactly what she is asking, Soren said, striding into the dining hall. He had on an elegant red tunic with gold thread throughout and charcoal gray pants. You really could not wait an extra 5 minutes for me to get here before you started eating? When you say we're going to have a meeting at noon, perhaps you should be here at noon, Cyrus replied, grabbing another sandwich from the platter. Are those pears? Scarlett asked, leaning over Cyrus's plate and practically crawling on the table to reach for them. Raynor sighed, picked one up, and on a swirl of smoke passed it to Scarlett. She sat back on the table, her feet swinging once more. She seemed so comfortable around them, as if she had lived with them her whole life, not merely stayed here for the past several days. Are those new boots? Soren asked, studying her swinging feet. Cyrus barked a laugh, and a feline grin spread across Scarlett's face. I had some money to burn, Prince. I have been with you all morning. When did you get to the city? While you were bathing, I paid Camilla to go to the city and fetch me a few things. Boots. And chocolate and books from the sound of things, Cyrus said, amusement dancing in his golden eyes. Callan watched as Scarlett tipped her head back in laughter, her shadows ebbing and flowing. Was this how she was when she was alone with her friends in the Black Syndicate? With Cassius and Death's Shadow? She had said to him on so many occasions that he did not know all of her. He hadn't wanted to believe her. He had wanted to believe that she had felt comfortable enough around him that she could be her entire self with no pretense, no masks. Soren settled into a chair beside Cyrus. Scarlett stayed perched on the table between them. Her eyes met Soren's, and she tilted her head to the side like she heard something. Soren's mouth quirked to the side. Well, now that we're all here, Eliza drawled from her seat, maybe the mortal prince can tell us what he knows. All eyes shifted back to him now. As I have already said, Soren was the one training them. He would know more than I do. My father, it appears, had several secrets I was unaware of. It seems to be a common theme in my life as of late. Scarlett's brows rose, and she spun to face him now sitting cross-legged on the table. She met his eyes, her shadows darkening some, swirling a little faster. I was planning to tell you so many things when we were to meet in the clearing, Callan. I know we are not on the best of terms right now, but we are on the same side. Are we? He countered. Why would you think we are not? Soren asked. He sat casually in his chair, his hand resting on the table near Scarlett. "I have been told very little since we arrived here," Callan said. "And this meeting is to rectify that," Soren replied, sipping from his glass of water. "What do you wish to know? What have you heard from Baylorin?" "We got word that they were supposedly close to breaking through the wards Cassius put up to protect the orphans in the Black Syndicate. I am working on some spells to help strengthen them, but I've yet to discover why they desire the orphans," Soren answered. "You believe Mikhail is working with my father?" Callan asked. "Mikhail is currently in charge of the High Force until the Crown Prince returns from his impromptu vacation to Rhydion with his guards, and a suitable replacement for me can be found," Soren replied. Since he implied numerous times he knew about the orphans, and in light of his ambitions for Scarlett, the fact that he was made the interim general would suggest he is indeed working with the king and whoever is seeking the children. "A few days ago on the bridge, you told me of Mikhail's desire to merge his bloodline with Scarlett's. Why?" Callan asked, looking to her now. Soren's eyes flicked to her as well, then back to Callan. "We do not know for sure. But you have an idea." He narrowed his eyes at Soren as he again glanced at Scarlett. "We have some ideas, yes," Soren said. Callan gritted his teeth at the obviousness of the secrets that were again being kept. "Is it even possible to merge bloodlines with a Fae?" "Of course it's possible," Eliza snapped. "We have the same parts, you know." Callan felt his cheeks heat slightly. "Well, yes, but how?" Eliza's eyebrows rose in amusement. "What would the offspring of such a union be?" he ground out. "They would be children," Raynor said, stepping in before Eliza could reply. "But with Scarlett as their mother, they would likely be powerful for demi-Fae. They would rival full-blooded Fae in power." "They would have magic, even with human blood in their veins?" "Any of the races can cross," Raynor explained. "There are many mortals in your lands that can trace their bloodlines back to other beings before the lands were divided." "There are mortals with magic?" Callan asked, his brows raising. "There are mortals with magical ancestry. Whether or not they have power we do not know. If they do, it is likely very weak, if not completely dormant. Since magic is not readily found there, we do not have a way of knowing for sure," Raynor replied. Callan returned his attention to Soren. "How could you access magic there?" Scarlett had gone quiet with the mention and talk of Mikhail, and she was staring down at the pair she held in her lap. "Magic is not readily accessible, but there are a few ways around that," Soren supplied, another vague answer. He was about to ask another question when Amare swooped into the room through an open window. He flew right to Soren, dropped a rolled piece of parchment into his open palm, and then swooped to Scarlett's shoulder. Soren read the parchment and stood. Scarlett looked at him, a question in her eyes as she stroked the bird's head, and Soren smiled at her. Callan knew that smile, knew what it conveyed, because that was the smile he gave to that same woman. "I'm afraid we need to cancel our magic training today, Princess," he said with a wicked grin. "Why?" she asked slowly, clearly suspicious. "I think you will find our afternoon just became completely booked." As he spoke, a water portal opened in the corner of the room, and Prince Briar stepped through, a silver sword strapped to his back. His icy blue eyes twinkled as they met Soren's gaze. He nodded once to him, then his eyes went to Scarlett, and a grin spread across his face. He stepped to the side to allow someone else to come through the portal. Cassius Redding. His eyes swept the room, coming to land on Scarlett, who had gone completely and utterly still. Soren's voice went soft and impossibly gentle for the Dark Prince that Callan knew him to be. "It's real, love, not a dream. He is here. I know you need him right now." Tears appeared on Scarlett's cheeks as she practically fell off the table, Soren catching her in his arms and setting her on her feet. Amare flew to the back of a chair. "Thank you," she whispered, and then she was running to Cassius's waiting arms. Soren's eyes never left her when Cassius wrapped his arms around her, lifting her off her feet and gripping her tightly to him. Soren didn't see his inner court exchange soft smiles, but Callan did. And again, He wondered what secrets were being kept from him.
Chapter 11. Scarlett. Cassius was here. Cassius was sitting beside her at a table in the fire court. Scarlett still couldn't believe it. Her hand was wrapped tightly in his as they continued discussing matters happening in Baylorin, and Scarlett kept glancing at him from the corner of her eye. That Soren had arranged this for her? She had woken still wrapped in his arms the morning after he'd erased so much of Mikhail's touch from her body. Her naked body had still been pressed against him. He'd been right. It hadn't fixed a damn thing. Her darkness still pressed in on her, but he'd also been wrong. The phantom touches she felt on her skin now were his. His hands slowly exploring her skin. His fingers inside her. She didn't regret one bit that she'd begged him to touch her. When she'd opened her eyes, she'd found Soren watching her. "Hey, love," he'd whispered. "I still hate you," she'd whispered back. He'd pressed a kiss to her forehead as he huffed a laugh. "Good to know." Several moments passed, and then she had said quietly, "In my dream, Mikhail said that they were close to breaking the wards to gain access to the orphans. Do you think that is possible?" Soren pulled back from her to see her face. "A month ago, I would have said no," he had answered. "But now I do not know. Cassius is powerful. The wards he created were impressive. I do not think they could unravel them in only a week. Can we send them a warning? We could send Amare with a message." "Okay," she had whispered, and fell silent. A moment later, Soren reached across the space between them and stroked a single finger down her cheek before he had disentangled himself from her. He'd gone out to the sitting room to give her privacy to get up and get dressed without the awkwardness of her having to leave the bed naked in front of him. He had slept beside her every night since, but nothing else had happened. He was there when she'd wake screaming from nightmares and would stroke her hair or back until she had calmed and fell back to sleep, usually with her hand on his chest to remind herself she wasn't alone. Her eyes went back to Soren now, as he was telling Cassius what he had found to strengthen the wards around the orphans until they could figure out what the endgame was and why. In a swirl of flames, books appeared on the table before them, all with various pages marked. Cassius reached for one with his free hand, as adamant to not let go of her as she was to not let go of him. She helped him flip pages, and he studied them briefly before going to the next. "These are even more complex than the ones Lord Tyndale had me studying," Cassius remarked, reviewing a page. "I do not know where Tyndale got books for you to study from," Soren said, "but these are directly from the Witch Kingdoms." At the words, Scarlett noticed his entire inner court stiffen. "When did you obtain those?" Cyrus asked slowly. "Not relevant," Soren said with a dismissive wave of his hand. "It most certainly is relevant," Cyrus retorted, fire flashing in his eyes. "When did you go there?" "Later, Cyrus," Soren said. "The commander can only be here for a few hours, and I do not want to monopolize his time. You can take the books with you, just keep them hidden. Were you able to obtain any of the information we are hoping for?" Cassius shook his head. Scarlett had helped Soren draft the letter to him, asking if they had learned anything since she and Soren had left. "Not as much as I would have hoped," Cassius admitted grimly. "Mikhail is furious. The council is demanding to know where Scarlett is. The assassin lord is even more irate than Mikhail. He is working closely with Lord Tyndale. How much he knows of the Lord and Mikhail and everything that happened, I do not know. They believe that you enacted the wards with the use of Scarlett's ring, locking Nuri away with the orphans. She does not leave the place where we have the orphans hidden for fear of being tracked down by the assassin lord. If he gets a hold of her, he can apparently force her to supply information. How he would do so, Nuri cannot or will not say. I do not go anywhere alone. They seem to think you will come for me because I am important to Scarlett. The number of things I had to do to come here it was a lot. Worth it, but I do not know that we could pull it off again. Not one orphan has been taken with the new wards, though, so it's working, and that's what matters." "Hiding is not a long-term plan," Scarlett cut in. "You and Nuri being hidden away and constantly watched is no different than being locked away in a tower." "We are working on it, Seastar," Cassius said gently, squeezing her hand. "We are figuring it out so you and Callan can come home." "Home?" She swallowed and snuck a glance at Soren.
He was speaking quietly with Raynor, who had come to his side. With a nod, Raynor was gone in a swirl of ashes. Soren stood then. Let's end this for today. We can meet again tomorrow and continue discussing theories. Eliza, if you would escort the Crown Prince and his men back to the eastern side of the bridges. Eliza stood, and Callan looked none too pleased, but he and his guards followed her out. Soren gave a slight jerk of his chin to Cyrus, who took his own leave, a look of intense curiosity in his eyes as he nodded to her on his way out. Briar had left shortly after he'd brought Cassius, having matters of his own to attend. Soren closed the distance between them. He could only stay until late afternoon. I tried to get the others out as quickly as possible. Go find some stars, Scarlett. He made to leave, but Scarlett caught his arm. On the eastern side of the bridges? No, love. You are free to go wherever you wish, as always. Then he was gone. Cassius turned to her. The bridges? Come, she said. Let's walk. Tell me everything. Cassius filled her in on how Neri and the orphans were doing. He told her of Drake and Teva. Neri must be going crazy being cooped up to avoid Alaric, Scarlett commented as they meandered up a set of stairs. Like a caged feral animal, Cassius replied. They had come to the highest bridge on the 6th floor and were stopped in the middle, looking out the window over the Tana River. Soren told me of what happened with Callan a few days ago. She turned to him. When? How? Before your meeting, when he told you he was picking something up. He came to help Briar get me over the border. Briar and I had to work out how I was going to get back, and we sent Amaray to Soren when we were ready to come to you, Cassius explained. Scarlett turned back to the full-length windows, folding her arms and resting them along the railing. I would have stayed with Mikhail, you know, she finally said, to keep you and Neri and Callan safe. I know you would have. He is not done. He's biding his time. He is planning something. We will be ready for it, Seastar. Will we? She asked, bringing her eyes back to his. He has already shown I can do nothing against him. He is stronger than me and his nobility. From my understanding, you are royalty, Cassius said with a smirk. How do you know that? Nuri told me. She knows quite a bit, apparently, but is bound by some type of magic that does not allow her to share much. It was quite the feat to get that much from her, Cassius replied. It does not matter. I do not want a throne. It is why I walked away from Callan. That is not why you walked away from Callan. Cassius was staring down at the river flowing far below them. Scarlett was quiet, waiting for him to go on. You walked away from Callan because you could not be your entire self with him. You were exhausted from having to keep so much hidden from him. You welcomed the cage when it came because it let you breathe for the first time in a long time. How insightful of you, she said sharply. I am not saying you did not have feelings for him, Scarlett. I am not saying you used him. Quite the opposite, actually. I think he used you in his own way, but that is neither here nor there. You loved him. Maybe a part of you still does, but he will never be able to accept all of you. Cassius shifted, leaning his back against the railing so he could see her face. Your shadows have lessened since that day on the beach. That day on the beach? I had no control, Scarlett growled. I could have frozen you all. I still can't control it. Soren has been trying to teach me, but it feels futile. You have been here less than 2 weeks, and from what Soren told me, you spent the first 5 days either sleeping or vomiting your guts up. You did not learn to fight in 2 weeks. I'm assuming mastering your power will take time as well. Time is something we do not have, Scarlett whispered. Seastar, you need this time. We do not know what is coming. We do not know what we will face or when we will face it, but right now, in this moment, you need to breathe. Do not apologize for that. You have sacrificed much. You may have to do so again, but we can sacrifice some too. Take some time to be happy before you come home, Cassius said. How can I be happy when our children are being targeted, Cassius? When you and Nuri are in imminent danger every day because of my actions? You will come for them, Scarlett. But coming back now would be like jumping back into a fight while you're still bleeding from a gaping wound. We are not your responsibility to protect. Yes, you are, she cried. You carry 2 titles, Cassius. You are a commander and a Black Syndicate Imperial. You know that those below you are your responsibility. Are we discussing the Black Syndicate, or your recent bloodline discovery? He asked gently. I am not a princess, nor am I a queen. It appears it is in your blood, Seastar. Stop! Your mother was a queen in every sense of the word. I don't know the story, I do not know how she ruled in this world. I do know how she ruled in the Black Syndicate. I can only imagine how benevolent she was as a true queen, Scarlett. I would have to believe you would be the same. Enough! I am not my mother, Scarlett whispered. There was a long pause of silence, then Cassius said gently, We want you home, Seastar, but we can wait for you. You are worth the wait. Scarlett sighed, leaning her head against Cassius's shoulder. Home. He'd said it twice now. She felt more at home here in this palace than she ever had in Baylorin. But could a place really be home without Cassius? Can I be even more selfish and ask you to come here until we figure things out? Cassius kissed the top of her head tenderly. I have thought the same thing so many times, but we both know I need to be there, helping Nuri. They fell silent again, each soaking in the other's presence. Tell me of Soren. What about him? Scarlett asked, lifting her head to look into those brown eyes. A soft smile played on his lips, and she knew what he was asking. It is weird being here with him and Callan. Some days I feel like I can hardly draw enough breath. Thinking of anything else feels like too much right now, even if we do share chambers. You share a room? Cassius asked, raising his brows in surprise. Don't act so shocked. We shared a bed all the time, she replied, shoving him lightly. You share a bed? He asked, his brows going higher. Only the last few nights. I've had nightmares, she said, her voice falling quiet again. I wanted you, but... She trailed off, leaning her head on his shoulder once more. I miss you too, was all he said as they fell into silence once more.
Soren. Soren stood in the eaves of the 4th floor watching Scarlett and Cassius on the bridge 2 levels up. It was nearly time for the commander to be getting back before Lord Tyndall noticed he was gone. The Lord apparently had no idea Cassius and Nuri had seen them before they had fled, and thus didn't know that they were aware of the Lord's involvement with Mikhail. So Cassius had played along, gathering as much information as he could and trying to work out the wards they believed Soren had enacted. Soren had let the two have their space and had gone somewhere not even his inner court could follow. He wasn't jealous of Cassius. He had stopped being jealous of the man the night Scarlett had told him of the day that Mikhail had violated her in so many atrocious ways. He had stopped being jealous of him when he'd figured out exactly who he was to her. They had started working with her magic 3 days ago, but she had not been able to exercise an ounce of control over it. She had not summoned a single ember, drop of water, shard of ice, or lick of flame. She woke every night reaching for him as nightmares filled her dreams. The second night it had happened, she had cried into his shoulder for nearly an hour while he held her close, feeling utterly helpless, and he knew. He knew what she needed. She didn't need him to erase vile touches like she had that first night, when he'd felt her come around his fingers and held her bare body all night long. While some days what she needed might be him, right now it was Cassius. If that was what she needed, then he would do whatever he could to make it happen. He also knew it couldn't happen again. Getting Cassius here had been dangerous. They'd had to sneak him out of Baylorin and across the border, which meant getting through Nightchild territory. He and Briar had crossed over to cover him for the final few miles, but Briar would have to help him get back. Briar had been right when they had sparred. The consequences of taking the Twin Flame Mark without a companion were already starting. He could not expend large amounts of his magical reserves right now, and it killed him that when she said goodbye to Cassius today, he wouldn't be able to tell her when she would see him again. "Who is he?" Cyrus asked, coming to his side. Soren had only returned moments ago, but there was ancient magic binding him and his inner court. They knew when their prince left and returned from these halls. Cassius Redding. He's a commander in the Mortal King's armies. He is also powerful. I suspect witch blood ties, but I am not certain, Soren replied. Impressive, Cyrus commented. But who is he to her? He is not a threat if that is what you are asking. I assume you would not leave her alone with him if he were a threat, but is he a threat to you? He too was watching the princess. She and Cassius had sat down right in the center of the bridge side by side. Her head was on his shoulder, his head resting on hers. Their fingers were intertwined. He kissed the top of her head as he laughed about something she said. No, he is not a threat to me either, Soren said. I may be her twin flame, but he is her soulmate. Cyrus was silent for a moment longer before saying, At lunch, he said, so you can come home. He did? Will she go back? I do not know. Will you let her? I will not cage her. Silence fell again for a beat before Cyrus said, I haven't known her long, but I would miss the hell out of her if she was not staying. Me too.
Chapter 12. Scarlett.
You need to relax, Soren said from across a clearing. He was sitting on a large boulder, sharpening one of his many daggers. They were back in the courtyard he had brought her to nearly every day for the last 2 weeks. The courtyard branched off into 5 separate training arenas of stone, the walls towering high to contain fire being wielded by Fae who could not yet control it. Each arena had obstacles to work around that grew progressively more difficult. It is sacred ground blessed by Anala herself, and it is where we bring the neophytes when they are first coming into their power, Soren had explained to her when they were preparing to leave his chambers 2 weeks ago for her first training session. She had come out of the closet strapping daggers to her waist. And you can't bring those. Scarlett had brought her hands to her hips. You are bringing yours and more, she protested, gesturing to the bandolier of knives strapped across his chest. Yes, but I know how to control and wield my power, he replied with a smirk. And? Scarlett had asked, not seeing any sort of connection. You need to learn to depend on your magic. That is your greatest advantage. Yes, your weapons are important too, but if you cannot control your magic, it will become a hindrance rather than the great asset that it is, he'd said, crossing the room. He'd plucked the daggers from her hips and portaled them here. Since that time, she had produced nothing of value, a spark here and there or an ice crystal, nothing that mattered. This is ridiculous. If I'm so powerful, how come I haven't been able to do a damn thing? You have done plenty with your magic, Soren replied, not looking up from his dagger. How he could just sit there every afternoon and watch her do absolutely nothing was beyond her. He had to have a million other princely things to be doing. You have frozen branches and thrown fire at Paul Briar, to name a few. This isn't funny, Scarlett snapped at his teasing tone. Her nightmare last night had been of Juliet's death, and she'd been on edge all day. Soren looked up at her terse response, his gaze finding hers. Everyone starts at the beginning, Scarlett. Everyone starts at this place, he said gently. Soren had explained on their first day that most young Fae began to show signs of their power around age 7 or 8. Depending on the strength they display, they come here to start training and honing their craft around age 10, sometimes sooner, sometimes later. The only task he had given her when they arrived, and the only task he had given her every morning since, was to produce a flame. He didn't care what kind, he didn't care how, and she had failed at that task every single day. Why can't you just tell me how to do it? She asked. She could hear the whine in her own voice. I have told you, it is different for everyone. How I access my magic is different from how you will access it, and different from how Eliza and Reyna and Cyrus access theirs. You need to figure out what awakens your magic, and then how to control it once it's wide-eyed, or it will control you. So I'm just supposed to stand here all day long until something happens, she protested. The whining had turned to ire that ran in an undercurrent in her tone. We can do other things to pass the time if you wish, Soren replied with a coy grin. Scarlett stuck her tongue out at him, crossing her arms across her chest. Love, there are so many better uses for that tongue, Soren crooned. And my teeth, I suppose, she replied, biting the air at him. Soren laughed under his breath as he rose from the boulder he'd been sitting on. He sheathed the dagger at his side and crossed the courtyard to her, turning her to face the expanse before them. Standing behind her, she could feel his body lightly pressed against her. He ran his hands down her arms, once, twice, 3 times. What are you doing? She sighed. I do not have time for this, Soren. Every day this takes is a day longer for Mikhail to do whatever it is they are going to do. If you are not to rule, it is not your responsibility to protect them, Soren replied pragmatically. I do not wish to rule here, she corrected. You wish to rule in the mortal lands. Then perhaps you should have accepted Prince Callan's offer, he said, continuing to run his hand down her arms. Do you wish me to accept his offer? She asked. Here I thought you'd grown fond of having me in your bed. Shush, you wicked thing, he murmured, and the way he said it made her still. It was lust and desire mixed with awe and wonder. His mouth was so close to her ear, his breath brushed her cheek, causing the few stray hairs that had escaped her braid to tickle her skin. Your power, he said, is an extension of you. His voice was low and soft, caressing her very soul. It is interwoven into every facet of your being. It is in your strength. It is in your brilliance. It is in your dreams and your fears. It is connected to every thought, every emotion. His fingers came to her neck, and she leaned into the touch, closing her eyes. Every part of her was focused on those fingers as they made idle circles around her neck, dragging along her shoulder, down her back, stopping just before they dipped too low. She felt her core heat as his fingers began trailing back up her spine. It courses through every part of you. It is in your blood. It is in your bones. It is in your very essence. It is in the parts of you that you have kept hidden for years, afraid no one would want them. It is in the caverns of your soul, the deepest recesses of your mind. Places even you have not dared to venture. Secrets you keep so hidden even you forgot about them. Be you, Scarlett. Just be you. She felt like the air had stilled around her. She was in the courtyard with Soren, and she wasn't. She stood in an empty chamber, and before her a panther as dark as night lay sleeping. As if sensing she was there, Sharina opened an eye. She sat up and cocked her head to the side as she studied her. Then she arched her back into a stretch and yawned. She took a step towards her, and then another. Easy, Scarlett heard Soren murmur so softly it was barely a whisper. As the panther neared, Scarlett reached out a hand towards it, and the panther's silver eyes glowed as bright as starlight. She could swear the giant feline was smiling. Sharina stopped before her and bowed her head low. As the panther lifted it once more, Scarlett brought her fingers up, barely brushing its soft fur. Soren's breath brushed against her ear again. Scarlett, he whispered. Look. She opened her eyes, and all around her in the cavern, flames glowed. They lined the perimeter, running along the walls. Oranges and golds and reds danced amongst each other in rhythm with her own heartbeat. She spun around to face Soren, her eyes wide. Soren's eyes were bright with fascination. I did this? She whispered in disbelief. You did this, he answered. She could have sworn that was pride lining his features. You didn't help at all? She asked suspiciously. This love was all you, he replied, his eyes staring into hers. Then she was kissing him, her lips pressing onto his fiercely, and his hands encompassed her face. His tongue ran along the seam of her lips, and she instantly parted them for him. His tongue swept in, and she felt her knees buckle slightly. His hand was instantly around her waist, pulling her closer to him, steadying her. Her own fingers were woven into his hair, and the bandolier of knives pressed into her chest as she pressed into him. She couldn't get close enough. Something was drawing her to him, drawing her home. He pulled back after a minute, breathing just as hard as she was. She could see the desire lining his face, and his gaze dropped to her mouth. Her flames still burned around them, reflecting in his eyes. He grinned at her as the flames winked out, and he whispered, Do it again. The fire or the kissing, she breathed. Your magic, smartass, and then maybe I will think about kissing you again, he said, stepping away from her. She scowled at him. She tried to muster that magic, that flame, even an ember again. But all she could think about now was the feel of his lips on hers and the taste of him on her tongue. Soren jumped to the top of a boulder. Come now, princess, you must not want to kiss me again that badly, he crooned as he jumped to another one. Flames licked down her arms like he was touching her himself, trailing along her body. She whirled to him. Frustration overcame her, and she clenched her fists at her sides, darkness swirling around them. She had more control over those damn shadows than she did her magic. She gritted her teeth as she turned to watch him casually leap from boulder to boulder, a teasing grin on his face. Without even realizing what she was doing, she threw those shadows at him. He was in mid-leap when they reached him. They twisted around his arms, and she closed her fists. Those shadows gripped his arms as if they were an extension of her own hands. She threw him to the ground and heard him let out a grunt at the impact. She stalked over to him, pinning him to the dirt with that swirling darkness. His eyes were wide when she came to stop over him, a feline grin on her face. With a finger, she drew a tendril of a shadow up to his face, stroking down his cheek, his jaw. She traced his lips with that shadow. Then she bent down close. His eyes were dancing with delighted amusement mixed with ravenous hunger. She stopped close enough to share breath with him. "You're right," she whispered. "I don't want to kiss you again that badly." She stood, pulling her shadows back to her. She leapt onto a relatively flat-topped rock, sitting down and crossing her ankles. Soren lay on the ground, a slightly shocked look on his face. Scarlett just smirked at him. "How did you do that?" he asked, slowly getting to his feet. She shrugged. "No idea, but it was fun." "It was impressive, remarkable, superb," Scarlett offered, bringing a hand to her chest in mock flattery. "Unexpected and dramatic," he said, flicking her nose with his finger as he climbed up the rock and sat beside her. He leaned back on his palms. She held her hands up and watched the shadows swirl. She opened her palm in front of her, and slowly those shadows began to swirl in the center of it. She concentrated, sending every wisp of dark there, and when it was all contained in one spot, she held it. She could feel sweat forming on her brow as she worked to keep them in one spot, until she finally had to let them go. They snaked back along her arms and around her torso. She closed her eyes, panting slightly. How did Soren do it? That much concentration to control so little, and his power was so mighty. "It gets easier," he said quietly, as if he'd read her thoughts. "With practice, it gets easier to control until it becomes second nature." She only nodded, leaning back on her own palms now. "Tomorrow is Samhain." Scarlett stiffened. How had she not realized that? "We do not have a formal masked ball here, but we do have a traditional masked feast with dancing. Much less formal than things were in Windinell. It's held in the palace great hall. You do not have to attend, but I do. I have been gone for the last 3 years. My people will expect me to be there knowing I have returned, but you do not need to attend, Scarlett." "Callan?" she asked, staring across the courtyard. Her shadows darkened, and she twirled them around her fingers absent-mindedly. "He has been invited, along with Finn and Sloane," Soren confirmed. "You do not need to attend, Scarlett," he repeated. "No, I will," she said, sending those shadows up her arm. "I do not want to sit up in your chambers all night by myself, especially on the night the dead are free to walk among us." "So you believe in Samhain legends, but not the gods and fates?" Soren asked, raising his brows. "I do not wish to tempt either right now should they exist." "Fair enough." Silence ticked by for a few minutes, leaving them each to their own thoughts. Scarlett was too occupied by Samhain, both past and future, to concentrate on her magic anymore. It would be good to be around people, even if Callan was going to be there. Maybe it would be good to be in a casual setting with him too, rather than a meeting room where Soren and Cyrus were constantly serving as a buffer. "Love." She murmured, getting lost in the shadows swirling around her fingertips. "I am finding there is a necessity arising." Scarlett stilled at the change of his voice. It was low and intense and rough. She kept her eyes on her shadows as her heart rate jumped. "Really?" "Yes, but I am afraid you will not view it as such," he answered. "I'm sorry to hear that." "The thing is, it is your fault." "What?" Her head swung to him where her eyes met golden ones burning with, well, need. "How is your need my fault?" "Because you kissed me," he answered, pushing off his hands and sitting up, leaning closer to her. "Then you told me you did not want to kiss me again that badly." "Because I don't?" But her stomach dipped as he brought his hand up. His fingers brushed down her cheek and then her neck, sliding around to cup her nape. "See, love, I feel like this is the problem. Either you are lying to me, or I need you so much more than you appear to need me." Scarlett bit her lip
and Soren's eyes shot to the movement. That lush, smoky spice mixed with his ash and cedar scent, and a light ache began throbbing between her legs. Sounds to me like your plan backfired when you tried to use a kiss to get me to access my magic again, she purred with a smirk.
That it did,
Soren said softly, as his hand fisted gently in her hair and tilted her head back and up to him. Soren, she whispered.
Yeah, love.
His eyes were fixed on her mouth. His other hand was braced on the rock beside her hip. I want you to kiss me again.
Thank fuck,
he answered, his voice near guttural. His lips were instantly on hers, and she was kissing him back without any hesitation. Her own hand came up to his chest while his other came to her hip. She let herself get lost in all of him as he kissed her deeply, thoroughly, and when he gently began guiding her onto her back on that rock, she let him. He held her head in his hand, not letting it touch the hard stone, as his other hand explored her torso, her hip, her backside. She let her own hands explore a little of their own, sliding over his broad chest, his shoulders, down his arms. He growled against her mouth when she slid them down his back, and the sound rumbled through her. All she wanted was to feel him. She slipped her hands under his tunic, and when she lightly dragged her fingers up his spine, he shuddered against her. Gods, he swore, breaking their kiss. You are... What? Scarlett whispered. She kissed one corner of his mouth, then the other. There are not words, love. I do not think there are words to adequately describe you, he answered, his hand sliding down her hip to her thigh once more. She gave him a slight frown. I'm not sure if that's a good thing. He huffed a laugh.
Has anyone ever told you that you overthink things?
I was trained to kill very prominent people. I was taught to overthink all the things. Soren pulled back to look into her eyes. But you do not have to be that here. You can just enjoy being. Being what? Just being Scarlett. Just enjoy living, he answered, brushing a light kiss to her lips. She'd never had such a luxury. She'd never been allowed to just be. So she brought her lips back to his and kissed him in the courtyard, enjoying every swipe of his tongue against hers and every brush of his fingers and feel of his skin beneath her own. They kissed and kissed until Soren pulled back, his lips swollen and eyes wild with predatory hunger. His voice was gruff and low. We should go. We are expected at dinner later. You're the prince. No one can really scold you if you're not at dinner, Scarlett pointed out, nipping at his lower lip. He groaned softly, pressing kisses along her jaw. No, but Cyrus will come looking for us and not care what he is interrupting. Cyrus is a busybody, she murmured, tilting her head back to allow him access to her neck once more. That he is, and he enjoys being one. If he knew what we were doing up here right now, he would show up just to tease us, Soren answered, obliging her silent request and sliding those lips down to her throat. I totally would, came an amused male voice. A string of curse words came from Soren's mouth as he pushed himself off of Scarlett and took her hand, hauling her into a sitting position. She glared at Cyrus from atop the rock. Darling, if I knew that was the kind of magic training you were doing, I'd have offered to train you myself. Cyrus smirked as she adjusted her top and smoothed out her hair. Darling, if I thought you had anything to teach me, I'd have asked, Scarlett retorted as Soren hopped down from the rock and reached a hand up to help her down as well. Cyrus burst into laughter. She leapt down, landing before him, and Soren's arm came around to rest casually on her hip. What exactly are you doing here? Soren asked, not even trying to hide the bite of annoyance to his tone. Checking on my prince, of course, Cyrus answered, trying and utterly failing to act innocent. Soren sighed as he pressed a kiss to her temple and a fire portal appeared before them. He nudged her forward, but Scarlett dug in her heels. Wait, that's it? Soren raised a brow in question. What do you mean? He didn't even give you a reason as to why he's up here, Scarlett replied, glaring at Cyrus. Cyrus's own brows rose in surprise. But I did. I was checking on my prince. Scarlett crossed her arms. Come, Scarlett, Soren urged, again nudging her towards the waiting portal. He must have needed something to come all the way up here, she protested. Cyrus exchanged a look with Soren, and Scarlett glanced back and forth between them. The realization drove any lingering desire from her as she stepped out of Soren's reach. He actually was checking on you.
As we have already established, Cyrus is a busybody, Soren said, stepping towards her and reclaiming the space she had put between them. She whirled on the second. You don't trust me alone with him? You are aware we share chambers, right? That we sleep in the same damn bed? Cyrus's face hardened slightly. I am well aware of your sleeping arrangements, darling, he drawled. I am also well aware of your extreme lack of control when it comes to your power and your delightful temper. So yes, I am not entirely happy with the idea that the prince is up here, isolated from everyone, teaching you to try to control your unknown well of magic. An icy smirk curled up her lips. You find this amusing? Cyrus asked, his brows rising once more in surprise. No, darling. What I find amusing is that your fear is of my magic. A tendril of her shadows curled towards him and slid along his jaw like a finger. She walked towards the fire portal as she said over her shoulder, My magic should be the least of your concerns. Chapter 13. Scarlett. Scarlett stood in front of the mirror. The teal color of her dress was so dark it was almost black. There was silver along the bottom that faded as it moved up the skirts. The sleeves and bodice were fitted, leaving an open back and deep plunging neckline. Her mask was a beaded beauty of silver and teal. Camilla had curled her hair and pinned it half up, leaving the rest to cascade down over her shoulders. Then she had twisted tiny black orchids into her hair. Scarlett stared at her pointed ears and longer fingers and limbs. She examined her elongated canines. Her shadows were slight and loose around her. She had been here 3 weeks, and each day she fell more and more in love with all of it. She actually looked forward to getting out of bed for the first time in a long time. She looked forward to bantering with Cyrus. She loved the food and exploring the palace library. She didn't even mind her magic lessons, despite the frustration they wrought. She hadn't seen much of Callan, except at the lunch meetings they had a few times a week. Soren was making an effort to include him as much as he could, and Scarlett was content to let Soren handle things. She meant what she said. She had no desire to rule. She was enjoying not having expectations and demands shoved on her. She adjusted the mask on her face. She hadn't been lying either when she told Soren she didn't want to sit alone all night in his rooms. She might not believe in the fates or Samhain legends, but she certainly believed in the thoughts and nightmares that would plague her were she left alone for an entire evening. She studied her image another moment and was about to turn and leave when she found herself staring into dark eyes. Scarlett whirled around, but there was no one behind her. When she turned back to the mirror, Mikhail's image remained, staring back at her, an amused expression on his face. My pet, he said with a slight smile. How lovely you look this evening. Scarlett looked behind her again. Was she hallucinating? Had she finally gone so mad she was seeing things? Look at these delightful talents I am learning. Scarlett slowly turned back to the mirror. Tell me, Scarlett, where in his fire court has Soren Aditya hidden you? Scarlett watched as her shadows darkened and swirled faster around her, flowing through her hair and around her skirts. I am not hidden well if you are speaking to me, am I? She finally managed to say. If she had finally gone mad, it didn't much matter what she said to him, did it? If only that were the case, Mikhail answered, his smile turning into a sneer. My source in the Black Syndicate has a few ideas, and has heard several rumors, but we are unable to confirm any of them. I am assuming he is responsible for that. His source in the Black Syndicate? I have no idea about what kind of defenses he has, she replied with a shrug of her shoulders. I highly doubt that is the case, Mikhail retorted, his face taking on a hard edge. My source is also most upset about the updated wards around the children. However did your beloved prince manage that from so far away? Shall we make a trade, Mikhail? Scarlett asked sweetly. You tell me who your source is, and I shall reveal how he enhanced his wards. Mikhail glared at her in the mirror. He lifted a hand and stroked her cheek in the reflection, and Scarlett could feel it on her own skin, as if he were indeed standing behind her. Do not worry, my pet. Soon enough you shall be back where you belong, and we will move forward with our plans. Who is we? She asked, trying to hide her shortness of breath. He leaned down and whispered into her ear as that hand slid along her throat, down the front of the plunging neckline of her dress. When you learn who had your mother killed, Then you will know the answer to that. Then he was gone.
Chapter 14. Callan. Callan stood at one end of the great hall listening to the musicians play a lively tune. All around him Fae twirled and danced, laughed and shouted to one another. There were even a small number of humans present. He watched as the Fire Prince made his way through the room, and his people came up to him and shook his hand, welcoming him home. He greeted them all by name, every single one, as if he personally knew every person in his city. He scooped up babies and children, swinging them through the air to delighted giggles. He ate off trays of food as they came by like everyone else. There was no high table where he and his household sat and presided over everything. He mingled and laughed and visited with them all. Callan couldn't deny it was inspiring. It was a vision he had once told Scarlett he had for his own kingdom. He had once told her that he wished to focus on those already in his kingdom's care. And watching Soren, he realized this was what he desired. He desired people who would see him as one of them, not fear him as a king and ruler. A flash of vibrant red-gold hair in the corner of his eye caught his attention, and Callan turned to see Eliza striding through the crowd. Gone were her usual leathers, although he had no doubt daggers were still strapped to her thighs beneath the cerulean blue dress she wore. Her mask was a lighter shade of blue with rose-gold accents that seemed to reach for her unbound hair cascading all around her. Her sleeveless dress revealed every tattoo down her arms and across her chest. She came to a stop beside Raynor, who was in black pants and a black tunic. On anyone else, they would have been considered plain, but on Raynor, they looked regal. His black mask covered his eyes and nose. Eliza grabbed his hand, dragging him to the dance floor. She laughed as Raynor grumbled something to her. Callan watched with no small amount of shock as the two began to twirl around the dance floor. "It is odd to be on this side of things," Finn commented from beside him. "We have been guests at various feasts and balls in the past," Callan replied. "Yes, but here nobody knows who you are. It is unknown that you are a prince for the most part," Finn said simply. "The threats are substantially less. It is just different, that is all." "It is not all that different," Sloane grumbled. "We are still on the lookout for her." The words were like a calling as the double doors at the end of the hall were opened, and Cyrus strode in with Scarlett on his arm. She was stunning in her dress of dark teal and silver. Even with the shadows which seemed to have become a part of her, she looked more like a princess than the Wraith she had been 2 years ago at a different Samhain ball. 2 years that seemed like a different lifetime. Callan had expected her to come with Soren, and had been more than a little surprised when the prince had arrived without her. Callan had wondered if she would even come when she wasn't with him. Every head turned to look at her as Cyrus led her into the crowd. He leaned over and murmured something in her ear, and she grinned wide, giving him a little shove with her elbow. Cyrus led her to the long table laden with food, and the two began filling plates with the various delicacies that had been prepared for the evening. "Will you approach her tonight?" Finn asked, his eyes also fixed on her as she moved along the table, chatting casually with Cyrus. "If I did not know any different, I would think she was from here," Callan said instead. "She is Fae," Finn replied. "I do not mean like that. I mean watching her interact with Soren's court, one would think she has always lived with them. They are like a family," Finn finished. "It is as if you are watching her with her family. Do you think this is what she was like with Cassius and Nuri and others in the Black Syndicate?" Callan asked, tracking her as she and Cyrus found a bench along the wall and sat among a few others, digging into their now full plates. "I do not know. I do not know how you could know that," Finn supplied. She again broke into laughter at something Cyrus said. "It is almost as if I never knew her at all."
Scarlett. Scarlett's heart felt relatively light for the first time in days as Cyrus spun her to a song on the dance floor, despite her encounter with Mikhail earlier that evening. She had been delightfully surprised by Cyrus's dancing skills. She had seen Soren milling about with his people. Cyrus had told her he would likely be kept busy by them all evening, especially since he had been gone for the last 3 years. Cyrus had kept close, though, making sure she was never left alone amongst people she didn't know. Eliza and Raynor had joined them for food a while ago, and Scarlett had almost not recognized the female without her fighting leathers.
The song was just coming to an end when a voice from behind her made her freeze in Cyrus's arms.
May I have your next dance?
Cyrus's eyes were on her with a question, and she closed her own for just a moment, breathing deep. Then she put a smile on her face and turned to face Callan. Of course, Prince, she replied. Cyrus's hand tightened on her own, and she squeezed it back, conveying she was fine.
I will get us drinks, he said.
I will find you in a moment, Scarlett answered. The next song started up, and Callan held out his hand to her. She tentatively took it and braced herself for the memories that were going to drag her under. All of it was familiar as he began leading her through the steps, her hand in his hand on her waist, the flow of their steps together, the look in his eyes. After a few beats of silence, he said softly,
I did not know if you would say yes.
It would be foolish to refuse an invitation from a prince, would it not? She asked with a tilt of her head. Callan's eyes narrowed slightly at the words, the same words she'd said to him 2 years ago.
You look beautiful tonight.
Thank you.
That is it. No other remarks.
About how I look this evening? What would you like me to say?
We used to talk, you know. We used to have real conversations.
What would you like to discuss?
She watched as frustration darkened his eyes. Do you think we will be able to return home soon?
She stumbled at his words, but he held her up, pulling her a little closer to him. I do not think it would be safe for you to return to Baylorin until we have figured out Mikhail's plans. He could very well use you to get to me.
You will not return home.
Of course I will return, she snapped. Relief flashed across his face.
If Mikhail is the problem, Scarlett,
he said slowly,
we can rectify that simply enough. My offer from the garden still holds.
Scarlett blinked at him. Gods, it was hot in here. Her mask was so goddamned hot. She struggled to keep her breathing even, and her shadows darkened slightly around her. Callan, she started as evenly as she could. If you knew all that I am, you would rescind that offer in a heartbeat.
You have not given me the chance to know all that you are,
he retorted. As if realizing his sharp tone, he took a breath and continued more gently.
I thought you had, but watching you here, interacting with Soren and his court, it has only made me love you more. It has only made me wish you could be that carefree and relaxed with me.
That is just it, Callan. I cannot. You live in a world of formality and royalty.
And this world is not the same. Soren is as much of a prince as I am, more so even,
Callan replied.
You once told me you do not wish to be chained to a throne. Would staying here not be the same?
You do not know everything, Callan, she replied softly, searching his eyes. She shoved her temper down. She would not get upset with him. Not tonight, in front of all of Soren's guests.
Because you refuse to tell me anything.
I am telling you as much as I can. Smoke curled in her mouth, and her shadows crept down her arms. She glanced around, noting Cyrus on the edge of the crowd, drinks in hand. He was visiting with another male, but his eyes were on her.
Why does Mikhail desire you so badly? Simply because you are Fae?
Yes, and no, she replied softly. The fire in her veins turned to ice. She saw Callan glance at her hand, which must have turned ice-cold as well. The temperature had dropped in the hall, and Scarlett struggled to control the stream of emotions that were imploding on her.
Why can you not just give me a straight answer?
Because I am trying to keep you safe, Callan. I am trying to protect you. It is all to keep you safe.
I did not ask you to keep me safe,
he answered, his voice low and gruff.
I would rather be by your side on your adventures than behind you in your protection.
When she did not reply, he continued,
You know why I asked you to dance tonight, Scarlett?
She brought her eyes back to his.
I asked you to dance because this is the first time I've been allowed to have a private conversation with you, and even now it is in front of hundreds and being monitored by his court.
Scarlett swallowed.
You have nothing to say?
I am sorry, Callan, she said, her eyes going to the floor.
No, that is not enough,
Callan said, shaking his head.
Look at me, Scarlett Monrhoe. Look at me and tell me why you allow him to help you and see all of you and not me. What has he done that has allowed him such an honor?
She slowly brought her eyes back to his. Her shadows slithered around her wrists and hands, hovering just within a breath of Callan's own. He went slightly rigid, his eyes widening. She could see Finn and Sloane out of the corner of her eye, making their way through the crowd to them. Cyrus had shoved the drinks into the hands of the male and was doing the same. Without missing a beat in the dance that was coming to an end, she stepped closer to Callan.
My answer has not changed since the day you asked me on the journey here. He understands my darkness, Callan, and he does not fear it, she said, her voice low. He has never once looked at me with the unease I see in your eyes. He does not have guards coming to protect him from me. Cyrus is making his way here too, Callan countered. Cyrus is making his way here to guard you, Prince. Her shadows crept forward once more, but then ashes and cloves and cedar wrapped around her. May I steal her for the next dance, Crown Prince? Her shadows paused as the song ended. Callan's eyes were fixed on her own behind his mask of forest green, his hands still holding her to him. She stepped in closer to him so she could whisper in his ear. This is only a glimpse of who I am, Callan, and you can hardly stand to face it. The light is easy to love, isn't it? But what of the darkness? What would you do with all of me? Finn and Sloane were behind him, and she sent her shadows creeping towards them. She felt a hand on her elbow. Dance with me, Scarlett. Yes, please, quit hogging the Crown Prince all to yourself. There was Eliza, taking Callan's hand and pulling him away and across the hall to dance. Callan's eyes were still on her, though. Scarlett. She finally broke Callan's stare and turned to Soren. He was in what she had come to realize was his usual attire, charcoal gray pants, red tunic, and black jacket. His mask was red with gold and only covered his eyes. She sighed, noting where Cyrus had stopped in the crowd when Soren had reached her. He stood, waiting for a signal from his prince. You have duties to attend to, Soren. I will have Cyrus escort me back. You will go be alone on a night the dead are free to roam. A small smile graced his lips. She did not return it. I feel as if I am one of them anyway. Maybe I would enjoy their company. Soren's face turned hard, and he clenched his jaw. One dance. You have people to greet and speak with, Soren. I can take a break. He extended a hand to her as another song began, a slow-paced ballad. She sighed again and took his hand. I do not need a keeper. Wouldn't dream of it, princess, he said, pulling her to him. They danced in silence for the first minute. She felt herself gradually relax as he led her around the floor, her hand grasped gently in his and held to his chest. Do you want to talk about it? No. She felt ice rise in her again, and a moment later, heat warmed her hand. Another beat of silence. Numerous people have asked who you are this evening. Oh, and what did you tell them? She asked, arching a brow behind her mask. That you are darkness incarnate and blessed by Sailor herself, he said with a shrug. You did not, she scoffed, pinching his shoulder where her other hand rested, her mouth quirking to the side. He grinned at her, relief seeming to pass over his eyes as he tugged her closer. She could feel every inch of him pressed up against every inch of her. I thought of telling them you are the most stunning female in this room. They can clearly see that, although Eliza might take that title this evening, she said with a small smile, her eyes snagging on the female dancing with Callan on the other side of the hall. No, she doesn't, Soren said, his voice low and husky. Her eyes went back to his, where she found him looking at her like she was the only person in the room. She felt her cheeks flush and was suddenly glad for the mask, but she held his gaze. They said nothing for the rest of the dance, and their eyes did not leave each other. The world melted away, as though it were just them, the only two stars in the sky. When the song ended, she went onto her tiptoes to whisper in his ear, When you are done with your princely duties this evening, come find me. She let her shadows curl around his ear as she stepped from him, turning to make her way to the doors. She was nearly to them when Cyrus fell into step beside her. Leaving so early? Stay, Cyrus, enjoy yourself. As I've repeatedly told your prince, I do not need a keeper, she replied, the guards opening a door for her. Perhaps not, but I'd love to keep you company, he said coyly, his tone becoming sensuous and flirty, attempting to lighten her mood as he followed her through the doors. She paused in the hallway, looking over her shoulder at him. She smiled, a cruel thing, as her shadows darkened around her. She sent them swirling to him, and the guards at the doors shrank back, looking to Cyrus for orders. Show me your darkness, and I'll show you mine, darling. She saw Soren emerge from the doors, Eliza and Raynor coming up behind him a moment later, but Cyrus held up a hand to halt him. Soren signaled the guards to close the doors, which they promptly did. Cyrus stepped farther into her shadows, flames wreathing his own wrists and winding through his hair, swirling with her shadows. Darling, my darkness was left in a clearing, exacting revenge for my love who was slaughtered in front of me. I can certainly dredge it back up if that's what you desire, but I find it much more fitting to unleash it on my actual enemies. Scarlett saw the other stiffen. Her own shadow seemed to freeze in place. He took another step towards her. We all have shadows, Scarlett. We all have nightmares. We all have regrets. We all have darkness. You get to decide how much control that darkness gets over you. Scarlett held his eyes. What was her name? She asked softly. Thea. The pain that flashed across his face was heart-wrenching. How? She could tell he understood the question. Not how did she die, but how did he continue to laugh? How did he continue to put one foot in front of the other? How did he not let the darkness win? Time. It's hard to see your way out, he said softly. Most do not understand that the darkness can be beautiful, but you don't learn that until you've come to understand that the darkness is not something to defeat, but something to befriend. All stars are born in the dark, Scarlett. The darkness allows us to see them. You decide if they are worth fighting for. Her shadow swirled, and Cyrus let his flames mingle with them. She held his gaze as she said quietly, tears glimmering in her eyes. My mother was slaughtered in front of me when I was 9. Slowly. I hear her screams of pain in my sleep, but they get overshadowed by the constant replaying of when I was forced to kill my sister by plunging a dagger into her heart to save a little girl after I was raped in exchange for the freedom of my family. Holy fuck, she heard Eliza mutter in horror. Mikhail visited me tonight, before the feast, touching me, his hands roaming where they willed. He told me that if I figured out who had my mother killed, I would figure out who was behind the attacks on my people in Baylorin. I either feel nothing at all, or I feel everything all at once, and I can't decide if it's truly worth it anymore, Cyrus. I sometimes don't believe I will find my way back. Soren began striding to her in an instant, but Cyrus gripped her hands first and replied, I'll let you in on a secret, darling. The stars are always worth fighting for. A fire portal burst to life behind her. Soren scooped her into his arms and stepped through.
Chapter 15. Callan. Callan watched the Prince of Fire finally coax a small smile from Scarlett and tug her closer to him. He watched her hold his gaze, as if there were no one else in the entire goddamned world. You need to let her find her way, Princeling, Eliza said, clearly noting where his attention still lay. What? He asked, pulling his gaze from Soren and Scarlett to the female he was dancing with. She is sorting through a lot of new information right now. You need to let her do so. You mean I need to let him help her sort through it all? Soren, Cyrus, Prince Briar, the cook, the shop clerk in the city. Eliza shrugged. Whomever she turns to, not whomever shoves themselves into her path every chance they get. She gave him a pointed look. You could have just danced with her, but instead you pushed her. She will come to you, when she is ready. She cares too much about you to just walk away. The song ended, and Eliza stepped from him. She opened her mouth to say something else, but her attention snagged on the entrance doors. Callan followed her gaze to see Cyrus and Scarlett walk through the doors. A moment later, a flash of shadows. A flame had Eliza reaching up and snagging a note from it. Her lips formed a thin line, and she muttered a curse under her breath. She had pulled a lethal-looking hairpin from her hair as she incinerated the note and strode quickly for the doors. Raynor was already there as Soren casually walked through, following Cyrus and Scarlett. Whatever had happened would apparently take all 5 of them to deal with it. Callan turned and walked in the opposite direction out through the mezzanine doors. Stone steps led from the balcony and wound down to a path that led to the main gates of the Fira Palace. He found himself striding quickly down the path. He had been to the city with Finn and Sloane a few times and could find his way, even if it was dark. He would find a tavern and drink himself into oblivion for the night. Maybe we shouldn't leave the palace at night, Finn suggested, falling into step beside him, Sloane on his right. We've been told we're not prisoners. We can do as we wish, Callan snapped, ripping his mask from his face. They have alluded to dangers in these mountains numerous times, Callan. Finn tried again. Do you not have swords? Yes, but we do not have magic, Sloane drawled. Then stay here. Callan bit back as he prowled past the entrance gates. The guards didn't even acknowledge him. What is the plan here, then, Callan? We're to stay here until you convince her that you are meant to be together, or until she convinces you that you're not? Sloane sneered after him. Shut your fucking mouth, Callan snarled. The moonlight illuminated the road, but the shade of the trees still made his eyes strain as he followed it. This is her world, not yours, Sloane growled. But another growl made them all go still. Two enormous black wolves emerged from either side of the road, snarling softly. Finn and Sloane immediately shoved him behind them, swords angled. Callan glanced over his shoulder. He hadn't realized how quickly he'd been walking. He must have been near running for how far behind them the palace was now. There was no way they'd outrun wolves that big. A beautiful female seemed to step from the very night right in between the wolves. She had flowing mahogany hair with white flowers woven into it that seemed to float on a gentle phantom breeze. She wore a cobalt blue dress that grazed the ground and had a bracelet around her wrist along with twin swords strapped to her back. Well, this is interesting, she said, cocking her head to the side. The movement was as lupine as the wolves beside her. What is a mortal crown prince doing in the fire court? I am here as a guest of Prince Sorin, Callan said, grateful he sounded more confident than he felt. Is that so? Interesting indeed, she mused. She reached a hand out, scratching the ears of the wolf on her right. I hope my pets did not alarm you. When none of them spoke, she said, You look like your father did when he was your age. Callan started. His father? So he had indeed had dealings with the Fae in the past. Did you come with her, then? The female continued when still no one spoke. With who? Callan countered. The female who bears my sister ring, she replied, holding up her right hand. The ring that glittered in the moonlight looked exactly like the ring he had often seen on Scarlett's finger. The ring she had said her mother had given her. I do not know whom you speak of, Callan lied. The female clicked her tongue. From royalty to royalty, Crown Prince. Let's not begin this relationship by lying to one another. She took a step towards them but came no further. Royalty? Are you the Princess of the Wind Court? Callan asked, racing through all the history he had read the last few days. A smile spread across her lips. No, although the winds do obey me. A gentle breeze blew past them, ruffling his hair in emphasis. Along with the earth. She held open a hand, and a small white flower bloomed in the very center of it, which she then crushed in her fist, letting the pieces float away on her breeze. Then he started at the realization and bowed his head. That would make you the Fae Queen. Indeed it would, she confirmed. She took a few steps to the right, almost like she was beginning to pace. You have figured out your riddle. Now for me to figure out mine, A mortal prince is a guest of the Fire Prince. She seemed to spit out the words Fire Prince as if they tasted sour. You have returned with him at the same time he brings a female and my ring home, which would suggest you are important to her. She paused her pacing, her jade-green eyes snapping to him and narrowing. Are you her husband? No. The word came out more bitterly than he had intended. Her smile became a knowing one. No, but you wish to be. Interesting. She is your lover? Yes, he ground out from between his teeth. Still? Her brows arched in surprise. That remains to be seen. Interesting. Stop saying that, Callan hissed. Finn elbowed him in a clear warning to watch his tone. Do you have an objection to the word? I have an objection to the repetition of it when you fail to explain what exactly you find so interesting. Where are you off to in the night by yourselves? The Fae Queen asked with a smile, resuming her pacing. If you must know, to the city to find a tavern and drink, Callan drawled. There were not drinks at the festivities this evening? she asked, noting the masks they now held in their hands. Why does it matter to you?
Callan,
Finn hissed.
it matters to me when a mortal prince is in my lands, and I am not informed of it. Do you know the mess it would create if something should happen to you, Crown Prince of Windinel? I'm sure the Prince of Fire did not think of such things when he brought you here with her, she said with a sneer. Who is she? She leveled those jade eyes at him, and they seemed to glow. Callan just stared back at the Fae Queen with a frankness he couldn't hide. He wasn't going to tell her anything. You care for her so much you would defy me? How charming. You are either very brave or very stupid, she purred.
What? Callan asked, looking at her sharply.
Who attempts to steal her affections from you?
The Fae Queen asked, her eyes narrowing slightly.
Who doesn't?
Callan muttered under his breath. Her brows rose again.
Is she that beloved by so many?
Damn that Fae hearing.
Yes,
Callan sighed. She keeps many secrets and apparently bears many titles, but she is kind to those who cannot defend themselves, and her loyalty knows no bounds if you manage to secure it.
Tell me, mortal prince, should you succeed in winning her over, how shall you feel in 10 years when you are aging and she is not? How shall you feel in 20 years, 50, when you are old and wasting away on your deathbed, and she does not look much older than she is now?
What do you mean?
Surely you know the Fae are immortal, do you not? Prince Sorin himself is centuries old. She will have a stain in a few years, and her body will age no more, the Queen said with a wave of her hand. And your children, will they inherit their mother's immortality? Or shall they too waste away while she remains young, seeing her grandchildren and their children and their children's children die as well? Stop, Callan ordered quietly. Things you should consider, Crown Prince, should you not, if you are to pursue her? The Fae Queen asked with a half-smile. Unless you believe she would bind her immortal life to your own, to die when you die.
I would never ask that of her, Callan spat.
Good, she replied coolly, her face going cold. Come, Prince, let me buy your drinks this evening.
I think we will just head back to the palace, Callan said.
It was a pleasure to meet you, Your Majesty.
He turned to head back to the palace, but soft growls emanated from the wolves at her sides.
Oh no, Your Highness, the Queen purred. I insist.
The earth below his feet shook. The road itself was moving, drawing them to her. She stood, not coming any closer, almost like she couldn't. The wolves snapped their jaws, and Finn and Sloane angled their swords once more.
Those are not necessary, she said sweetly, and vines appeared from the very ground they stood on, wrapping around their swords and swallowing them down into the earth.
And what would my father say of the Fae Queen taking me against my will? Callan demanded, pushing down the fear in his gut.
I shall not harm you, Prince, she said with a smirk. I only wish to visit more. I am sure there is much we can learn from each other, and I would like to discuss a matter I require your assistance with.
What could I possibly assist you with that you cannot do yourself? Callan asked, as they were shoved next to the wolves.
I need to learn if my suspicions as to who she is are correct, the Fae Queen answered. And now that you are outside his wards, we can talk more freely.
His wards. That's why she had been pacing and not coming any closer.
You are not free to go anywhere you wish in the lands you rule? Callan asked casually, following her down the road. I suppose I am, but I do not want him to know I have been here. If I cross his wards, he will immediately be notified of my presence, she replied tightly.
Because you do not get along, Callan said, recalling Eliza's words.
My dealings with the Fire Prince are not your concern.
As my relationship with the female is not yours.
The Queen glared at him.
Perhaps, Your Majesty, if you would like my cooperation, we could start with names.
But I already know your name, Crown Prince Callan Solgard, she answered.
At his quizzical look, she added,
I do know the ruling families of each land, Prince. As a queen, it is my duty to know the reigning powers.
Has my father ever been here? Callan asked. I mean, to any of the Fae courts?
No. I have not had direct dealings with the mortal kings. We have eyes in the lands, but do not usually have direct contact, which makes it all the more interesting that you are here, she answered. They could see the city entrance ahead, and she paused. Rather than go to the city and have my presence immediately reported, may I suggest we go to my home? I assure you the drinks are just as woe-forgetting.
Callan glanced at Finn and Sloane, who had remained quiet, letting him deal with the nobility as they always did.
I suppose that would be acceptable, he said cautiously. Delightful.
And before he could say anything further, she took him by the arm, barely giving Finn and Sloane enough time to lunge for him before they were all pulled through the very air.
Chapter 16. Scarlett. They were in the training courtyard on a bench along the entrance. Soren was sitting with his legs stretched out before him, his ankles crossed. She was on her back, stretched along the bench, her head resting against his thigh, staring up at the sky. When he had stepped through the portal last night and set her down, she had silently walked to the dressing room, changed into a nightgown, and crawled into bed. After a moment, she heard him shuffle to the bathing room, and a while later, the bed shifted. Neither of them spoke. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep. After nearly an hour, Soren silently got up and walked to his bookshelf, came back to the bed, ignited a soft flame, and read to her. She had no idea how long he had read, likely an hour or two, before she'd finally fallen asleep. He let her sleep in this morning. She did not even feel him get out of bed. When she did finally wake, she did not go down to breakfast with the others. Camilla had come to clean their room, and she had sent her away, nestling down in the blankets. Her shadows seemed to overtake her. Then Soren had returned to the room. "Up," he demanded, throwing open the curtains. "You don't give me orders," she had growled, pulling the covers over her head. He had proceeded to pull the blankets off the bed. All of them. "Up." She threw him a vulgar gesture. He had sauntered to the side of the bed, his hands in his pockets. He'd leaned over her and smiled. She knew that smile. That smile meant hell awaited her in training. That smile meant he was going to kick her ass by either making her run until she puked or make her actually try in weapons training. "Up, princess. We leave for the courtyard in 10 minutes. You can either get into training clothes or you can go in that." He gave a pointed look at her nightgown. True to his word, 10 minutes later he brought them here. He'd walked straight to this bench and sat. She had narrowed her eyes at him, followed him to the bench, and here they were. "If we were just going to sit here all damn day, I could have stayed in bed," she grumbled to him, toying with her shadows at her fingertips. "I cannot decide," he said through his teeth, "whether to discuss my second, who got drunk off his arse after bringing up Thea last night, or to ask when you were going to tell me God's damned Mikhail made contact with you again." His golden eyes were flame, and Scarlett sat up, swiveling to face him. "You are upset with me? Why did you not tell me of Mikhail?" "You were busy, Soren," she sighed. "I wanted you to enjoy the feast, your people. You've sacrificed so much for them." "I am never too busy for you," he said, the flames banking in his golden eyes as they searched hers. "You are a prince with responsibilities, I get that. I've lived with that for the last 2 years. I am not him. It is not fair of you to compare us. Our lives are very different. Our responsibilities are very different." "Yes, they are. You have even more responsibilities." Soren opened his mouth to say something, but she cut him off. "How is Cyrus?" "Cyrus is hungover," he replied, his lips thinning. "So naturally he is in the training ring with Eliza working off a temper." Scarlett grimaced. "He rarely speaks of her." "Did you know her, Thea?" Scarlett asked, her eyes falling to her lap. "Yes, she was a very powerful female. She was arrogant and a smart-ass, and I've never seen anyone else so thoroughly have someone wrapped around their finger." He paused for a moment before saying, "The mission to save your mother. Do you remember in that story that Cyrus and I had a fight? He had wanted a very powerful female to stay on our side of the border, but I had pulled rank, and she—" Scarlett's eyes snapped back to his as her heart stuttered. "The female was Thea. Your
bad call. She trailed off, unable to say it. Soren nodded, pain and sorrow filling his eyes. I told you that one bad call had so many rippling effects. Thea was his twin flame. He seemed to be watching her carefully. Those are real? Of course they are real. Rare to find your own, even rarer to risk the trials, but they are real. How long were they together? Nearly 200 years. Scarlett started. He still laughs and jokes, and he did not, for many years. That he does so now is indeed remarkable. To lose your twin flame is to lose a piece of your soul. But I think his purpose in telling you of her, Scarlett, is that despite whatever hell you are forced to endure, there are still things worth living for. The stars are always worth fighting for. Cyrus's words from the night before echoed in her mind. He will always be alone. He is not alone. They are not just my inner court. They are my family. He is my brother. As for a partner, he has taken other lovers, but none have come close to Thea. No one likely ever will. He may find someone else at some point, but he is perfectly content with how things are for the time being. When Scarlett did not reply, he said, "Tell me of Mikhail." He was leaning forward, his elbows resting on his knees now with his fingers interlaced, looking at the ground. She could hear him working to control his tone. She swallowed. He came to me in a mirror. When I was getting ready, he was there. He touched my reflection, and it was like he was touching me. I could feel him. She shuddered, remembering the feel of his fingers on her neck. He does not know where I am. I mean, he knows I'm in the fire court, but not exactly where, I guess. He tried to get me to tell him how you were hiding me, and told me his source in the Black Syndicate was upset about the newly enhanced wards around the orphans. When I asked who his source was, he told me if I figured out who had my mother killed, I would figure out who was behind everything. The Assassin Lord. You think he knows who I am? Soren said quietly. He wouldn't have had my mother killed, though, Scarlett answered, toeing the dirt of the courtyard with her boot. There was silence for several minutes. I did not know you were there when Elena was killed. I was 9. I do not remember much of that day. It had been an ordinary day, but I remember my mother tucking me in that night. She had lingered, hugging me extra long, telling me how very much she loved me. There were tears in her eyes. I remember thinking it was strange, and I couldn't fall asleep after she left my room. I went to find her, to ask her for some more milk, and saw her leaving down the front walk in her cloak. Normally this wouldn't have been odd. She was often called out for healing services at all hours, but she did not have her bag of supplies with her. I grabbed my own cloak and followed. She turned down an alley, and when I followed, she heard me. She went pale and rushed to me. She asked me over and over what I was doing there. Tears were running down her face. Then she stilled, as if she heard another noise. She slid her ring onto my finger, hid me inside a trash bin in the alley, told me to close my eyes and not to make a sound. But I heard everything. There were 2 men. One asked where her ring was, how she would fight without it. I didn't know what it meant. Then he asked where she had hidden me. He had gone to the healer's compound for me first, but I was gone. I could see out of a little hole in the side of the can. I couldn't see the man who was speaking, but the one I could see was in all black, even had a mask over his face. He drew a dagger from his side, and my mother backed against the wall. The dagger was completely black, blacker than your own blades. I will spare you the details of how he took her apart, how she screamed, how I clamped my hands over my mouth to keep him from hearing me. I couldn't look away. I watched everything. He left the alley when he was done, left her in pieces there. I vomited over and over in that trash can and sat in there for I don't know how long. Cassius eventually found me, somehow. He took me to the fellowship where I was hidden away by the Assassin Lord until everything began happening with the orphans. But now I wonder if she had had her ring, if she could have fought. Her voice cracked in her throat as Scarlett tried to hold back the tears. If I had not followed her, maybe she would have been able to save herself. No, Scarlett, Soren breathed. You cannot blame yourself. He said he came for you first. Had you not followed, you would have both been slaughtered. But she would have had a chance with her ring. Scarlett spun it around her finger. She could have come home, to you and Hallwyn, and fixed whatever the hell had gone wrong. Soren tilted her chin up with a finger. No one gets to see what could have been, Scarlett.
but you cannot focus on what is behind you if you want to move forward. Perhaps, was all she said, laying back down on the bench, resting her head on his thigh once more. The sky was clear blue, not a cloud to be seen. Few know the details of that night. You officially know all of my secrets, Soren Aditya. Soren began playing with her braid. You have endured much in your short life, Scarlett Monrhoe. I am tired, Soren, she said softly. So tired. I know, love, but you're not alone. You can rest here. Can I? Even here, am I not still drowning? Is Mikhail not finding me? Are the orphans not still sitting ducks? Do you not wish me to take a throne and take on the problems of 2 entire courts? Scarlett, you are alone in none of those things. Mikhail cannot have you. We will figure out the orphans, and as for the courts, that choice is yours. If you do not take the throne, nothing will change about how I look at you. If you want to move to a house in the mountains and live out your life there, I will make sure you are safe and fulfilled. Scarlett fell silent as she looked up at Soren, who was still fiddling with her braid. This day was absolutely perfect. Sitting with him, talking and being real. It was just perfect and wonderful, and she could breathe. Soren. Yeah, love. I don't blame you for my mother's death. You are not responsible for that. Soren stilled, clearly not knowing what to say, but then he stiffened at the same moment she felt it. It was like an icy breeze with no wind. The hair on her arms stood on end, and goose flesh appeared. They were both instantly on their feet. The boulders in the courtyard seemed to vibrate until one of the smaller ones exploded. A shield of flame from Soren instantly surrounded them, and bits of rock bounced off of it. Shit. His voice was pure dread. Scarlett watched as, with a finger, he drew some sort of symbol with flame that disappeared as quickly as he drew it. His eyes came back to hers, and he said, I am so sorry. For what? Scarlett asked, her eyes widening. But Soren turned to face the entrance to the courtyard, shoving Scarlett behind him. Hello, Prince of Fire. Talwyn stepped into view, and Scarlett paled. Her radiance was even more profound in person. Talwyn's hair was braided to the side and over her shoulder. Bits of ivy and purple flowers were interwoven into it. She wore brown pants and a white tunic with fighting leathers over the top. Daggers and weapons adorned her, including twin blades strapped to her back. On her finger, she saw her ring, the twin to the one on Scarlett's own finger. Scarlett balled her hands into fists, trying to hide her ring from view. What are you doing here, Talwyn? Soren's tone was vicious. I told you our conversation was not over, Talwyn replied, her own tone as malicious as his. Then we will discuss this elsewhere. I will come to the White Halls, you have my word, Soren replied. Your word means nothing to me, Talwyn drawled with a sneer. A high-pitched whining sound reached Scarlett's ears. It sounded like claws were scraping down the stones of the courtyard walls. Scarlett pressed her hands to her ears, crying out as she dropped to her knees, the sound excruciating. I do believe it is time we met outside of the forest, don't you? Talwyn lilted. Stop this, Talwyn, Soren snarled. This is between you and me. Scarlett could hear the panic in his voice. She had only heard that in his voice one other time, when he thought she was dying from the Shirastone dagger wound in her side. It was between you and me until you brought others into it, Talwyn sneered, her eyes flashing with ire. As if blown in by unseen winds, Callan, Finn, and Sloane appeared, bound with vines around their wrists and gagged. Callan! Scarlett cried. She shot to her feet and made to run to them, but Soren gripped her wrist, keeping her inside his shield. Finn's eyes were wide as she beheld them all. Sloane's face was twisted with rage, but Callan's gaze was fixed on her. She couldn't read his face, his eyes. No, this wasn't happening again. She flashed back to a cold dungeon cell when Cassius, Nuri, and Juliet had been led into the room to get to her. The earth buckled beneath her feet, and Scarlett found herself stumbling outside of Soren's shield and towards Talwyn. She was ripped from Soren's grip, and she felt his flames reach for her, but the air was sucked from them. Don't worry, Prince of Fire, Talwyn crooned. I am not going to do anything to her. We just need to talk. Talwyn snapped her fingers, and Scarlett was trapped in a swirling vortex of wind with no way out. Soren! She cried, but her voice was carried away on the whirling winds. Ashes and smoke appeared behind Soren, and Roehrich stepped from them, his blades drawn. Welcome, Ash Rider, Talwyn drawled. I assumed you would arrive shortly after I did. Raynor's eyes went from Soren to Scarlett and back.
She is your concern, Raynor, not me,
Soren yelled. He drew his own swords from his back, and Scarlett's breath caught as flames ignited down the blades. He stepped towards Talwyn, but a gust of wind slammed into him. Scarlett cried out as he was thrown backwards, but again her voice was carried away by the whirlwind she was trapped in. Raynor vanished into smoke and reappeared just outside the vortex. Raynor! She cried. Help him!
He can handle himself, Scarlett,
Raynor replied, his voice calm and steady even though he was yelling to be heard over the raging winds. He was walking around the whirlwind, his hands up with smoke and ashes pouring from them, as if searching for any weakness in the vortex.
She just threw him against a wall,
Scarlett cried. Still focused on the tempest before him, Raynor shot a quick glance to Soren.
He is not using the full extent of his powers, Scarlett. He's barely tapping into it.
Where are Cyrus and Eliza?
They are coming as fast as they can,
Raynor answered. Then he swore under his breath as he realized there was no way to get to her.
Go to Callan and the others! Help them!
She screamed at Raynor, but he made no move to do so.
She has them in invisible wind prison, Scarlett. They cannot hear anything that is being said. They can only watch it happen. We cannot get to them. Tell her to give me that ring and we can end all of this now,
Talwyn was saying to Soren. Scarlett watched in horror as what she had thought was a bracelet began uncoiling from around Talwyn's wrist like a snake. It sparked and crackled like lightning, turning into a whip that Talwyn now held in her hand.
It is hers, and no one tells her to do anything,
Soren growled. He stepped forward again, and this time when the winds blasted towards him, he held his footing. A wicked smile spread across Talwyn's lips. Don't waste your strength, Soren, she taunted. We both know you are feeling a little less than these days. Talwyn brought her whip back, but before she could bring it forward, it was wrapped around a flaming blade from behind. Talwyn whirled in surprise. Eliza stood behind her, holding that sword. It was the most gorgeous blade Scarlett had ever seen.
I underestimated your speed,
Talwyn snarled.
You underestimate me a lot, your majesty,
Eliza tossed back. If looks could kill, Eliza would have been dead from the glare that Talwyn threw at her. Cyrus appeared at Raynor's side, swearing viciously when he beheld what she was encased in.
Cyrus, go help Callan!
Scarlett cried again, but he too made no move to do so. Talwyn jerked her arm and the whip came back to her. She turned back to Soren.
None of this is necessary, you fool,
she growled.
You are the one who accosted us, my queen,
he answered. The venom that dripped from the word queen was palpable.
Enough of this,
Talwyn cried. With a sickening thud, Soren and every member of his inner court were hurled to the edges of the courtyard on winds that would have ripped trees from the ground. Restraints of what appeared to be tree roots grew from the cracks of the stone walls, pinning the others to them. Soren was on his feet in an instant, but Talwyn was already on top of him, her whip coiled around his throat.
I know who she is, Soren.
Her voice was low and cruel.
I know why she has that ring. How dare you keep her from me? She is my own blood.
Scarlett stilled inside the whirlwind. She knew. She knew they were cousins. How had she figured it out? How long had she known?
I know you care nothing for me,
she continued to Soren.
But do you truly hate everything and everyone in the White Halls that much? Did your love die with Elinay?
Soren was struggling against that whip around his throat. Flames surrounded his hands as he tried to wrench it free. His inner court was thrashing and cursing against their own restraints.
Do it, Soren!
Eliza cried from where she struggled.
No, don't!
Cyrus bellowed. Talwyn clicked her tongue. Whatever will you do, Soren? Shall you waste that slowly draining well? Scarlett couldn't focus on what they were saying. She couldn't even try to decipher what they were referring to. Her breathing was ragged. Her shadows were whipping around her, slamming against the walls of the wind vortex. She could hardly draw a deep enough breath into her lungs, and she wondered if Talwyn was doing that too. Trapped. She was trapped. She was locked up in a cage again. She was helpless as she watched them. She looked at Callan, eyes wide in disbelief. Sloane looked murderous as he struggled against his bonds.
Finn was taking everything in, calculating. She looked at Eliza and Raynor. She looked to Cyrus, fighting with all he had not to get to Soren, but to get to her. His eyes were fierce as he locked them onto her own. "Fight!" he bellowed at her. "The stars are worth it!" She turned and saw Soren struggling. Soren who had not left her, who had come for her every single time. Soren who had come down into the pits of hell for her, coming back every time she slipped and slid back in. Soren, her light in the darkness. She flashed back to laying on a cold stone floor. She flashed back to another wicked grin of victory, of eyes delighting in her misery and suffering. Not again. Not again. Not again. The stars are always worth fighting for. Flames, white as starlight, erupted all around her. The whirlwind blew apart. Talwyn screamed as she was blasted across the courtyard. The thick tree roots holding the inner court slackened. Scarlett landed on her feet, floating to the ground on her shadows. She needed a damn blade. She ran across the rocky ground of the courtyard, desperate to get to Soren. She wasn't even halfway to him, and Talwyn was already getting to her feet, shock and fury mixing on her features. "Eliza, she needs a sword!" Soren shouted. Eliza cried out words in the old language. She was scrambling to her own feet. All of the inner court were, but none of them were moving fast enough to get to Scarlett before Talwyn. Flames appeared before Scarlett, and when they were gone, a sword laid before her. The blade was the black metal that Soren's weapons were made of, but the hilt shone as white as the flames that had erupted from her moments earlier. "No!" Talwyn screamed. Scarlett had the sword in her hand before Talwyn could take another step. As soon as her fingers touched the hilt, the same white flames encompassed the blade. As she held that blade before her, she felt all the rage and fury and hurt and pain and loss that she'd experienced these last years come crashing into her. She had finally found a place she belonged. She had found someone who came for her. She had found people who did not fear her darkness but understood it. People who wouldn't leave her alone. She had found home. To hell with whoever tried to take that from her again. She felt Soren and the others racing up behind her, and she felt Talwyn rally her power to blast them back. She knew what to do in her bones. Her power was yanking at the leash, straining to take over. So she let it. She placed the tip of the blade to the ground, and a wall of that same white flame erupted between them and Talwyn, shooting towards the sky. Talwyn's power could not cross it. "How did you come across that sword?" Talwyn seethed, not at her or Soren, but at Eliza. "There's that underestimating again, Your Majesty," she answered with a derisive grin. Scarlett could feel the hatred emanate off of Talwyn. She brought that whip of lightning up again, and this time when she brought it down, Scarlett met it with her own blade, stepping through her fire. "Stay behind the flames," she heard Soren command his inner court. "I know who she is, Soren," Talwyn crooned. Her voice had become lilting and calm again. "Enough," Scarlett said. Her voice rang out, pure and commanding. Talwyn's eyes snapped to her own. "You do not give orders here," Talwyn replied, a thin smile forming on her lips. "I think you will find everyone here would disagree with you," Scarlett replied, matching Talwyn's icy tone. "Have you finally come to claim your throne at last?" Talwyn asked, as a ball of the same lightning energy of her whip appeared in her hand. "Scarlett!" Soren cried, his voice full of warning. She felt him step beyond her wall of flame, and, as if in slow motion, she saw Talwyn send that ball of energy hurtling towards him. She had no idea what she was doing or how she did it, but a ball of her white flames met Talwyn's orb of energy in the air, and the impact of those two powers meeting sent a blast through the courtyard that sent every one of them flying into the high walls surrounding them. Scarlett stifled a scream at the cracking of bones in her forearm as she slammed into the stone wall. Soren was at her side in an instant, a shield of flame surrounding them both. Raynor appeared out of smoke and ashes beside them, holding the sword that Eliza had summoned for her. He added his own shield to Soren's, and a few moments later, Cyrus and Eliza had joined them, reinforcing with their own shields. Soren helped Scarlett to her feet, and she choked down a scream at the stabbing pain in her abdomen. She knew that pain. Her ribs were bruised at best, broken at worst. As Talwyn approached them, Scarlett pushed past that agony, adding a layer of white flames to their shields. This is a family matter, Talwyn hissed, her face white with rage. This is my family, Scarlett replied. The pain in her arm was sharp, and her vision was blurring as she tried to breathe around the pain in her ribs, but her voice did not waver. Her knees did not buckle. There is so much you do not know, Talwyn answered, and Scarlett could have sworn there was a hint of panic in her voice. I know enough, Scarlett replied, and frost began creeping up the walls of the courtyard. Talwyn's attention turned to Soren, hatred filling her eyes. You have failed yet again, Prince. Do not speak to him like that, Scarlett snapped, and a dagger of ice appeared at Talwyn's throat. Talwyn merely brushed it aside. The dagger clattered to the floor, shattering. Best to stick to fire tricks in the fire court, Talwyn replied sweetly. And what of your mortal lover? She turned, advancing on Callan, Finn, and Sloane. Leave them alone, she seethed at Talwyn. She made a step from the shields, but Soren gripped her arm. I will get them, he panted. No, Scarlett said coolly. She speared her shadows out from herself. They slithered along the ground straight to Talwyn. Scarlett wrapped them around her ankles and yanked, sending Talwyn sprawling to the ground. This time, when she made a step from the shields, Soren let her go. She strode quickly to Callan and the others. With a thought, the vines encompassing them were burned to ash, along with whatever invisible shields were around them. Talwyn was back on her feet, winds whipping around her and lightning flickering at her fingertips. Flames surrounded Callan and his men, shielding them from Talwyn. How did you do that? She demanded. A smile as serpentine as Talwyn's had been formed on her own lips. She took a step towards the Fae Queen. Her shadows curled around Talwyn, sliding up her body, wending around her throat. I know more tricks than fire and ice, Scarlett purred. She watched Talwyn wince as the shadows bit into her skin. If you ever come near Prince Callan or his guards again, I will kill you. You could try, Talwyn replied, her voice low with challenge. Scarlett only gave her a bone-chilling smile, and let those shadows bite a little farther into her skin before reeling them back into herself. Talwyn's eyes slid to Soren, where he still stood behind Scarlett's flames. Prepare her well, Prince, in the little time you have remaining. She needs to control it, to wield it, not just throw a magical tantrum when her life is in danger, or the lives of those she loves. Then, just like the night Scarlett had watched from Soren's balcony, Talwyn disappeared, as if she'd never been there at all.
Chapter 17. Callan. Callan lurched for Scarlett as Talwyn disappeared. Soren and his court were across the courtyard racing towards them. He caught her before she slumped onto her clearly broken arm. Things had gone wrong. So horribly wrong. Are you all right? She rasped, pain contorting her features as she cradled her arm to her body. And her eyes. They were silver and shimmering with unshed tears. I am fine, Scarlett, he whispered, brushing sweat-laden hair from her face. There was a cut along her cheekbone, and blood was trickling from it. I am so sorry. For what? Confusion flitted across her face, but before he could explain, the fire court stood before him. Go, Reyna, Soren ordered. Find Beatrix quickly. Raynor stepped into smoke and ashes, and Soren opened a fire portal before the rest of them. Callan stood scooping Scarlett into his arms as he did so. She stifled a scream. Soren stared at him, his eyes narrowing slightly, and his hands curling into fists at his sides. He couldn't possibly know he'd been with Talwyn last night, could he? Callan glared back, hugging Scarlett to his chest a little tighter. Her face was pale as she breathed through her teeth around the pain. Go through, Soren said with a jerk of his chin to the portal. Callan stepped into a bedroom, Finn and Sloane right behind him. When Soren stepped through last, the portal snapped shut. On the bed, he said. Callan moved across the room and laid her down as gently as he could onto the huge, fluffy comforter. She hissed at the movement. What do you need? Callan asked, sitting on the edge of the mattress beside her, gripping her other hand tight. I'm fine, Callan, she said around a grimace. You are truly all right? She didn't hurt you? Not a scratch on me, my Wraith, he murmured soothingly, rubbing his thumb along the back of her hand. She closed her eyes, tears leaking from the corners to mix with the blood on her cheek. He looked at Soren to find hard eyes gazing back at him. Eliza and Cyrus were dispersed throughout the room, looking rather uneasy, their eyes warily darting between him and Soren. "I thought Fae could heal themselves," Callan ground out to the Fire Prince. "She can, but her bones are broken in more than one place, and she just used more magic at one time than she ever has before. She hasn't built up enough stamina and power reserves to dive that deeply so quickly and still have magic to heal herself," he snapped. "Our healer will be here momentarily." Her breathing was becoming uneven, and she tried to sit up, biting down on a scream at the pain. "Scarlett, a healer is coming," Callan soothed, trying to push her back down. Her eyes were darting frantically around the room. "She is going to be sick from the pain and from being shoved so deeply into her magic," Soren said tightly, sending a trash basket to him on a flame. Scarlett immediately vomited into it. She sat up, trying to catch her breath, clutching her abdomen. Her whole body was trembling now. Callan ran a hand down her back. Her body was like ice, though flames danced at her fingertips, swirling amongst the shadows. Smoke furled from her mouth as she vomited not the contents of her stomach, but ice and water. She cried out in pain with every convulsion. "Breathe, Scarlett. Breathe. The healer is coming," he murmured. Helpless. He was utterly helpless to help her. Her shadows were thickening with each ragged breath. The magic she had displayed moments ago, holy gods! It had been 100 times more powerful than what she'd done on the day they'd arrived here. "You need to let me near her." "What?" Callan turned to Soren, who seemed to be trembling himself. With restraint, Callan realized. "No, she is here because of you. Why did you not protect her?" he snapped. "Let him take your place, Prince. Her magic is raging, and she will not be able to control it much longer. Her magic will run wild, not caring what it costs her," Eliza said, her tone a warning. "No. Either move your ass willingly, or I will do so for you," Cyrus growled from near the balcony doors. "What can he do? He said himself we are waiting on a healer." "This is not a pissing contest, Prince. Move your ass," Cyrus snapped, beginning to prowl towards him. "Callan," Finn hissed. With the glare at all of them, he reluctantly moved from the bed. Soren was beside her faster than Callan could blink. He watched as he took her uninjured arm, placing her hand flat against his chest. "Breathe," he soothed, stroking her hair with his other hand. "Focus. Make us match, like we have done every other time." Every other time. They had done this before. Soren had helped her through whatever this was before. "Where is the healer?" Scarlett gasped out between breaths. "She is coming. You can do this. You've been through worse. I've put you through worse. Do you remember that time I made you run so long you vomited, and then I made you run some more just because I could? Do you remember the time I punched you in the face?" she muttered. "There you are, love," he whispered, pressing a kiss to her forehead. Callan's heart constricted as she leaned into him, her forehead going to his chest just above her hand. "Breathe, love." Soren's voice was so tender, so gentle. He loved her. Soren loved her as much as he did. Callan suddenly felt like he was going to be sick. Her trembling lessened while she sat, focusing on her breathing, Soren's hands soothingly rubbing her back. No one said a word as they watched the prince steady the wraith, her shadows brushing down his cheek, his arms. "None of today was your fault. Do you understand me?" Soren said gently but firmly when her breathing had evened out, tilting her face up to look into her eyes. Callan could see the doubt flickering in them. "Scarlett, they are safe. They are unharmed. It was not your fault." There were running footsteps, and an older woman rushed into the room, Raynor a step behind her. She was the same healer who had been there that first day here. She crossed the room to Soren, took one look at Scarlett's arm, and pressed a hand to her cheek. White light flared from her hand, and Scarlett was instantly asleep. Soren gently laid her back on the pillows and stood back to let the healer work. They were murmuring quietly to each other as she focused on Scarlett's broken arm. Then she shifted her attention to somehow magically binding her ribs that had Callan gaping slightly. While their focus remained on Scarlett, Callan took the moment to look around the room. The suite was huge. A desk and bookshelves lined the walls. 2 overstuffed chairs sat in the front of the fireplace, a male's cloak draped over one. His eyes drifted to the balcony doors where Cyrus still stood, leaning against the wall, his arms crossed. There was a chaise beneath the window, and weapons lay strewn across it. Weapons he recognized. Her weapons. He looked around the rest of the room. Were these her chambers, or his? He glanced to Eliza, who stood by the bedroom door whispering with Raynor, but she met his eyes. Her lips formed a grim line. To her right was an open door to a dressing room, and he could glimpse female clothing hanging. Her room, then.
She will sleep for a couple of hours and be pain-free, but she will need to take it easy the next few days. She will be sore, and those rib breaks will take some time. She is weakened from draining her magical reserves improperly, the healer said. Her voice crackled with age.
Thank you, Beatrix, Soren replied, bending to brush a kiss to the woman's cheek.
And you, Prince?
The aged healer asked, a half-smile on her lips. She raised her hand to his forehead where a gash was still healing, presumably from when Talwyn had thrown him against the wall. A flare of white light, and it was gone. Not even a mark.
Anyone else?
The healer surveyed the room. When no one replied, she took her leave. Soren's gaze settled on him and his guards. The gleam in his eyes was half feral as he surveyed them. Cyrus and Raynor casually stepped between the 2 princes.
Another place, perhaps, Soren,
Raynor said coolly.
Take it to your sitting room,
Eliza drawled from the doorway.
I'll stay with her.
Soren stalked past her, leaving Callan with little choice but to follow when Cyrus and Raynor looked at him expectantly. He entered the sitting room and immediately recognized it as the room they had come to when they'd first arrived in the fire court. This had to be Soren's private chambers, not hers. How the fuck did she get past our wards? Soren seethed at Cyrus and Raynor, flames appearing in his eyes. I don't know, Cyrus answered bitterly, violence and rage dancing across his features. I already have spies looking into it, Raynor added in his quiet, lethal voice. Not a single one of us felt her? That is not fucking possible. Soren's gaze was murderous as he leveled it at Callan. Where were you when she took you? We were not at the palace, Sloane cut in with a snarl. What do you mean you were not at the palace? Soren asked with a deadly calm rage. As I recall, we are now prisoners and are free to leave when we wish, Callan retorted. When did she come for you? Cyrus cut in. Raynor had positioned himself between the princes once more. They were both tense as they glanced from one another and back to Soren. Last night, we were going to the city to drink after you lot all left with Scarlett. She met us on the path. In fact, she knows exactly where your wards stop and would not cross it herself or allow her wolves to cross, Callan answered. Her fucking wolves are in the mountains? Soren snarled. Raynor was gone in smoke before the words had finished leaving his lips. If she would not cross the wards, then how did she obtain you? Callan swore. I went with her willingly, all right. You did what? Soren roared. Shit, Cyrus muttered, putting a hand on Soren's shoulder. On it, Eliza called from the other room, clearly having heard every bit of the conversation. You willingly went with the Queen. For what purpose? Soren ground out from between his teeth. She wanted information on Scarlett. She asked for my help. I did not know that it would turn into this. I would never have agreed to such a thing. Callan bit back, working to keep his voice even. What kind of information did she want? The venom in his voice made Callan flinch, and Finn and Sloane tensed, hands on their swords. Something to do with her ring. She said she had been trying to talk to her, and you had been preventing it. Having been in a similar situation, I could relate, Callan replied tightly. For what purposes did she want the information? Soren was visibly trembling again. With restraint or rage, Callan didn't know. Probably both. There was a sound of swirling water and the Water Prince appeared. Why he was here, Callan didn't know. Briar took in the scene, locking eyes with Cyrus for a moment. She was hurt. A broken arm and some broken ribs, Cyrus confirmed grimly. Flames encompassed the room. Beatrix was already here. She is sleeping and will be fine. How? Briar demanded. Our beloved queen learned of one of her weaknesses and took full advantage, Soren replied. She used them to bait her and shove her deep into her magic. When it collided with Torwin's, we were all blasted into the damn walls. Then I come to learn that he went with her willingly and that he gave her information. The Water Prince's eyes snapped to Callan. What did you tell her? I know little, so there is little for me to tell her. I would never have knowingly put Scarlett in danger. You cannot seriously believe I would. Your actions, Soren started, taking a step towards him. Soren, let's go to the sparring ring. We will figure it out. Briar interrupted, a wicked-looking sword appearing in his hand amid a swirl of snow. Not until he tells us exactly what was said, Soren snarled, flames now appearing at his fingertips. Soren, I more than anyone know what is coursing through you right now, but you are in no condition to be expending this much power, Cyrus said cautiously, a sword appearing in his own hand. We will have them escorted back and discuss things later. We will discuss them now, Soren seethed, and a blade wreathed in flames was in his hand. Eliza, we might need you, Cyrus called. You moronic males, the female chided, stalking from the bedroom. This is why Drace was summoned, so that I would not be needed. She was still in the leathers she had been in at the courtyard, her magnificent sword strapped to her back. He is riding a very dangerous edge. Briar and I will not be enough, Cyrus snapped. Cyrus, escort them back to the other side of the bridges. If I were you, Crown Prince, I would stay in your rooms for the rest of the day, Eliza said in a bored tone. You are locking us in our chambers? Finn asked in disbelief. No, I am suggesting that should you want to avoid a fiery Fae temper tantrum, you may want to make yourself scarce, but the choice is yours, Eliza ground out. They are not dismissed, General, Soren snarled. Eliza erupted. She was a living pillar of flames the color of her hair, and Callan was shoved to the ground by Sloane. They are, Prince, she snarled back. Or you and I shall have it out right here, and she sleeps in the other room directly in the path of the destruction you and I would wreak. Or have you forgotten 60 years ago in Thrillarian? Soren bared his teeth as he stood perfectly still, glaring at her. Callan had seen Scarlett move through the world as a wraith of shadows. He had seen Death's shadow herself, and the female ablaze before him rivaled them both. He could not decide of the three who was the most terrifying. Let them go to their chambers, Soren, she said calmly. I will personally go to them and find out exactly what was said and report back. No, Soren snarled. Eliza's face went positively vicious. Briar, please stay with Scarlett, she growled as she drew her blade from her back, and get me a portal to the grounds. Instantly a water portal appeared behind Soren, and Callan could only watch in horror and amazement as that female flung herself at the Prince of Fire, tackling him through that portal. They are in the front so we can monitor, the Water Prince said gravely, crossing to the bedroom. You lot can get another escort or wait for me, Cyrus said without looking at them and following Briar. Callan pushed himself to his feet and trailed them. Scarlett was sleeping soundly, the healer's magic apparently putting her into a deep enough sleep that she had slept through all the commotion. Color had returned to her cheek some, and her arms lay across her chest. She still wore the loose pants and tight shirt she had been wearing. The shirt was bunched up some, baring her midsection, and he could see where her abdomen was bound for her broken ribs. He pulled his gaze from her to where the Fae males now stood out on the balcony. Finn and Sloane had followed them out and stood frozen, their faces pale. Callan quickly joined them and stilled as he watched the General and Fire Prince fighting on the front grounds. Each hit was precise. Their swords were blades of flame sending sparks flying. He moved so fast Callan could hardly keep track of him. Rage and temper fueled his every move. This was who had been training his father's high force? And Eliza? She flipped and twirled and moved in ways Callan didn't know were possible. Maybe the movements weren't even possible unless one was Fae. She held her sword in one hand and a dagger in the other, and for every thrust and attack and parry Soren came at her with, she countered it with her own. A ring of flames radiated from them as their blades met again with a force that shook the palace grounds. Callan could feel the faint vibrations from where he stood. "What exactly happened 60 years ago?" he asked, not entirely sure he wanted the answer. The Fae males didn't take their eyes from below as Cyrus answered. "Sorin and Eliza had a disagreement. They leveled an entire neighborhood in Thralarian." "You mean figuratively, right?" Finn said slowly. "No, Sentry, I do not. It was an abandoned neighborhood, and they had enough sense to ensure it was empty before they got into it. But when they were done, they were both so bloody you could hardly recognize them, and there was nothing but rubble around them." "They won't get that far today, will they?" Callan asked, unable to pull his gaze from the lethal beings below. "I do not think so. It is why Eliza removed him from the palace itself. But should they seem close, Briar will intervene. Briar and Eliza together will be able to restrain him if necessary," Cyrus explained. "However, the fact that Scarlett lies sleeping in this building will prevent him from touching his deepest wells of power for that kind of destruction." "This is all because of Queen Talwyn?" Finn asked. "No," Prince Briar answered. He sounded distant, and his icy blue eyes were glowing. "This is because someone he cares deeply for was put in danger and hurt." "Fae may be civilized and powerful, but in many ways we are just as primitive as the wild animals of the forest and mountains," Cyrus cut in. "We can become just as feral when those in our charge, when our family are in danger, and when it's when it is someone we care so deeply for, the urge to protect and defend can overtake us, despite our discipline and control." There was a deafening boom as the blades below met again. Palace guards were standing around watching the two. Callan couldn't smell fear like the Fae could, but it was tangible in the air around them. "Sorin needs to cease this," Cyrus murmured to Briar. "Until she accepts it, he cannot expel this much power." "I am tunneling into my power as quickly as I can," Briar replied. "I have been doing so since Eliza's message." "Then do so faster," Cyrus bit back. "Unless we have Beatrix wake her." Those glowing blue eyes turned to Cyrus. Callan couldn't have heard right. Or maybe he misunderstood? They weren't seriously talking about waking Scarlett, were they? There was no way she could fight right now. The healer had said she would sleep for a few hours and then needed to rest for a few days. They couldn't wake her up and expect her to pick up a sword. They wouldn't do that to her. When another blast of power shook the palace, Briar turned to Cyrus. "Summon Beatrix. I could stop him, but it will get messier. She will stop it immediately." Cyrus drew the flame message, and a few minutes later, the healer rushed in. "We need you to wake her," Cyrus said, not bothering with formalities or explanations. "She will be in intense pain," the healer warned. "Then it shall pull him from his madness faster," Cyrus ground out. "You will use her for this purpose?" Callan demanded. "You will make her suffer even more?" Briar turned those icy blue eyes upon him, and Callan forced himself not to squirm under the intensity. "We would, and perhaps you should see why." Beatrix and Briar strode through the doors and back into the bedroom. Callan made to follow, but Cyrus stopped him. "Stay. Watch, Prince." So he did. He watched as a few moments later, a water portal appeared on the grounds below. He watched Briar emerge, cradling Scarlett in his arms, the healer with them. He watched as Briar gently set Scarlett onto her feet in the grass, supporting her as she cradled her middle. Eliza saw them too, but too late to stop her next blow. Flames radiated from them, and Briar sent out a blast of water, dousing the flames and shielding Scarlett, the healer, and himself. He watched as Sorin whirled and stopped short, his flames vanishing into nothing but wisps of smoke. Chapter 18. Sorin. He couldn't see past the blinding rage. All he could feel was fury and terror. Scarlett had been hurt. She had a broken arm, broken ribs, and multiple bruises. She had been fucking bleeding. He hadn't been able to protect her. She had been shoved into her magical well so deeply she couldn't even begin to heal herself. And it was all because of that fucking mortal prince. "Sorin!" Eliza cried. "Calm the fuck down." She caught his feint and met his blade. He had not sparred with Eliza in years. They had not fought in 60. Her own flames clashed into his, and the reverberations could be felt in the ground beneath him. Eliza flipped back as he thrust again, and she barely avoided the hit. "Soren, you will level this whole damn place," she ground out between her teeth as he struck again. "She is in there. She is safe. She is healing." He knew this. In the back of his mind, he knew what she said was true. He knew he was being irrational, but the savage rage coursing through his veins could not be quelled. He could not quiet it, could not douse it. "He put her in danger," he seethed, attacking again. She caught his blade between her own sword and dagger, shoving him back. "He did not know. Tolwyn is cunning and conniving. He was tricked. He is a mortal who knows nothing of the rest of the world, Soren. He is a mortal who is in love with her, and thought Tolwyn would help him take her from me," he snarled. "She is no one's damn property," Eliza growled, and Soren had to shield against her own attack. He was panting as he dodged her blow, forced to retreat a few steps. "The two of you need to back off and give her space to figure out her own shit." "Why do you think I have not told her of the twin flame bond?" Soren seethed again. "Because you are a fucking coward," she sneered. Soren felt his power surge up, and with it, pain that he blocked out, lunging for her once again. He saw her dredge up her own power, and just before their blades met, her eyes widened in horror. Power emanated from their strike, and he felt a spray of water. Great, now fucking Drace was here to try to quell him too. He whirled, ready to take them both on with the blinding rage that burned through him at the thought of his twin flame being in such danger. And he froze. The flames along his blades guttered, and his eyes widened. Briar was not alone. Beatrix stood near him, reproach and disappointment all over her face. Briar's arm was looped under Scarlett's shoulders, supporting her as she stood barefoot in the grass. She hugged her arm to her chest. He could see her grimace as she took a breath. The pain against her ribs had to be agony. Her eyes locked onto his, worry filling them. "Soren?" Her voice was barely a whisper, but he felt it in his soul. He felt her in his mind, using that bond she didn't even know existed. "What is going on? They said you were in danger, that I was needed." "What is she doing here?" he demanded. The rage was there, boiling just beneath his skin, but he couldn't do anything. Not with her before him. "Get her back to our chambers. She is in pain." "You need to stop, Soren. You are not in a place to be expending this much power. She was the fastest way to reach you," Briar said. His voice rang with authority. "That is not your call to make," Soren snapped. "Soren," Scarlett said softly again, as though she were awake but still as sedated as possible. She took a step towards him and stifled a cry. She slowly lowered to her knees, Briar easing her down. Soren's chest cracked. He dropped his sword to the ground, rushing to her. "Love," he whispered, dropping to his own knees before her and taking her face in his hands. Her eyes had returned to their usual icy blue color, but they were dull and filled with pain as she sucked in a shallow breath. "Make her sleep, Beatrix," he growled. "Wait," Scarlett gasped, thrusting out a hand to stay Beatrix. She studied his eyes. "You are not all right." "I am," he said softly, brushing her hair back. "I am fine, love." She pulled back slightly, glancing around at the others and up at Briar before her eyes came back to his. "Come back with me. I need you." "Of course," he replied. He stood in a fluid motion, gathering her carefully into his arms. She cradled her arm and tears leaked from the corners of her eyes. "Put her back to sleep." "No," she gasped again. "Not until you are back." "I am right here, Scarlett." He stepped through a fire portal, not caring if the others followed. "You are not all right. Something is wrong," she said softly. Despite the exhaustion in her eyes, there was a clarity. He set her gingerly on the bed, flinching at her slight grimace. He stood and saw Cyrus, and the mortal prince. His lip pulled back from his teeth and a low growl rose in his throat. Cyrus stepped between them, but before he could say a word, she spoke again. "Soren, I need you," she whispered, her hand reaching up and brushing his. That was all it took. He understood now. He understood on the deepest of levels how Thea had so thoroughly wrapped Cyrus around her finger. He understood why seeing Scarlett in mortal danger had driven him to a brawl with his general. He understood the utter insanity that encompassed Cyrus for years when Thea had died. He understood that it did not matter that the person who put Scarlett in such danger stood in this room. She needed him, and his entire world revolved around that need. Without a word, without another glance at Callan or his guards, Soren toed off his boots. Water licked down his body, erasing the blood and sweat courtesy of Briar. He walked to the other side of the bed, laying down beside her. She reached out her hand once more. He took it gently, pressing a soft kiss to her fingertips, and placed it against his chest. "Your heart is racing," she said around another grimace. "Please let Beatrix help you sleep again." She turned her head, looking into his eyes. He could hear the question in them. "Are you back?" "You brought me back, love. Now rest," he murmured, pressing a kiss to her temple. "You will stay?" she asked cautiously, suspicion etching along her features. "Always," he whispered, running his nose down the length of hers. Beatrix pressed her hand to her cheek, and Scarlett seemed to sigh in relief as she slipped back to sleep. "Get out, all of you," he growled to the room. He didn't look away from the princess sleeping next to him to see if they obeyed or not. It did not matter. Chapter 19. Callan. Callan felt a tug at his elbow at the prince's growled order. He looked down to find a female hand there. Eliza had a grim look on her face, jerking her head to the door. His feet felt like lead as he followed her from the room. His mind was reeling from the events of the last hour. The Fae Queen had asked for his help in obtaining an audience with Scarlett. She had said she had been trying to speak with her since her arrival, but Soren had been interfering. She had explained that the ring was a family heirloom and incredibly valuable to her family. She only wished to know how Scarlett had come across it. Then she had asked if Scarlett had any tattoos. When Callan had told her no, and that he indeed had knowledge to know if there were any hidden ones, the Queen had become somewhat more withdrawn. She had also asked about Soren's tattoos, but he had so many visible now that he couldn't tell her if any were new or not. Callan had not known her plan until minutes before. They had eaten breakfast at her home, the White Halls she had called it. When she returned to bring them back to the fire court without warning, she had trapped them in some sort of soundless prison and portaled them. He could hear nothing of what was going on outside the inaudible bubble. He could see the screaming and yelling. He watched as Scarlett was shoved into a swirling vortex, her eyes wide in terror. But when Scarlett had exploded with her magic, his own terror shifted from terror for her to fear of her. She had wielded those flames as if they were extensions of her. She had threatened a gods-damned queen for him. Her concern had been for him and his safety. Even when she was writhing in pain, she questioned if he was hurt. They all walked into the sitting room in silence, Briar gently closing the door behind them. "Bold move bringing her down into that," Eliza said softly. "It was the only move we could make," Cyrus replied gravely. The Water Prince was standing off to the side and looking nearly as livid as Soren had before Eliza had tackled him through a portal. His eyes were as hard as chips of ice as he stared at Callan. "Trace," Eliza warned. "Perhaps it would be wise to go speak with Sawyer and make sure Tolwyn doesn't make a similar visit to your own court." "I assume you two have things under control from this point?" Briar asked, his eyes dragging to her. "We do. I doubt he will leave her side until she wakes," Cyrus answered. Briar only nodded before exiting through a water portal. Callan immediately felt himself relax a touch being out of his presence. "Whose rooms are these?" he asked, looking around the sitting room. Finn and Sloane were waiting by the main door. Even Sloane still looked a little shaken by the whole ordeal. "They are the prince's private chambers," Eliza replied. "Come, I will escort you back to your own." Callan obeyed, falling into step beside her. As they walked down the corridor, he steeled himself enough to ask, "Will you tell me if I ask which are her rooms? I assume they are not far from his." "You assume correctly," Eliza said as they rounded a corner. "You were just standing in hers." Callan stopped short, Finn nearly running into him. "They share rooms?"
There is more than one bedroom in those chambers, Prince, but yes, they share the space. Eliza replied, not stopping for them. He does not even give Scarlett her own space? Callan demanded, quickening his pace to catch up to her. He gave her the option, Eliza said with a shrug. Despite what you seem to think of him, he is not forcing her into anything. In fact, he is doing quite the opposite. Her last words held enough of a bite to them that Callan knew not to press the matter, despite wanting to know what she meant. Against his better judgment, he said, "It seems like he is deciding plenty for her." Like what? They went down a set of stairs before taking another corner. He keeps people from her, for starters. Like you? Queen Talwyn said she has been trying to speak with her for weeks as well. Ah, Eliza said as the bridges came into view. Tell me, Prince, what did the Queen promise you in exchange for selling Scarlett out? I did not sell her out, Callan retorted, leashing his temper. No? What did she ask of you? Why would she ask anything of me? Because the Queen does nothing without motive. The Queen does not grant favors out of the goodness of her heart, Eliza sneered. Maybe not to those who oppose her so openly, Callan countered. Do not guess at things you know nothing of, Princeling. What did she offer you in exchange for your services? When Callan was silent, she went on. You accused my prince of not protecting her moments ago, of willingly allowing someone he cares deeply for to be injured. The fact of the matter is, had you not been involved in this, things would have gone very, very differently. Had Scarlett not been distracted by you and your companions, her focus would have been on defending herself and not rescuing you. I was not told of the Queen's plans. Of course you weren't. She doesn't tell anyone her plans, except maybe her lover. But before you so brazenly trust her over our own court, perhaps you ought to consider your own motives for doing so. What did she promise you in return? They had crossed the bridges and were nearing their own suite. She asked me if she had any tattoos. When I told her no, she seemed upset by that. Then she asked about Soren's tattoos, but I could not tell her anything about those. She was also very interested in Scarlett's ring. She has a matching one and said it was a valuable Fae family heirloom. Did she say why she was so interested in whether or not Scarlett had any marks? Eliza asked, following them into their rooms. She shut the door behind her, leaning against it. Finn and Sloane immediately departed for their own rooms, clearly not seeing a threat anymore. Marks? The tattoos, Eliza said impatiently, gesturing to the swirls in ink that adorned her own skin. No. And what was your reward for being her source of information? Eliza asked. Callan just stared at her, holding her gaze. Ah, a guessing game it shall be then. She tapped her chin as if thinking long and hard. Considering everything you've done since your arrival here has revolved around Scarlett, I'm going to guess it has something to do with her. Did she offer to help give you a private moment with her? No, Callan said through gritted teeth. Did she offer to send you back to your mortal lands and deliver her there? No. I don't have time to guess all day, Princeling, Eliza said, her tone going cold. You can either tell me what happened, or Soren will come to extract it himself. I am not afraid of him, Callan snapped. That was a goddamn lie. He was terrified of the prince. You should be, Eliza said, a cruel smile spreading across her face. Our methods of obtaining information are most unpleasant, and because this has to do with her, he will use whatever means necessary. He loves her? Callan asked. I think you know the answer to that. Callan bristled inwardly at the answer. Does she return the sentiment? Eliza paused, studying him carefully. We all have our suspicions and opinions on that, but the truth remains to be seen, she finally answered. Tell me your best guess, Callan challenged. It is not my place. Tell me what she told you. She did not tell me anything. She gave me access to a book for a few hours, which I spent all night reading. What sort of book? Eliza asked, her brows rising in surprise. A book of Fae customs and history, Callan answered. The shock and adrenaline of the day's events were wearing off, and exhaustion was sinking in. He crossed to the liquor cart in their sitting room, pouring himself a knuckle's length of whiskey. Was that your asking price? Eliza asked, watching him carefully.
No. I asked her if Fae royalty were required to marry royalty and nobility as is custom in the mortal lands. From the little bit I've been able to observe since being here, the land seems similar in that at least. Eliza noticeably stiffened at his words.
They can be, she replied slowly.
Instead of giving me a straight answer, which seems to be a common Fae trait, she pulled a book from the air and told me it was mine to peruse until she returned me here. He took a sip of the alcohol.
And what did you learn?
I learned that marriages are often arranged between powerful bloodlines to breed power into the royalty.
Did that ease your worry of their relationship?
Callan clenched his jaw, a muscle feathering in it. Not particularly, since it has been hinted that her own bloodline is powerful. Is that not why Mikhail wants her? Is that why Soren wants her? Eliza bared her teeth at him and a growl left her throat.
Careful, princeling, she warned. What else did you learn?
I learned that Fae believe there are bonds between souls and that two in particular surpass any other type of relationship.
And
that while Soren has the twin flame mark on his left hand, Scarlett does not. When he had read those particular pages, he had sunk to the couch in his small room in relief. The twin flame bond took precedence over anything and everything. It was a bond deeper than marriage, deeper than love. It was an inexplicable union of the souls that persisted beyond death. The marks were taken together, though. Who is his twin flame, then? Eliza's eyes hardened.
That is not for me to say, especially since you seem so willing to divulge information to Queen Tolwyn.
If she knew that sort of information, she could use it against him. You said if I found a book about the twin flame bond, you would answer my questions.
I did,
Eliza said with a nod. So they take this mark and that's it?
No,
Eliza said slowly.
The mark is an offering of their souls to each other. A claiming rite is spoken when the mark is given and initiates the trials. They must face 4 trials that strengthen their bond. If they complete them all, the bond is anointed, sealing them as each other's for eternity. It is rare to find one's twin flame.
And what of one's soulmate? He had read about those too. Twin flames were equals in every way. They were companions and lovers and linked in magic and soul. But a soulmate was one's closest friend. There was no physical component with soulmates, just a kindred soul connection.
What of it?
Eliza asked. Are they soulmates, Soren and Scarlett?
What do you think?
I think it would make sense if they are. The connection they seem to have, how he can talk to her, help her, how protective he is of her.
If they are, would you hold it against them?
No. I would not like it, but I cannot control such a thing.
And you could control other facets of their relationship?
He paused at her question. Are soulmates ever lovers?
No, there is no romantic intimacy between soulmates, only a deep love and connection of the soul,
Eliza answered. He wishes for more from her.
Does he?
Eliza asked, cocking her head to the side. It is evident in the way he looks at her. I am not stupid or blind to such a desire, as I am sure it is a mirror of my own, Callan replied coldly. Eliza did not respond. What does his twin flame have to say about his lusting after another female? Does she not live in this palace?
The twin flame bond is not always accepted by both parties,
Eliza answered with a shrug of her shoulders.
It does not happen often, but sometimes one or both do not want the bond, despite the pull of it. Sometimes the fates get it wrong. Just because it exists does not mean one must submit to it.
She rejects the twin flame bond, or he does?
I did not say either of them rejects it. I do not know where she considers her home to be.
Could you be any more vague? Callan asked in frustration, running a hand through his brown hair and pushing it back from his face.
I'm sure I could,
Eliza replied with a smirk. Can you give me one straight answer, a yes or a no? Callan asked, gripping his glass tighter.
That depends on the question.
Are Soren and Scarlett soulmates or not?
No, I do not think that they are,
Eliza answered. Will he reject his twin flame bond for her?
You said one straight answer.
I have fulfilled my end of that bargain, Eliza said, pushing off from the door. She pulled it open, looking over her shoulder. I suggest lying low for a few days, Princeling. As the door clicked shut behind her, Callan hurled his glass at it. It shattered everywhere, alcohol sliding down the door. Finn came rushing from his room, a dagger in his hand. What the hell, Callan? He barked, lowering his dagger at the empty room. If Eliza wouldn't tell him anything, he'd figure it out himself. I am going to the library, he growled to Finn, wrenching the door open, his boots crunching on the shattered glass.
Chapter 20. Scarlett. Scarlett woke with a groan. Her arm was stiff and sore, but the shooting pain was gone. She sucked in a breath and gasped. Her ribs were healing, but her entire body ached. She was exhausted. Her very soul felt drained. Take it easy, Princess. Soren will kill me if you wake up and hurt yourself more, came a female voice. Scarlett's eyes fluttered open, and she found Eliza sprawled in the chaise beneath the window, a book in her hands. The army general wore pants and a tunic the color of ash. Her fighting leathers and weapons were discarded on the floor beside the chaise, although a dagger was still sheathed at her side. Where is he? Scarlett asked, looking around the room. He had to tend to some court matters with Cyrus, and Rayna had his own tasks. So you got stuck with babysitting duty? Scarlett inquired, using her good arm to push herself into a sitting position. She breathed through her teeth at the sharp pain in her ribs. She moved her arm back and forth, wincing slightly with the movement. I volunteered, Eliza replied with a shrug of her shoulders. How many days have I been asleep? Only one. Scarlett's eyes widened. How have my arm and ribs healed this much in only a day? Didn't Soren tell you Fae heal quickly? Add Beatrix to the mix, and you should be good as new in a few days' time. Although your depleted magical reserves may delay things a bit, there is a tonic by the bed to speed your healing. Eliza answered with a nod to the nightstand. Her red gold hair was free and flowing down her back. Scarlett could see her tattoos peeking out from beneath the collar of her tunic. Eliza followed her gaze and said, They're marks. What do they mean? Scarlett asked. The two females hadn't spent much time together the past few weeks, so she wasn't sure if Eliza would find the question prying. She had eaten dinner with Sorens in her court every evening, becoming more comfortable with them each day. She had quickly become close with Cyrus and delighted in giving Soren as much shit as possible with him. She could tell beneath the wit and endless bantering was a brilliant mind that was constantly calculating and assessing everything at once. After spending just a few hours with him, she knew why he was Soren's second, and he had even given her tips on her archery skills a few times. Raynor was still a mystery to her. He was kind whenever she saw him and always had a soft smile for her, but he was quiet and reclusive. She rarely saw him outside dinner, and even there he only spoke to quiet tension. When he spoke, though, you listened. He was like a wise old man who you knew held untold wisdom if you just listened at the right times. Eliza, however, she could still hear her voice telling her to leave them at that initial dinner and see the challenge in her eyes to Soren. Eliza had been civil to her, but hadn't spent any more time with her than necessary. To hear she had volunteered to watch over her was a surprise. Even on the short journey here, Eliza hadn't said much to her. Her sole focus had seemed to be keeping Soren under control for some reason. She'd always managed to appear when tensions were rising between Soren and Callan. She clearly had no problem with challenging him when she thought what he was doing was ill-advised. Eliza closed her book and laid it beside her on the chaise, those grey eyes fixing on Scarlett. Some marks are symbols, some marks are tests, some marks are used in spells and enchantments, some marks amplify certain aspects of one's power. And yours? Eliza studied her a moment, then asked instead, What do you know of the courts? Scarlett blinked in surprise. Not a lot, she admitted. I know there are 4, I know the names, I know the sitting royalty, I know little more. Eliza nodded. I'm told the mortal kingdoms place a lot of stock in bloodlines. They do, Scarlett answered shortly, reaching over to the tonic sitting on the bedside table. She swallowed it down and nearly choked on the bitter taste. The Fae courts are no different, except that our families are built up for magical power, not just royalty bloodlines. Those with powerful magic are betrothed to those of similar power to strengthen the bloodlines, Eliza explained. She was looking down at the floor as she spoke, tracing idle circles onto the rug with the toe of her boot. Marrying outside of your court is not permitted. The only exception is if your twin flame is from another court, and even then the bond has to be trialed and anointed before it is accepted. Queen Elene had been working hard to break that stigma, and we were beginning to see more marriages amongst the courts, but it's still frowned upon by many. But why? Scarlett asked. In the Mortal Lands, sometimes marriages are arranged between the kingdoms to strengthen their relations. Eliza snorted. I don't pretend to understand the workings of the courts and their arranged marriages. The courts hold petty grudges against each other, especially amongst the Western and Eastern courts. My mother, though, was of the Earth Court. She was incredibly powerful, and was given to a male of equal power. I was conceived, and it was impossible for me not to be more powerful with their combined bloodlines. From the day I was born, it had already been determined that I would be given to the Earth Prince for marriage. His parents had been slaughtered by Damis and Esmere like the other royals had been, but he was older than Soren when it had happened. He was in a much better position to take over ruling his court, and did so without thought or question. Queen Henna, and later Queen Elene, had to do little advising to him. However, when my power began manifesting at age 11, it was fire, pure and strong, and my mother's husband realized that he was obviously not my father. She had had an affair with a male from the Fire Court, whom she believed was her twin flame, but they were too afraid to undergo the trials. I still don't know who he is to this day, but instead of my powers being unparalleled earth magic, they are fire. My fire magic is second only to Soren's. Scarlett's mouth fell open a little at the revelation. She had seen Eliza use her flames here and there, but had no idea she was that powerful. When my mother's husband learned the truth, he slit her throat in front of me. Then he gave me this mark, she said, pointing to the whirl of ink directly over her heart. It prevents me from bearing children. He told me he'd rather die than have any more of his relations with a drop of Fire Court blood in their veins. He dropped me over the border of the Fire Court and left me to fend for myself or die. There has long been tension between the Fire and Earth Courts. This only added to the hostility between them. Eliza fell silent as Scarlett rose from the bed, pushing down a cry at the pain, and came to her side. You cannot bear children. Soren told me it is very difficult for Fae to conceive. Are you sure? But she trailed off when she saw the look on Eliza's face. I cannot bear living children, Eliza corrected. I have conceived children 3 separate times. After enduring that pain 3 different times, I will not attempt it again. I never told my partner. It was my burden to bear alone. Scarlett wrapped her arms around the female and pulled her into an embrace. No one should have to bear that alone. Eliza stiffened at first, and then returned the hug gently, careful of her ribs. When Scarlett pulled back, tears glistened in Eliza's eyes. I share it because... Eliza trailed off, looking out the window. Scarlett let her gather her thoughts, waiting for her to continue. I share it because you watched your mother be killed in front of you. I share it because you've experienced hell, a different sort of hell than me, but a hell nonetheless. I share it because you were to be given to another simply because of the power that courses through your veins. I share it because you went up against Tolwyn for all of us, not knowing what power you would face. I share it because I want you to know you are not alone. Then she added quietly, no one else knows of the losses. Scarlett understood the request in her words. It is not my tale to tell, and it will not leave this room. Scarlett replied simply. After another beat of silence, she asked, Your lover was not your twin flame? No, I don't believe so. The connection could have maybe settled into place eventually, but he was killed by night children many years ago, Eliza said, bringing her eyes back to Scarlett's. There was something on her face that Scarlett couldn't read as she said tentatively, Finding your twin flame is extremely rare, and taking the mark is a test few dare to do. Soren said it is an offering of the soul, Scarlett recalled vaguely from that night on the beach. It is indeed. Eliza paused, seeming to want to say more, but then deciding against it. How did you meet Soren then? How did you become the general of his armies? A soldier on patrol found me the day I was dumped over the border and brought me to the palace. I worked as a kitchen assistant for years, but I would sneak out whenever I could and watch the soldiers train. I studied everything they did, not just weaponry, but war strategies and battle formations. As my power grew, I was taken up to train with the other neophytes, Soren caught me in the training ring one night with a sword I had swiped from discarded weapons that had been deemed no longer usable. He told me if I wanted to swing a sword, I needed an opponent who would swing back. He sparred with me that night. The next morning, I was summoned to the training pits beneath the palace. I clawed my way through every training ring to the top, and Soren had been watching, keeping tabs on me apparently. He eventually asked me to be the general of his armies. "This mark is my mark of loyalty to him and the Fire Court," she said, pulling back the collar of her tunic and pointing to the mark on the left side of her chest near her shoulder. It was a flame with a sword through it. It was in nearly the same spot as the one on Soren's chest and looked identical. Cyrus and Reyna bear one as well. Most of the other marks enhance my abilities and allow me to do things like summon weapons from my flames, among other things. Scarlett tried not to stare at the female before her. She had faced her own battles, alone. She had clawed her way through piles of shit to get to her position, alone. She had even watched her mother murdered in front of her. Soren had been right. They were kindred spirits. "Eliza," she ventured slowly. Eliza merely cocked her head to the side slightly, and Scarlett tried not to squirm as those ash-gray eyes seemed to see right through her. "Soren told me that if I wanted to continue my own physical training, I should ask you to train me. Would you be willing?" "Training with me is grueling and hard," Eliza replied, warning in her tone. "My strongest warriors curse me on a daily basis." "I imagine it's similar to training with Soren when he's being a cranky prick," Scarlett scowled. Memories of running for miles and getting knocked on her ass flashed through her mind. Eliza laughed. "At least you'll know what to expect." "Thank you," Scarlett said, "for sharing with me." "Thank you for coming," Eliza replied. "The others will not say it to you, but I hope you decide to stay." Scarlett felt her cheeks heat at the compliment. "I don't remember much after Callan carried me here from the courtyard," she said, "but I remember being woken and told Soren was in danger. Did that happen, or was it a dream?" "It happened," Eliza said gravely. "He is all right?" Scarlett asked, her heart skipping a beat. "He is fine, Scarlett. He told me to summon him when you woke, which I can do when you're ready." "No," Scarlett replied hastily. "He has responsibilities here. I do not need to monopolize all of his time." "I think he'd prefer if you did. When you are a prince, you do not always get that choice," Scarlett answered. "He has been gone for 3 years. He needs to tend to his people." "Then let's have some tea," Eliza replied with a small smile. The two were still sitting together on the chaise, sipping tea, their shoes off, feet tucked underneath them, when Soren entered the room a couple of hours later. He stopped short, looked them up and down, and brought his fingers to his brow with a groan. "How long has she been awake, Eliza?" "She's sitting right here. Ask her yourself," Eliza replied casually, as though she were speaking to a sibling and not a powerful prince. Scarlett merely smiled sweetly up at him over her teacup as his eyes went to her with an unamused glare. "How is your arm?" With a smirk, she twisted it to give him a vulgar gesture and replied, "I've been awake for a few hours, thank you." His unamused glare went back to Eliza. "I told you to let me know when she woke up." "Did you?" she asked with mock surprise, raising her eyebrows. "Oops." "It took nearly 5 years to get you to say more than 3 words at a time to Cyrus and Reyna, but you and Scarlett are thicker than thieves in a few hours?" Soren asked, his tone conveying just how unlikely he found this to be. Eliza shrugged. "She doesn't have a cock. That makes a big difference. I've been telling you for years we needed another female in the family." Soren closed his eyes in a slow blink at the reply, then drawled sarcastically, "We could hardly handle 1 of you, dear Eliza. 2 ought to be most enjoyable." Chapter 21. Scarlett. Scarlett lay awake, staring at the ceiling. Soren was sleeping beside her, as he had been every night since she had asked him to stay. Nothing else had happened since that night either, which both relieved and slightly disappointed Scarlett. He had let her and Eliza have time to themselves nearly the entire afternoon, and Eliza had helped her bathe since she had still been in the clothes from the courtyard. When Soren had returned, he had hovered like a mother hen, and had continued to do so for the last 2 days. He brought her meals and wouldn't let her out of the bed unless she had to see to her needs, at which point she had to shut the door in his face. He had tried to explain it to her, that Fae males felt an instinctive drive to serve and protect. Guilt, she had realized. He had felt guilt at what had happened to her in the courtyard. Soren, in this very room you looked at me and told me none of what happened was my fault, she had said quietly.
It wasn't,
he had replied quickly, worry flickering across his face.
Nor was any of it yours,
she had answered gently.
Not being able to protect you.
I do not need protecting, Soren, she had cut in.
That is not what I mean, Scarlett. You do not need protecting or rescuing.
Read to me, she had asked then. He had, for nearly 2 hours until she could tell he was exhausted. He had fallen asleep almost immediately, and here she was, going more than a little stir-crazy. She needed to get up, to move around. She needed to get out of these rooms. She was trained in the damned Black Syndicate. She could be stealthy, even with an injured arm and ribs. They were healing quickly anyway. She was mostly just sore at this point. She sucked in a breath, bracing herself as she gently eased herself to a sitting position. She slid from the bed with expert quiet. She was in loose-fitting training clothes, which were fine for walking around the palace. She slid her feet into slippers. Soren hardly stirred. She supposed he was used to her waking screaming or thrashing from nightmares, not from her silently slipping from bed. Now, to get out the door. She pulled the door, grimacing at the abdominal muscles she had to use to do so. The door, mercifully, was silent as it slid open, and she slipped out. She braided her long hair back while she crossed the sitting room and strapped a dagger she found near the door to her thigh. She was in the hallway a moment later, and she let out a long breath. It had been a long while since she had had to sneak anywhere. She silently padded down the hallway. The palace was silent at this hour, everyone asleep, save for the night watch guards stationed here and there. They nodded to her as she passed. She moved slowly across the bridges, not really wanting to tackle stairs tonight. Another left and a right, and she found herself before the level's library entrance. As she walked along the balconies of the massive library, she could see various levels below, lit by torches and candles. She heard a noise ahead among the stacks and froze. She did not really want to interact much with anyone, but it was too late as a figure emerged from between the shelves. She instinctively protected her healing ribs as they nearly collided.
My apologies,
a man yelped, dropping the books he was carrying.
I did not know anyone else was in here.
He had stooped to grab his books, but Scarlett knew who it was before he stood upright. Callan's eyes widened at who stood before him.
Scarlett.
He scanned her, noting her wrapped middle and arm.
What are you doing here?
It's a library, she said with an eye roll. I'm here to get a book. She realized a moment later that with that sarcastic comment, she had not put on the mask she usually wore with the prince. Then again, he'd been seeing plenty of things that went far beyond that mask these days.
Of course.
He shifted on his feet.
How are you?
I've been better, she admitted with a weak smile.
Are you okay? Did Talwyn hurt you?
No, nothing like that, he said in a rush of words and a peculiar look. They stood awkwardly together in the silence, neither knowing what to say. Well, this is stupid, huh? She finally murmured. He huffed a laugh.
We can finally converse in the open, and we do not know what to do with ourselves.
What are you reading? Scarlett asked, glancing at his stack of books. Hopefully something to keep your interest, unless you are looking for something to help you fall asleep.
No,
She reached out with her good arm and plucked a book from the top of the stack. The Heart of the Beginning. She looked up at him with a quizzical look.
I figured since I'm to be king one day, I should know as much as I can about our land and relations, so I've been studying the history of the Fae,
he explained with a small shrug. Smart. Have you learned anything interesting? She asked as she thumbed through the book.
Some, yes. Listen, can we walk somewhere so I can set these down?
He asked, lifting the stack of books in emphasis. Of course, sorry. She followed him to a little alcove with a table. More books and papers littered the surface. How much research have you done, exactly? She asked with a raised brow as he plopped the books onto the table.
I have some time on my hands here,
he said, rubbing the back of his neck. He turned to face her fully.
I am sorry about what happened in the courtyard.
What could you possibly have to be sorry for? She asked.
Soren did not tell you.
Again, he had that peculiar look.
Tell me what?
She asked slowly. He took a deep breath.
The Fae Queen did not kidnap me. I went with her willingly.
Scarlett stilled. She could hardly draw a breath as she said as evenly as she could.
Why would you do that? It seemed like a good idea at the time, to get to know another leader of the lands, to build relations.
Oh, Callan. She didn't know what else to say. When she'd asked how Talwyn had crossed the wards to get to Callan and the others, Soren had only said that they were working on it and that it wouldn't happen again. He swallowed.
She had questions. About you.
I'm sure she did, Scarlett muttered.
Why?
Scarlett waved the question off. What kind of questions?
She commented on your ring, about how it is a Fae family heirloom. She wondered how you obtained it. Then she asked if you had any of the tattoos the others have.
She asked if I had any marks? Callan nodded. How curious, was all she could say as he looked expectantly at her.
Which part? The marks of the ring?
He asked, running a hand down the stubble along his jaw. The action caught her off guard. How many times had she watched him do that when they were strategizing in the same hours of the night in his own private rooms? All of it, I suppose, she said with a sigh. She eased herself into a seat at the table. Tell me, what have you learned? Callan took a tentative seat opposite her.
You are not at all curious about her questions?
Not tonight, I am not. Tell me the most interesting thing you have discovered. Callan studied her.
There used to be 2 Fae Queens who ruled the courts. They were sisters, but some say there was a 3rd sister, that Esmeralda was that 3rd.
So I've heard. What did you learn of them? Callan shrugged.
Most accounts say that Daemus and Esmeralda tried to overtake the courts to get to the mortals. I'm not surprised that their history books are so different from our own, I suppose.
Most accounts? Are they not all the same?
No,
Callan said, leaning back in his chair.
One book I read said the Fae courts were just caught in between a bigger conflict between Esmeralda's territory and Auvergne. It claimed that Daemus and Esmeralda were seeking something across the sea, and Auvergne refused to let them even come to visit. That such a slight would ignite the Great War seems a little far-fetched, though.
Yes, but did it ever say what they were looking for, or what Daemus was?
What do you mean, what Daemus was? He was mortal, wasn't he?
Callan asked with a raise of his brow. But he had magic. How else did he and Esmeralda lock away the Auvergnans? If Esmeralda was as powerful as the Fae Queens, that explains that. But what of Daemus? Scarlett pressed. She chewed on her bottom lip as she pondered this. Callan was quiet, and after a few moments, she realized he was staring at her. She cleared her throat and straightened in her chair. What else have you discovered? Scarlett asked, leaning forward to look at his various notes and books.
Myths and legends, mostly. It's also different from the history we were taught. It paints the Fae as mortal protectors, not as a race seeking to enslave us.
Scarlett pulled one of his pages of notes towards her, skimming his neat and precise handwriting that was so familiar to her. And what are you inclined to believe? Callan shrugged again.
Honestly, I do not know what to believe anymore. Some things seem so far-fetched. There was one book that spoke of something called a world walker, who was apparently a being that could walk between the worlds somehow.
Interesting, Scarlett murmured, flipping through his pages of notes. She stilled as she read the page title, Twin Flames and Soulmates. What is this? She asked, tapping the paper with her fingernail.
More research,
Callan said, reaching to take the papers, but she grabbed them, twisting out of his reach. She stifled a cry at the pain in her abdomen from the movement as she read his notes. Why are you researching this? She asked.
I heard of the twin flame bond mentioned in passing and wanted to know more about it,
he said cautiously. This is old blood magic, Callan, she said, her eyes moving rapidly over the pages. She saw her name jotted in the margins with a question mark beside it. Why is my name written here? She brought her eyes to his in time to see him wince.
I am trying to figure out how you fit into their world, Scarlett,
he finally conceded with a sigh.
No one will give me straight answers about anything, so I decided to take it upon myself.
You think I am one of these? To whom? She demanded, waving the page of notes at him.
I do not know, but it would explain why you fit in so well among them.
I fit in among them because I am Fae, Callan, she said shortly. I know, but you interact with them as if you have known them for years. You are more comfortable around them than you were around me when we were sharing a bed for a year, and you've only shared quarters with him for a few weeks. His eyes widened as the words left his lips. Scarlett stared at him, blinking slowly. Without a word, she extended her hand with the notes back to him. Why are you really researching all of this, Callan? Everything I said was true, but also to help you. Why can he help you and I cannot? He demanded, his eyes hardening as he took the papers from her hand. She studied him a long moment, all of him so familiar to her still to this day. All right then, she said, pulling a book towards her. What are you doing? It's my history. Maybe I should learn some of it too, don't you think? She asked, flipping the book open. You are going to sit here and read with me. There was wariness in his tone. Unless you have some objection to it. It was his turn to study her. I do not have an objection. I can think of another who might. He is not my keeper, she said simply, and she began to read. It was hours later when she crossed the bridges again, slipping silently into Soren's rooms. She silently closed the door behind her, patting across the sitting room. She was sore. She knew she had overdone it sitting at that table for so long with Callan, each of them offering interesting bits of history or research they came across. The space between them was still tense, but it was something, she supposed. She carefully pushed open the bedroom door and stepped inside. Soren still lay in bed where she'd left him. She unbuckled the dagger from her thigh and slid her feet from her slippers. Then she stood, debating whether a hot bath would ease her aching middle. Take the tonic on the nightstand for the pain, came a voice from the darkened room. She scowled at him in the darkness, and he chuckled, rising from the bed. He grabbed the vial from the bedside table as it came to her, uncorking it and extending it to her. When did you learn I was gone? She asked, tipping back the vial, its honey taste trying to mask the bitterness of it. Love, I felt you get out of this bed, he replied with a smirk she could just make out in the glow from the hearth. You did not, she scoffed, handing him the empty vial. I did. Granted, I thought you were going to the bathing room and did not want the door slammed in my face again. When you did not return after an hour, I sent word for a pain-relieving tonic to have ready for you. She added a sedative to help you sleep. Scarlett rolled her eyes, making to move towards the bed. Damn it, she was so damn sore. I'm surprised you didn't try to stop me when you heard me leave the room then, she ground out, trying and failing to hide her grimace of pain. She didn't fight him as he gently lifted her into his arms and carried her to the bed. Scarlett, I understand it is hard for you to let yourself be taken care of. I understand that Fae protectiveness is new to you and takes such a thing to a whole new, overbearing level. It took every shred of self-control to let you leave this room tonight and fight that urge to make you stay in bed, despite knowing you would come back in this state, he said pointedly, pulling the comforter up and around her. I am trying, though. The mother hen look is not good on you, she said softly, feeling the tonic begin to take effect. I'll try to remember that, he said with a soft chuckle, as he climbed back into the other side of the bed. I just couldn't sleep. I was getting restless, she murmured into the dark. I know, love, but maybe 1 hour in the library would have been wiser than 3. You know where I was? I am the prince of the palace, Scarlett, and you are, for all intents and purposes, a princess. I was sent a message by every night watch you passed. Why did you not tell me Callan went with Talwyn willingly? She asked. She wanted to roll onto her side and face him, but knew that would be impossible, so she turned her head. He seemed to know, though, and propped himself onto an elbow, looking down at her. It was somehow more intimate than kissing, laying in the dark, staring into his golden eyes. He told you? He did. Why didn't you? Because I know he is important to you. I do not want this to fracture your relationship with him further. I think he is still hoping things will return to how they were, she said quietly, feeling the tug of sleep. I think you are right, he agreed, gently stroking soothing lines down her cheek, along her jaw. I do not know how to tell him that I do not know if I will remain in Baylorin when we take him home, she said, her eyes growing heavy.
Soren's finger paused its movement for a split second before continuing. Oh? He is researching things in the library, she murmured. She hardly knew what she was saying anymore. What kinds of things? Mainly history. She heard the smile in Soren's words as he said, Is he now? Yes. He is also researching twin flames and soulmates. Soren's fingers stilled completely this time. Her eyes fluttered open at the interruption, and she found him watching her closely. What has he learned? We didn't discuss it much. She couldn't read his expression, although her mind was so muddled from the tonic, there was probably nothing to read there anyway. She was just babbling at this point. He said he thought someone here might think I am their twin flame or soulmate, and that's why you are all so protective. I couldn't tell him the truth. Which is what? Soren asked slowly. That you all think I'm a princess, and that's why you're so fussy. She answered with a half-smile. You are a princess, he said, resuming his soothing stroking on her face. I think you might be mine, though, she said, as sleep finally overtook her. You're what? She heard him press, but sleep pulled her under before she could reply. Chapter 22. Scarlett. Scarlett wandered along the banks of the Tana River in the gardens behind the palace. The thin dusting of snow they'd gotten that morning had melted in the afternoon sun, and the evening chill settled over her bones. She drew her cloak tighter around herself. It was thin, but the only thing she could find, so it would have to do, she supposed. She had left a note for the others that she would not be at dinner this evening. She just needed some time to... She didn't know what she needed time for. She had awoken that morning feeling tired and empty. It had been nearly 2 weeks since the courtyard dramatics. It had taken 5 days before Soren had finally relented and allowed Eliza to begin training her in the mornings. Scarlett flexed and rolled her wrist on the arm that had been broken under her cloak. While it had healed well enough under Beatrix's care, it was still sore after a day of wielding weapons and practicing combat moves. Eliza had seemed to sense something amiss this morning during their training session. Scarlett had known she was being sloppy and making careless mistakes, but Eliza hadn't said a word about it. In fact, she had backed off on her own maneuvers, and had apparently reported such to Soren because when he came to take her to the courtyard for their afternoon magic training, he had looked her over carefully before asking too casually how she was doing. She hadn't been able to focus there either. He had ended their time together earlier than normal and asked to walk back to the palace with her rather than Portal, but she had declined. When they'd gotten back to their rooms, she had gone straight to the bathing room, shutting the door behind her. She hadn't bathed, though. She had waited until she'd heard him leave to have his usual afternoon briefing with his inner court. Then she'd left her note, grabbed a cloak, and somehow found herself walking in the cold evening air. Her thoughts were everywhere today. Cassius, Nuri, the orphans, and memories she worked so hard to keep shoved down seemed to be clawing their way to the surface. Not just Juliet and Mikhail, but memories of punishments from the Assassin Lord and images of pain she'd inflicted upon her assignments. All of it pressed in on her today. Cyrus had said it had taken time to find his way out of the dark, that the stars were always worth fighting for, and she had been trying. Every day she had been fighting through the unending and relentless grief and panic and guilt that crashed upon her, and today she awoke not feeling like she had any fight left in her. Today she awoke and felt utterly and completely empty. Scarlett hadn't realized she'd stopped beside the river. Her hands rubbed at her arms as she stared across it to the mountains towering in the distance. She didn't know how long she'd been standing there when she felt a pulse of heat behind her. How he had found her, she didn't know, but she sighed at the sound of his boots on the earth. She didn't even bother to look over her shoulder at him when she said, I do not want company, nor do I wish to speak right now, Soren. I did not come to do either of those two things, only to bring you these. She couldn't decipher the emotions in his voice when she turned to face him. A heavy cloak was wrapped around his own shoulders, and his breath was visible as he watched her, his face solemn. He held a bundle of fabric in his arms, and Scarlett arched a brow at him in question. It's freezing out, Scarlett, he said quietly, taking a small step towards her.
I know it gets far colder here than it does in Baylorin, and it's not even technically winter yet. He picked up something off the top of the bundle and held them up. A pair of gloves. She didn't say anything, just glanced at the remaining item in his arms. A fur-lined cloak, he said by way of explanation. She said nothing as she turned back to face the river once more, and she felt him come up beside her. He handed the gloves over, and she silently slid them on. The insides were fur-lined too, and her frozen fingers burned at the sudden warmth. "Hold this," he instructed, holding out the other cloak to her. She obeyed, and he quickly unclasped the thin cloak she currently wore and slung it over his shoulder. He reached wordlessly for the thicker one, unfolding it and wrapping it around her shoulders. His eyes came to hers as he quickly did up the buttons, and she couldn't help but think of the short journey here when he'd often done the same. She'd felt like this at that time too. Lost, unrelenting grief, unyielding pain. A flood of heat wrapped around her, and she knew it was his magic as he reached over her shoulder and pulled up the hood for her. "Do you need anything else?" he finally asked softly. Yes? No? She wanted to feel something, anything, but the emptiness beckoned. She knew she could find a short reprieve at his hands physically, but she'd still be left with these broken pieces of herself, pieces he'd contributed to shattering. The thought had her turning from him and continuing to walk along the river without a word. She rounded a small bend, and the path was so covered by trees, the sun had not reached these parts. The snow that had been falling the last few days had not melted, but had accumulated. She stopped at the edge, stooping and scooping up a handful of the cold flakes. She wanted to cry, but tears would not come. She didn't have it in her to rage or scream or do anything, really. She scooped up another handful of snow, letting it drift back to the ground. "It's okay, you know." His soft voice floated down to her, but she didn't look up at him. There were several moments of silence. She had stilled, not knowing where he was going with this. The soft crunch of footsteps sounded, and then he was stooping down beside her. "It is okay to have hard days, Scarlett." His tone was impossibly tender. "It is okay if some days the only thing you manage to do is survive. That is okay." At those words, she finally turned to him. Eyes of gold, full of concern and understanding, and an emotion she wasn't ready to acknowledge met her own. "I feel like all I've been doing is surviving, Soren," she whispered. "I don't want to just survive anymore. I want to live. I want to feel something other than this." Scarlett tipped her hand, dumping the snow and watching it fall back to the mound. Soren was quiet beside her for another long moment. "The things you have experienced in your short life." He paused, as if trying to find the words. "Those are things that will get easier to live with over time, but they are memories that you will still carry with you forever. They are memories that will still sneak up on you at the oddest times, when you are not expecting it." "I don't know what is wrong with me today," she whispered. "There is nothing wrong with you, Scarlett. You just had a hard day. That is okay." The silence stretched on between them once more. She finally stood, and he rose beside her, a steady presence. She looked out over the river once more, saying quietly, "Briar told me you only drown if you stay in the river." She swallowed as the last of the sun dipped behind the mountains, and the night enveloped them. How long had they been out here? She turned to face him, pulling her cloak tighter around herself. "I don't want to be in the river anymore, Soren." Her voice cracked on the last words. His arms were around her in the next breath, pulling her to him, like he'd been waiting for this moment, as if he'd known it was coming. "I am not going to let you drown, Scarlett." She let him hold her in the dark, breathing him in and soaking in his warmth. As he sent another flood of heat through her, she grumbled, "I hate the cold." Soren huffed a laugh, pulling back to look into her eyes. "Are you ready to go back to where it is warm?" She only nodded, and a fire portal appeared before them. He took her hand in his and led her through into the warmth of his sitting room. Reaching up, she pushed back the hood of her cloak and took off her gloves. Soren was taking them from her a heartbeat later, and he sent a fire message of some sort as she reached up and unbuttoned her cloak.
He took that from her too, striding to the hooks near the main door and hanging them upon it. I asked Camilla to send up some food, he told her as he came to her once more. I am assuming you did not eat. I didn't. Thank you, she answered, walking over to the fire and holding her hands out to it, watching the flames flicker and dance among each other. After several minutes, she turned to ask Soren a question and found him sitting on the brick-red sofa, his head propped on the hand of the arm of it, watching her, a soft smile playing on his lips. That look she wasn't willing to acknowledge was again glimmering in his eyes, and the question she had been about to ask flew from her mind as she met his eyes. What? The smile turned into a slight frown. You look tired. My soul is tired, she sighed. Yes, but you look physically tired as well. You need to rest more. The more magic you do, the more energy your body will use up. It is what feeds your magic. You need to make sure you are eating enough and getting enough sleep, he replied. Scarlett rolled her eyes. I really thought we were past this whole mother-hen thing. His small smile made another appearance. How was dinner? She asked, turning back to the fire once more. It was fine, I suppose. As fine as it can be without you there. Don't say things like that. Say things like what? Like it makes any difference if I am here or not. I am not a part of this court. It wouldn't matter if I returned to Baylorin tomorrow. Soren was silent for so long that she finally turned back again to see if he had left the room. He was still seated in the same spot, his head propped, but his eyes were narrowed slightly. Come here. Scarlett wrinkled her nose. No. Why not? I don't want to. He huffed a laugh. Please, come here. He patted the spot on the sofa beside him. She sighed and crossed the small space. She sat down, tucking her feet up underneath her, propped her elbow on the back, and angled to face him. He stretched an arm towards her, resting it just behind her elbow, and turned to face her as well. While I do not particularly enjoy you going off to be by yourself, I understand the need to do so from time to time. I understand hard days, Scarlett, I do. But do not for 1 second think that your missing presence is unnoticed or unfelt. Do not for 1 second think that you do not make a difference. Do not! Soren broke off as she broke eye contact with him, her eyes dropping to her lap. His fingers brushed against her arm on the back of the sofa. His voice was even lower when he spoke again. Do not for 1 second think that you do not matter. There was a knock on the door, and Camilla called out, Prince Aditya, I have the food you requested. Thank you, Camilla, he answered, not moving an inch. Please leave it by the door. I will grab it in a moment. There was the soft thunking of a tray and light footsteps leaving down the hall. Still, he did not move to retrieve it. His fingers were making light strokes on her arm. Scarlett, don't, Soren. Please just don't, she whispered. Soren stood then and crossed to the door, bringing the food in and bringing it back to the sofa. He set it on the end table, and the smell of braised meat and fresh bread floated over to her. He fixed her a small plate and sat down once more, extending it to her. She reached for it, but when she went to pull it towards herself, he held firm until she brought her eyes back to his. I will never stop, Scarlett. I will never stop telling you that you matter and that you make a difference. I will never stop telling you that you are a necessity in my life, and I sure as shit will be sure to say it extra on the hard days. He released the plate to her, and she didn't say anything as she brought it to her lap and ate the small dinner in silence. He had conjured a book from somewhere and read beside her while she ate, lost in her thoughts once more. The words he had just said settled deep within her, all of them, and not just this evening. Words from time in Baylorin floated back to her, the little things from tending to her wound after a lark had hit her, to ensuring she ate along the trip here, to bringing her gloves tonight. He always seemed to know. He knew when to push her and when to let her be. He knew how to coax her out of foul moods and when she just needed someone to sit with her in the quiet. Did you get enough to eat? He asked, noting her now empty plate. She nodded mutely, and he took it from her, setting it back onto the tray on the end table. He picked up his book and began reading once more. What are you reading? She asked quietly. A story about an arrogant creature of shadows who turns out to be an unknown princess, he answered, not looking at her. Scarlett groaned. Wait, I'm not done, he continued. She meets a devilishly handsome and splendid prince and... I regret asking, she murmured, leaning back into the sofa. The book closed, and an arm came around her shoulder. There was a soft brush of lips against her temple that had her leaning into him. He pulled a pillow from beside him and placed it on his lap. You need to rest, Scarlett. You don't need to sit in here with me, Soren. They usually spent their evenings lounging with the others in the den, playing cards or billiards or simply visiting. I am exactly where I need to be, love, he answered, gently pulling her down to the pillow. She turned onto her back so she could look up at him. His fingers grazed along her cheek, her jaw, her forehead. Why do you think she took me from here? She asked thoughtfully. Soren's brow furrowed at her question. Who? My mother. Why do you think she found it better to raise me in the mortal lands? What was she hiding me from, and why? I don't know, he said softly. It is something I have often pondered, though. Tonight, while I trailed along the river, I thought of how my life might have been different, if she had made different choices. If I had been raised as a princess instead of a healer's daughter taught to kill and torture. She trailed off. You cannot think that way. There are too many what-ifs, too many variables. You would likely not have met your sisters if that were the case, or Cassius. Her heart clenched at the sound of his name. That's true, I suppose, but I also wouldn't have experienced the losses I have either. She sighed. Soren was playing with a piece of her long hair now, twirling it around a finger while his head rested against a hand propped on the back of the sofa. I should really change or bathe or something. She was still wearing her training clothes and had her boots propped on the end of the sofa. He smiled, and flames licked up and down her body. A moment later, she was in soft lounge pants and a top with 2 small straps. Now you don't have to get up. That is rather convenient, she murmured, although she could still really use a bath. She could feel the day clinging to her. He was still watching her as he wound a lock of hair around his finger, the soft smile back on his lips. That look back in his eyes. You've been looking at me like that all night, she whispered. How have I been looking at you? She couldn't bring herself to say it. She couldn't form the words. She didn't want to form the words because what if she was wrong? No. Today, on this hard day, she couldn't face it if she was wrong. So instead she said, Thank you, Soren. His finger halted its twirling. For what? For pulling me from the river tonight. Thank you for trusting me enough to give me the privilege of doing so despite everything, he answered, fingers grazing her cheek once more. She reached up and allowed her own fingers to brush along his cheek, his jaw. I told you that day in the courtyard, Soren. I do not blame you for my mother's death. You are not responsible for that. He leaned into her touch, closing his eyes briefly. Thank you for that, Scarlett. She brought her hand back down, resting it on her stomach as she turned her head to watch the flickering flames once more. After a few minutes, she heard Soren pick up his book and begin reading. Minutes or hours later, she didn't know, she felt familiar strong arms scooping her up as she groggily nestled into his chest. At some point, she had fallen asleep in the comfortable silence. Soren just there, if she needed him. The bed dipped as he got in on his side, and she rolled to him. His arm came around her, tucking her into his side, her cheek on his chest and leg draped over his. She was still in the same position when she woke the next morning, Soren's arm wrapped tightly around her. She soaked him in, all of him. Her soul feeling lighter, so much lighter than it had yesterday. She lifted her head to find him watching her, that same look on his face from the night before. Good morning, he said softly, brushing stray hair back from her face. Morning. His fingers lingered in her hair, and he said, Today will be a better day. She felt her cheeks flush slightly, but she held his stare, whispering, Today I am going to do more than just survive. The arm wrapped around her squeezed gently. But on the hard days, promise me that you'll pull me from the river. Always, love, he answered. I promise I will always pull you from the river and help you find the stars. She pushed herself up to him and pressed a soft kiss to his cheek, but he turned as she pulled away. his hand coming to her nape and holding her in place, his eyes locked on hers. You, Scarlett Monrhoe, will never stop being a necessity in my life. His lips met hers in a gentle kiss, short and sweet. He pulled back just far enough to look into her eyes. Are you up for training today, or would you like me to tell Eliza you won't be there? No, I want to train today, she said, shaking her head. I feel better today. He brushed one more kiss to her cheek. Go get ready then. She will be an arse if you are late.
Chapter 23. Soren.
When are you going to tell her? Raynor asked, his voice as smoky as the ashes that obeyed him.
They were on the upper decks of the library, and from where they stood, Soren could see Scarlett sitting with the mortal prince a few levels below. Hidden by shelves and alcoves, the two had no idea they were there. He'd had to check on her, though. He'd just spent 2 hours of magic training with her, but he had still found himself needing to lay eyes on her. After the word she'd said a few days ago, after it had taken him all damn day to reach her wherever she'd retreated to inside her soul, he found himself needing to check on her and reassure himself she was all right. Scarlett was bent over a book, a finger absent-mindedly twirling her hair that was unbound since bathing after their training session. She chewed on her bottom lip as she read. What she found so fascinating, what she was researching, he didn't know. Across from her, Callan was bent over a book as well, but Soren saw the glances he'd make at her every now and then.
I don't know. Soren finally answered his third. She is trying to figure out who she is. She is facing traumas she has repressed. She is working through truths hidden from her. I would be a prick to lay this in front of her now as well, to add one more thing to what she is already processing. Is this not another truth being hidden from her? Isn't the fact that you kept so many truths from her to begin with the reason there are trust issues now?
Raynor asked from where he stood at his side.
There are not trust issues now, Soren snarled.
Raynor arched a brow at him. Soren turned back to watching the princess and the human prince.
He wasn't lying to himself. She did trust him. Had she been furious when she'd woken? Yes. Had she put walls back up? Yes. But she'd also taken them back down. Each day she was here, she let more and more of herself out. Let him see more and more of her. He woke up next to her each morning and found himself counting down the hours until their magic training, when it was just the two of them up in the courtyards. He loved having her beside him at dinners amongst his family and delighted in how she'd fit right now, just like he'd know she would. She will not reject it, Soren. You have to know that. Raynor supplied after another bout of silence. He knew that too. Deep down in his gut, he knew how she felt about him, despite her threat to break him. No, he knew she wouldn't reject it. But would she view it as another cage? She was so adamant about not being chained to a throne. Would coming to his side not be just that, even if she chose to renounce her own birthright? Callan said something he couldn't hear, but it had her looking up over her book and giving him a cautious smile. She didn't say anything in response, just slid her eyes back to her book. If you know she will not reject the twin flame bond, if you know she will choose you, then why not tell her? Raynor pressed quietly. Soren sighed. Do I deserve her, Raynor? Do I deserve to call her such a thing? After how I failed Eline? After how I failed her? Raynor leaned on his arms on the railing overlooking the balcony of their level. Eline was not your fault, Soren. She says the same. Accepting forgiveness offered when it is not requested is often harder than asking for it. Or do you not want to accept it as a way to continue punishing yourself? Raynor, his quiet, observant, peacekeeping third, could be more of a busybody than Cyrus. We should go. I want to bathe before dinner, Soren said, pushing off the railing. Raynor didn't move to follow, his eyes still fixed on Scarlett below.
You need to tell her, Soren. You need to stop meddling, Soren muttered. He heard Raynor's dark chuckle as he left the library. He walked back to his chamber, stripping off his tunic while he crossed the sitting room. He bathed quickly, and when he came out of the bathing room, he scented her and followed it until he found her laying on the sofa, a book propped above her. Leaning over the back of the couch to peer down at her, she didn't look at him, but a small smile graced her lips. She wore fitted black pants and a red sweater that made her hair shine like starlight. "Did you not read enough in the library today?" he asked. She frowned slightly as she met his gaze. "Is there really such a thing as reading too much?" "For you? No, I do not think there is." She closed the book, reaching over her head to place it on the end table. "Are you ready to go then?" "We still have a little time. Can I take you somewhere first?" "I have something for you," he said as she rose from the couch as graceful as a dancer. "What is it?" She crossed to the door and slid on silver silk slippers. The portrait of casual ease, a picture of what he'd one day envisioned sharing his life with someone to look like. Simple conversations, comfortable give and take. He closed the distance between them, opening the door for her. "Come now, can you not just wait and see?" "No," she chirped. "I'm not big on surprises, as you are well aware." She turned and smirked at him. He gave a long, suffering sigh. "Ah, cruel thing. There's that wicked tongue again." She said nothing, but the smile he had only ever seen her give to him had returned. "How was your day?" he asked as he led her up several flights of stairs to the 7th and top level of the palace. "It was good," she answered. "Eliza taught me a new move with twin short swords." "A move I have no doubt you have already mastered?" he asked with a raised brow. "I'm good, but not quite that good," she laughed, reaching the top landing. He turned left down the hall. "The blades on many of your weapons are so dark. What are they made of?" "There is a steel mined from the Thera Mountains. It is the strongest steel on the continent, and is said to only be rivaled by steel found on Avonlea," he answered. "But they cannot kill a night child?" "No. You still need Shira Stone for that. Shira Stone nullifies magic. That is why it is effective against the Fae." He stopped in front of a glass door, and she looked at him expectantly. "Have you been here before?" She shook her head, curiosity all over her face. He pulled open the door and let her go in first, following behind her. The inside was warm, and plants and flowers grew and bloomed all around them. The walls and ceiling were entirely of glass to allow in maximum sunlight. Scarlett had stilled, her mouth slightly opened in awe. She turned to him. "It's a glass greenhouse," she breathed. "That it is," he said with a smile. He took her hand and led her along a path that wound through the various trees and vegetation. She stepped closer to him, her eyes wide in wonder as she took everything in. "It's like stepping into another world." "My mother had it built," Soren said, and she turned to face him at that, to give him her full attention. "She loved her people and loved ruling by my father's side, but she was from a small village near the Xylon forest in the southern part of our territory, and missed the forest terribly. So my father gave her this space to build her own little forest. He called it the Princess's Garden. It spans half the roof of the palace. The other half of the roof is the private training pits we use." Scarlett stopped and stooped down, brushing her fingers over the petals of a vibrant red and orange flower. He crouched beside her and snapped one off, handing it to her. "The fire rose," he said. "It only blooms in the fire court." She took it gingerly and tucked it up into her hair near her ear. "What was her name? Your mother?" Soren stood, pulling her back up with him. "My mother's name was Elia, and my father's name was Branton." He led her farther along the path in silence, letting her take in all the beauty his mother had cultivated here. They came to a small pond in the center that had a bench beside it. He saw her sniff the air, then ask, "Is that salt water?" He smiled. "It is. It didn't used to be, but I had to make modifications to it. Why? Her nose was scrunched as she looked at him, confusion in her tone. Because I wanted that to be able to survive and thrive here. He pointed down into the pond at a vibrant multicolored sea star in the center of the sandy bottom. It had taken him nearly an entire week to figure out the spells to keep this section of the garden in tropical warmth. Briar had come and told him exactly what he'd need to do to keep that sea star alive, and had searched the water court for this particular one. Scarlett dropped to her knees beside the pond. Her hands were clutched to her chest as she watched it move along the sandy bottom, fish darting to and fro around it. He slowly lowered himself down beside her, and when she met his gaze, silver pooled in her eyes. I don't know what to say, Soren, she whispered. It's beautiful. She looked back at the sea star reaching out and skimming her fingers over the top of the water. Rings rippled out under her touch and seemed to shimmer. Thank you for bringing me here. And for... She trailed off as she stared at the sea star. She faced him once more. For everything, Soren. Thank you for all of it. He cupped her cheek, his thumb wiping away the stray tear that had slipped free. It is my pleasure, Scarlett. She leaned against his shoulder, and he tucked her in tighter. Quiet fell around them while they watched the small pond life. After several moments, she said quietly, I wish I could have met your parents. The statement startled him a little, and his chest tightened at the thought of his lovely mother, who had walked these very gardens with him so often when he was a child. At the thought of his father, who had made time to personally train him a few hours every week, not just in weaponry, but in running a court. He swallowed thickly. Me too, love. Me too. He said, pressing a feather-like kiss to her cheek, but he stilled when she brought her fingers to his own cheek. Holding his gaze the entire time, she brought her lips to his, and he couldn't suppress the slight shiver it sent through his body. It was a short grazing of lips on lips. She pulled back just far enough that he could feel her breath on his lips as she spoke. They would be so proud of you, Soren. He didn't know what he'd been expecting her to say, but it wasn't that. The emotion that flooded through him at the words had tears burning at the back of his eyes. His hand slipped into her hair, and he pulled her lips back to his. She immediately opened for him, and his tongue swept in, tangling with hers. Her hand was still on his cheek, and the other came up and gripped his side, fingers digging in slightly. Dinner, he murmured when they both came up for air. We need to go to dinner. Dinner is highly overrated. She hummed back onto his lips. He smiled against the kisses she was gently gracing one corner of his mouth with and then the other. Overrated but essential, he replied, disentangling himself from her. Especially with the magic you have been practicing every day. He stood and extended a hand down to her, wiggling his fingers. Besides, I can hear your stomach, princess. You cannot, she snipped, slipping her hand into his. He interlaced their fingers as he led her from the garden and back to the stairs. He could have portaled them down to the den, he supposed, rather than taking the 7 flights of stairs. But he didn't think she'd keep her hand in his once they were with the others. And he was right. When he pushed open the den door and the others all turned to them, she dropped his hand and strode for her seat, throwing a flirty grin at Cyrus. Raynor, however, gave Soren a pointed look over his glass while he sipped at some liquor. Drink, love, he called to her, ignoring his third. Wine, please. He set her glass down before her and slipped into his usual seat to her right. The food appeared before them and they all scooped noodles and sauce and salad onto their plates. They'd only taken a few bites when Cyrus sighed slightly. Tolwyn sent a message right before dinner, Soren. Did she now? He glanced at Scarlett out of the corner of his eye. She was spinning noodles on her fork, acting uninterested. But he knew better. She summoned the royals for a meeting in 2 weeks, Cyrus continued. 4? Eliza demanded. She's not really known for sharing things in advance, is she? Cyrus replied bitterly. She is not. but it usually has to do with something Ashton has picked up on her walkings. Raynor cut in. Soren sighed. No use in worrying about it tonight. Scarlett had set down her fork and picked up a piece of bread. As she took a bite, her right hand came up and brushed down his forearm, giving it a quick squeeze before she reached for her wine glass. Conversation ebbed and flowed some more until Eliza said, "Did you hear that Lord Winston's son is trying to regain their lost seat?" "Lord Winston? Isn't he the lord that was killed a few years ago in Rhydion?" Cyrus asked, dessert appearing before them. From the variety of fruit tarts, Soren searched for 2 pear ones and scooped them onto Scarlett's plate. She gave him a little smile, picking up her fork. Raynor huffed softly. For good reason. He was selling women and children out of his estate for horrific purposes. The Rhydion king stripped the family of their council seat after it was all revealed. "That man actually deserved to have the Wraiths of Death sent after him," Cyrus commented. "Do we know it was the Wraiths?" Eliza mused. "Was that ever confirmed?" "From the rumors of how he was carved up and clearly alive for all of it, there is no way it couldn't have been them," Cyrus answered, leaning back and sipping at his liquor. "You said you have friends in the Black Syndicate," he said, eyes sliding to Scarlett. "Did you ever hear of the missions the Wraiths of Death were sent to carry out?" Scarlett had been silently eating her pear tarts. She brought another bite to her mouth as she said, "I'd heard of them here and there." "Did you ever travel to the other kingdoms? Do you know where the Black Syndicate is?" Cyrus asked. "Do you?" she countered. "No, but I'm not the one who supposedly has friends there." He took another sip of liquor. Soren wasn't sure if he should intervene here or not, so he let Scarlett handle his court unless she looked to him for help. Scarlett leaned back against her chair, swirling the last of her wine. Soren's arm was draped along the back as it usually was during the dessert portion of the evening. "Supposedly? You doubt my words, darling?" Scarlett said with a soft, wicked smile curling up the side of her lips. "It is incredibly improbable," Cyrus returned. "Weren't you living in a noble household? How would you have met people from the Black Syndicate?" That smile on her lips grew wider, and Soren watched as a mask slipped over her features. "How did you become the second to the Prince of Fire? You weren't born noble." The entire table stilled. Cyrus's face was hard as he held Scarlett's stare. She merely sipped her wine once more, waiting. "What would you, a Fae princess hidden away in the human lands, know of my history?" he asked too quietly. Soren tensed at the tone, the violence dancing on the edge of it. "Down, kitty," Scarlett purred. "No need to get your claws out." She took another sip of her wine, clearly unconcerned. "I can smell an orphan from a mile away, darling. I can tell someone who wasn't raised by nobility, but has found themselves living in such a world of propriety and politics. So tell me, second of the Fire Court, did you not befriend anyone that could benefit you? That would ensure your survival to see the next sunrise or next meal in your belly?" Cyrus was utterly still as he surveyed Scarlett with a new understanding. When he did not answer, Scarlett's tone was hard as she continued. "It seems we have more in common than you thought, "It would appear we do, darling," Cyrus finally answered. He raised his glass to her from across the table, and Scarlett inclined her head. "Do you know the Wraith, then?" Raynor asked quietly. Scarlett's eyes slid to him. "Everyone knows of the Wraiths." "Yes, but did you ever meet them?" Eliza pressed. "If I had, would you like me to arrange a meeting?" Scarlett mused, draining her glass. "Badass women who are feared amongst the entire continent? Yes, I would love to meet them," Eliza said, a thread of wistfulness in her tone. "Should I ever see my friends again, I'll see what I can do," Scarlett replied, setting her empty glass down. She turned to Soren. "I'm tired. I'm going to head back early tonight." "I will walk you back," he replied, getting to his feet. They said goodnight to the others, and he followed her from the den. They had walked the steps up to their floor in silence, and had entered their rooms when he gripped her arm to stop her as she made to move to the bedroom. She turned a questioning glance to him, and he pulled her to him. "Hey, love." The mask was gone, and the corner of her mouth twitched. "Thank you
for not saying anything about all of that tonight.
Your story is not mine to tell, he answered, his hand sliding down to her waist.
Soren,
She closed her eyes and huffed out a breath, a stray piece of hair fluttering. He waited, brushing that hair back from her face. She opened her eyes again and met his.
I don't deserve you. I don't deserve all that you've done for me.
Who says? Who decides what we deserve? Do I deserve to be touching you right now after all I kept from you? He countered, voicing the same thoughts he'd said to Raina earlier that evening.
I told you that my mother's death was not your fault,
she argued, her tone hardening a touch. Do I deserve such forgiveness?
Of course you do. You deserve happiness, Soren.
My love, so do you. You deserve every happiness. He didn't know how long they stood there, eyes locked on each other, before she rose up onto her tiptoes and pressed a kiss to his cheek.
Whether I deserve you or not, Soren, I'm grateful you came into my life.
She freed herself from his hold and crossed to the bedroom, presumably to get ready for bed. She did look tired. She wasn't resting enough as she dove deeper into her magic. He crossed to the hearth, giving her a few minutes of privacy to change and wash up. He stood, watching the flames flicker. He would never cage her. He would never ask her to assume a throne, either as queen or at his side, that she did not want. But he also knew that if she returned to Baylorin to stay, he would follow her there. He would follow her to the farthest star. Chapter 24. Callan.
Do you spend your entire day in here?
Scarlett asked, plopping a small stack of books onto the table. Callan looked up, a little surprised. They had met in the library nearly every day in the weeks that had followed the courtyard incident. The surprise was not that she was here, but that she was here so early in the day. Normally she met him in training clothes later in the afternoon. She had explained she trained with Eliza in the mornings and had magic lessons with Soren after lunch, so they had begun spending a couple of hours before dinner together researching in the library. She wasn't in training clothes today, though, either. She wore gray-fitted pants with a soft blue sweater and a black cloak around her shoulders. Her hair was out of its usual braid and flowed down and around her shoulders. She sank into the chair across from him, pulling a pear from her cloak pocket and taking a bite. "Are you sure they allowed food in here?" he asked her with a raised brow. "It's a pear, Callan, not a 4-course meal," she answered, pulling another from her pocket and tossing it to him. He caught it with ease as he said, "You are early today." "Soren has a meeting this afternoon with Talwyn, so our magic lesson was cancelled today," she answered tightly. "Talwyn is coming here?" Callan asked, stiffening. "I do not know where they are meeting." She pulled the book from the top of her stack and flipped the cover open. "That would probably explain the 3 extra guards trailing me today," he grumbled, returning to his own book before him. "More than likely," she said with a smile. "I am surprised he does not have a dozen guards with you," Callan muttered under his breath. Scarlett looked up from her book and gave him an impish grin. "Oh, he does. They're getting me more books." "Your guards are looking for books?" "Levels below us," she answered with a wink. "They were getting on my nerves." "Some guards," Callan said with a huff. "Maybe they learned from Finn and Sloane," she crooned. He looked up from his book and gave her an unimpressed smirk. She was staring at her own book, her hair falling like a silky sheet over her shoulder. He'd always loved her hair down, out of the braid that meant she was all business. She'd always seemed more relaxed when her hair was down. He was about to comment on it when he noticed the book she was reading. "You can read that?" She brought her eyes to his. They were pure icy blue today, made even bluer by the pale blue of her sweater. "I can. It is the old language of the Fae." "You learned it that quickly? I've been studying it here and there and find it incredibly complicated." "Apparently I was born knowing it," she said with a shrug. "Are all Fae born knowing the old language, then?" "No, only some," she said, returning her eyes to the book. "The most powerful ones," he supplied. "I suppose so," she replied shortly. He chose to take the strong hint in her tone and drop the subject. They sat together in silence for the next half hour, each left to their own books, when she sat back, tapping her fingers on the table. "Have you learned any more about what Deimos and Esmeralda supposedly wanted across the sea? What supposedly set off the Great War?"
"That is incredibly random," Callan said, sitting back in his own chair.
"Just something I've been thinking about. I mean, it'd have to be pretty big if they went to war over it." She began twirling a piece of her silver hair around her finger absent-mindedly while her shadows curled around her arms.
"I have not, although I did read something that suggested Deimos and Esmeralda were not the ones who isolated Avonlea, but that Avonlea set up a powerful enchantment to keep them out," Callan remarked. She tapped her fingers on the table again.
"That would be a twist," she murmured, seemingly more to herself than to him. "Deimos and Esmeralda would have searched for the workaround, and sought out help from the Fae, from her sisters."
Interrupting her musing, Callan asked, "What do you mean a workaround?" Scarlett's eyes came back to his, pulling her from her thoughts.
"Soren said there is always a workaround to magic, even enchantments and spells. Avonlea was apparently very powerful, more powerful than the Fae. Deimos and Esmeralda would have sought the workaround if whatever they were seeking was that important and valuable. Nothing else you can think of?"
"Not that I can recall, but I will look through my notes," he offered.
"No, that's okay," she said with a wave of her hand. "If it's only been mentioned once in all your research, it's likely not truth anyway, just speculation." She leaned back over her own book, her hair falling around her once again.
Before he could stop himself, he blurted out, "Have dinner with me tonight."
She stilled. She seemed to stop breathing entirely as her eyes stayed fixed on the book before her. "It is just a meal, Scarlett, not a marriage proposal," he added slyly. Her eyes dragged up to his at the words, and he forced a half-smile at the scrutiny in them. Her damn hair swayed around her as she sat back in her chair once more. Still, she said nothing. "We can expand where we interact, can we not? I mean, for an entire year we met solely in my chambers. Now we seem to only speak in a library. We are allowed more than one location at a time, are we not?" For an entire minute, she said nothing. Callan forced himself not to squirm under her intense gaze. She made no movement. It was a preternatural stillness he'd realized only Fae could achieve. He was about to tell her to just forget he'd said anything, when she said slowly, "All right." "Really?" The corner of her mouth twitched up. "It's just a meal, right?"
"Right, yes," Callan fumbled.
"All right, then. Send word as to when and where," she said, returning to the book before her.
"I will."
And despite himself, despite everything he knew deep down, he allowed a little part of himself to hope.
Scarlett. Scarlett strode into Soren's chambers, 2 books tucked under her arm. She didn't know why she hadn't thought of it sooner. Books written in the old language likely had more history than those in the common tongue. She knew Talwyn had been meeting with Soren and the other royals today. About what, she didn't know. Her mind kept going back to what Callan had said about Deimos and Esmeralda seeking something across the sea. She wondered if Soren knew anything about that particular theory, or what they might have been looking for. Maybe he'd be back by now, and she could ask him about it. She paused by the table to set the books down, and said as she did, "Darling, what a pleasant surprise." She'd sensed another presence as soon as she'd opened the door. She'd scented him a moment later. Cyrus chuckled from the sofa in the room. "Hello, Scarlett. You didn't read enough in the library today." She turned to face him, leaning against the table and crossing her arms. "As I've repeatedly told Soren, there is no such thing as reading enough. Besides, it's research." She tapped the books in emphasis. "Soren said you were doing research with the mortal prince. You are spending a lot of time with him," he commented too casually. "Jealous, darling. You're simply taking too long to make your move," she crooned with a smirk. Cyrus didn't fall into their usual flirty banter, though, and the look on his face made her stomach flip-flop. "Where's Soren?" she asked as nonchalantly as she could. "I thought you two were meeting with Talwyn this afternoon." "We did." His tone was grim. "How did it go?" "Not well." She straightened, the dread in her stomach growing. "Where is he, Cyrus?" "Not here."
Where is he? She demanded again. He has gone to where he goes to drink and brood, when he wants to do so alone. I'm afraid he doesn't get that option today. Where is he? Cyrus sighed. I did not wait here to take you to him. I just wanted to let you know he likely will not be home until tomorrow sometime, so you wouldn't worry. If you want someone else to stay in these chambers with you tonight, I will do so. No, he does not get that option either. Where is he, Cyrus? He will not let you in. Cyrus! She snapped, smoke curling in her mouth and her shadows darkening. Fine. He has a mountain home up in the highest peaks. He has wards all around it, and he doesn't let any of us in. He goes there when he wants to be alone. You mean when he wants to throw a fit? Scarlett said. Take me to him. He will not let you in, Cyrus repeated. The fuck he won't. Take me to him. Cyrus, finally accepting she would not back down, sighed. I cannot portal, Scarlett. I have no way to get you there. Then summon Briar. He can make me a portal. Without a word, Cyrus reached up and sent a fire message to the Water Prince. A few minutes later, Briar stepped into the room. He bowed slightly to Scarlett. I saw what happened today, he said grimly. He is at the chalet, and she insists on going to see him, Cyrus replied. Briar's eyes settled on her. He will likely not let you in, he said slowly. As I've already told Cyrus, he does not get that option. Take me to him, Scarlett snapped, striding towards them. Cyrus and Briar exchanged a look, and a water portal appeared. All three of them stepped through, and Scarlett blinked at the brightness of the snow-covered mountainside. She had forgotten they were entering the cold winter months, that winter solstice was quickly approaching, and wished she had the foresight to grab that fur-lined cloak Soren had gotten for her. Before them, nearly a quarter of a mile away, was indeed a mountain home. It was smaller than she had been expecting, but there was smoke coming from the chimney. We cannot portal any closer. His wards prevent it, Briar said from beside her. He will not let you in, Scarlett, Cyrus said again. He has never let anyone else into that house. No one, she asked, turning to him incredulously. Only once, Cyrus said gravely, his eyes studying the chalet. Scarlett began walking, trudging through the snow. Soren had come for her. Soren who did not leave her alone. Soren who had sat in the darkness with her so many times, who had pulled her from the river. She would climb down into his pits with him, just as he had done for her. She could feel Briar and Cyrus watching her as she made her way among the drifts. This was taking too long. She was also not wearing proper footwear for this, she thought, as she looked down at her now soaking wet silk shoes. Not trusting her own power yet, she glanced over her shoulder at Cyrus, who sent a small flame ahead of her, melting a path to the front door. For Soren, she could do this. She felt the zing of the wards push against her magic, but she punched through, picking up her pace on the now clear ground. She finally reached the front door and knocked tentatively. There was no reply, but she could feel him somehow on the other side of the door. She could feel his temper and his bleakness and his misery. She knocked again, more firmly. This time she got a growled response telling whomever was at the door precisely what they could go do to themselves. Brooding indeed. She banged on the door with her fist. If you're going to throw a temper tantrum, Prince, at least let me drink with you, she yelled through the door. She felt him pause. Tell your escorts nice try, but I will be home tomorrow. I am not your damn messenger, and I demanded they bring me to you. They tried to deter me from coming. Let me in, Soren, she replied, wiggling the locked door handle. I will be home tomorrow, Scarlett, he snarled back. Scarlett, not princess, not love. She looked over her shoulder, biting her lip. Briar and Cyrus still stood, watching her. Cyrus's arms were folded across his chest. With her Fae sight, she could see his I told you so expression on his face. Fine. He wanted to be a prick. She would play that game. Soren Aditya, you stubborn ass, let me in, she cried, banging her palm on the door. Silence. I will sit out here all fucking night, Soren. I will sit here in the snow and the cold. Tell Cyrus that if he does not take you home, I will kick his ass from here to Throlarian. My home is wherever you are. If you demand I go home, I am already there. Let me in. Still, the door remained closed.
He was really not going to let her in? After all they had been through? After all she had shared with him? No, that wasn't an option. "You promised, you lying bastard!" she screamed now. She could feel the tears pooling in her eyes as she banged on that door with clenched hands. Her shadows wreathed her fists, the wood of the door groaning under each hit. "You promised you would not leave me alone in the darkness. You came for me, and I have come for you. I am yours, and you are mine. Let me in!" She heard both Briar and Cyrus gasp at her words, but she didn't care. Let them think what they wanted. Then she heard Cyrus swear as the door slowly cracked open. Soren looked like every emotion she could feel emanating off of him. His eyes were hollow. His dark hair looked like he had been running his hands through it repeatedly. He wore a short-sleeved tunic with his pants, his jacket presumably shucked off in the space behind him, and his feet were bare. "What do you want, Scarlett?" he asked after a long moment of silence, staring at each other. She could smell the liquor on his breath. "Let me in, Soren," she whispered. She saw him glance behind her, and she peered over her shoulder. Cyrus and Briar stood, shock on their features. "We can talk tomorrow," he said, his eyes coming back to hers. "Fine, then I shall sit with you in the darkness. Let me in," she said, trying to push past him. He was immovable, though, not budging an inch. She reached up to touch his cheek, anything to bring him back to her, but he jerked out of her reach. Oh, she recognized this kind of temper, and it did not scare her. She smirked at him, a smirk she knew would make him see red. His nostrils flared. "Go home, Monroe. I will be back tomorrow." "No, Aditya," she said with quiet calm. "Let me in." "I do not want company right now," he growled. "I do not care. You've shoved your face into my business when I didn't want company numerous times," she retorted, crossing her arms. "Let me in." He did not move. "Quit being a stubborn brat," he ground out. "Quit being an obstinate jackass," she retorted. The two stared each other down, glaring at each other. "So what? We will just sit here and get drunk together?" he asked with a sneer. "If that is what you desire, yes. And what if I desire something else?" His eyes raked over her, and she fought the urge to flinch. "Or is that reserved for your mortal prince?" "Do not be a prick," she growled. "You do not get to call me a whore because you're having a hard day. But if that kind of release is what you need, I'll go find someone for you to be with." He blinked at her, and she saw the flicker of surprise pass across his eyes before they became unreadable again. "Tell me what happened." She rubbed her hands over her arms, trying to warm herself. His eyes flickered as he noted the movement, her wet shoes, but he still did not move to let her pass. "No." "Why?" "Because they are not your burdens to bear," he snarled. "So you will punish yourself by bearing them alone," she snapped back. "That's not how this thing works between you and me." "There is no you and me," he hissed. Scarlett stilled at the venom in his words. "There is you, and there is me." "I do not believe that for 1 second. We've been through too much together." "Then maybe that is my punishment, Going through all this trouble to get you here for nothing." The words slammed into her, and she stumbled backwards from him. "I understand that you had a shitty day, but that does not entitle you to be cruel to me, Prince of Fire." "I told you to leave. You did not listen," he snarled, his face colder than she had ever seen it. "So it gives you permission to speak to me like I am garbage?" she demanded. She could feel her shadows hovering at her fingertips, and she trembled with the effort to control them. "You have called yourself that on more than one occasion," he said with a shrug. Tears burned in her eyes, but she refused to cry in front of him. Not this time. Not when he was the cause of it. Again. He stared at her with cold indifference. She heard footsteps behind them, and Soren's eyes flickered to the movement. "Your escorts are coming to claim you," he sneered, stepping back to shut the door. "We are not done here," she cried, spearing her shadows out from her to block the door from closing. "Oh, I think we are. I have nothing else to say to you." "Then I have something to say to you," she retorted, stepping right up to the threshold of the door, going onto her tiptoes so she was inches from his face.
You are a fucking coward. You crawled into the pits of hell for me, and when I come to claim you, to return the goddamn favor, you shut me out. You push everyone who loves you away. You push me away. You say it is to protect us, to keep us safe, but it's really to keep yourself safe. You know how I know that. Because we're the same, you and me. We're the same in every fucking way. And she couldn't stop them. She couldn't stop the tears from running down her face, hot and angry and full of hurt. You sit up here in this fucking house throwing a fit, sulking and feeling sorry for yourself because you think you deserve this? You deserve to suffer? To be alone? No one deserves that, Soren. And I certainly do not deserve to be told I am a whoring piece of shit, least of all by you, the only person I have shared my darkest secrets with. You don't get to call me trash when I am the one who risked bearing my entire soul to you. Stupid, naive, maybe, but I am not your God's damned punishment. I am not some piece of property that you have been inconvenienced with. If you do not want this thing we have, that is fine. I can find my own way. I do not need to stay here. Her shadow swirled around her, a vortex of darkness. I can find the stars somewhere else with someone who won't toss me back into the river and shove my head underwater when they have a bad day. Someone who won't treat me like a fucking burden. Soren's face had paled. She felt a hand at her elbow and whirled to see Cyrus at her side, ire on his face. Briar stood next to him, just as furious. A water portal opened behind them. Soren stepped from the chalet, reaching for her, his fingers brushing her other hand. Scarlett, do not touch me, she spat, jerking her hand from him and stepping back into Cyrus. His arm curled protectively around her waist, and a shield of water sprang up between her and Soren. It is certainly not a necessity right now. Scarlett, wait. He tried again, his hand dropping to his side. He flung the door of the chalet open wide and stepped aside. Come in. I will let you in. Come in, please. I have dinner plans with my mortal prince tonight, she sneered. I'll see you when I see you. She turned to step through the portal, but she didn't miss Cyrus's words to his prince as she did so. You are a fucking idiot.
Chapter 25. Soren. Soren made to follow Scarlett and Cyrus through the portal, but Briar stepped into his path, the portal snapping closed behind him. He threw fire at the shield of water Briar still had up, and the flames hissed as they sputtered out. Get out of my way, he snarled at Briar. No, he retorted with quiet rage. You can give her a goddamn minute. I need to talk to her, he growled, hurling more fire at that shield. You have said plenty to her. Briar snapped back, the water of his shield beginning to turn to steam at the onslaught of Soren's flames. Get out of my way, he snarled again. And then he felt the blow to his face. Briar had punched him square in the jaw. Soren growled, spitting blood onto the ground, but he did not retaliate. He had deserved that hit. More than deserved it. Did you hear any of what she said to you? Briar snarled, circling him, his icy blue eyes glowing. Every feral Fae predator trait and instinct was evident on his face. He was defending Scarlett, their princess, their queen. Their princess, yes, but his twin flame. He had shredded her. He had said far worse things to her than Mikhail or Callan. He had known exactly where to hit because she had bared her soul to him. He was the piece of shit, not her. Never her. Ice flooded through his veins as Briar bared his teeth at him. The Prince of Water and Ice come to defend their princess against the Prince of Fire. He let the ice slow his blood. You let Torwin so far under your damn skin, you did not even hear what Scarlett said to you. She practically screamed the claiming right at you without even knowing what she was saying, you insufferable fool. Briar spat. You came for me, and I have come for you. I am yours, and you are mine. If she walks away from you, from us, from all of this now, it is entirely your fault, he snarled again, ripping his ice from Soren's veins. His own magic took over instinctively, flooding him with heat. I can find the stars somewhere else with someone who won't toss me back into the river and who won't treat me like a fucking burden. Her words rattled around his head and wrapped around his chest, squeezing tight. Let me go to her, he choked out. She does not want to see you, Briar growled back. It's interesting, isn't it? We told her the same thing of you, that you did not want to see anyone speak to anyone. She did not care. She demanded we take her to you. She would not let us be. Over and over we told her you would not let her in, but I saw it on her face. She was convinced you would. She was certain you would let her in. If we had refused, I am certain she would have attempted to kill us both. Then she would have clawed her way through every hell to get to you. And I thought maybe you would. I thought maybe you would not refuse your God's damned twin flame. I thought maybe this would be what it took to get her to feel that bond. So I brought her to you, knowing what kind of foul mood you would be in, thinking there was no way you would take it out on the female who owns your heart, and then you pissed all over it. Each word felt like a dagger to his chest. Let me go to her, Soren said again, a slight snarl this time. Are you finally getting over yourself? Briar sneered. How intriguing this scene is, came a cool voice from the trees beyond. Both males whirled to see a mortal man leaning against a tree, his hand in his pockets. A man Soren recognized, Mikhail. How the fuck was he here? The Fae males had been so busy arguing and fighting, he had missed the warnings of the wards. His mind had been so overtaken by Scarlett, he'd missed this crucial imposition. Who are you? Briar demanded, his sword appearing in his hand in a swirl of ice and snow. Mikhail chuckled. That will be of no use. He waved his hand through the tree. A mirage. He was an illusion. What do you want, Lairwood? Soren ground out. You took something that belongs to me, Mikhail growled. His eyes were nearly black as he stared down the Fae princes. She belongs to no one, Soren snarled, flames flickering in his eyes. She is clearly dividing your own alliances, he said with a bored sigh. Send her back to me and we can all go about our business. Our efforts can be focused elsewhere, away from your court. Go to hell, Soren spat. You have been so careful to keep her hidden from me, Prince of Fire. Until today. Until a little bit ago, when all our tricks and spells picked up her essence. Right here in this very space. It took me a while to work out this illusion spell, unfortunately, and it seems I have missed her. She has disappeared from my tracking spells once more. He took a step towards them, and shields of fire and water sprang to life. Rage filled Mikhail's face as he ground out from between his clenched teeth. Where is she? Somewhere you will not find her, Soren growled. Very well, Prince of Fire. There is more than one path to what I desire. This would have simply been the easiest. With a cruel, bone-chilling smile, he was gone. Was that? Briar asked, turning to Soren. Yes, Soren answered. Yes, it was. How did he get here? Apparently he is accessing magic somehow. I have been using my own to hide her from him, but today, with all the words exchanged between us, the enchantment slipped. Because I am weakening, he said quietly. Briar swore. Why didn't you fucking say something? I would have helped. I did this. Let me go to her, Soren said, not meeting his friend's eye. A water portal appeared, and the princess stepped through into Soren's private chambers. Cyrus leaned against the liquor cart. He smiled cruelly at the bruise that hadn't yet healed on Soren's jaw. You deserve that, you stupid bastard, he snarled, sipping his drink. I know, Soren replied. Where is she? She left a message for you. She said you'd understand it when you heard the words, Cyrus said casually, swirling the ice in his glass. What is it? Soren ground out. Her exact words were, tell that Fae bastard when he's ready to tell me what's going on, I'll be waiting. Until then, he can go fuck himself, and my well-being is none of his concern. Soren closed his eyes at the memory of Cassius delivering those same words months ago. Where is she? She gathered a few things and went to Eliza's rooms when we returned. Good luck, Cyrus said with a smirk. Good luck indeed. Soren trudged down the hall a few doors and stopped before Eliza's room. He knocked once, and the door flew open. Another raging female stood before him, fire in her eyes. What the fuck did you do? Where is she? Was all Soren said. She's gone to have dinner with the mortal prince. Do not interrupt them. Eliza snapped, and she slammed the door in his face. He slid to the floor outside Eliza's rooms in the hallway. For hours he sat there waiting for her. It was nearly midnight when she came silently down the hall. She was in an amethyst-colored dress with silver thread in the skirts. The bodice and sleeves were fitted. It was simple and elegant and perfect on her. Perfect for a dinner with a prince. He stood as he scented her, grateful there wasn't another scent so thoroughly entwined with her own. And she froze at the movement. Her shadows instantly thickened around her. She was nearly 10 feet away from him and stood with the stillness only Fae could achieve. He didn't say a word as she silently moved towards him. She didn't bother looking at him when she strode right past him and into Eliza's rooms, shutting the door behind her. He inhaled deeply and knocked gently. "Scarlett, please come talk to me." He could feel her just on the other side of the door. If he didn't know any better, her scent was so close she was leaning against the door itself. But that door may as well have been an ocean for the distance she'd put between them. He leaned his forehead against the door. "Love, please." There was movement on the other side, and he nearly fell to his knees as the door opened, but it was Eliza who stood there. Her face was a mixture of wrath and sympathy as she said quietly, "She went to bed, Soren." "Did she say anything?" "She said she would come to you in the morning." "Will she?" he asked, desperately searching her eyes for any hint of hope. "I believe she is a female of her word, and when she says she is going to come for you, she will." Eliza stared back at him, her gaze hard. She was not going to let him in tonight. He turned and silently went back to his chambers. The emptiness of them weighed on him. He could still smell her, in the air, in the bedroom, in the sheets. He couldn't even lay in the bed without her, so he sat in a chair before the fire. "I can find the stars somewhere else with someone who won't treat me like a fucking burden." He would never be able to sleep tonight, not until he talked to her. He stood again, pacing back and forth before the hearth, waiting for her to return. Her words from weeks ago floated back to him. "I think you might be mine, though."
Chapter 26. Scarlett. Scarlett lay awake in Eliza's extra bedroom. Her dinner with Callan had been just that, a casual dinner. She had almost cancelled on him, too broken by what Soren had said to her earlier that day, but she'd be damned if she'd let his words wreck her. He had been the one to pull her from the river. Screw him for trying to hurl her back in. They had dined in Callan's guest suite, Finn and Sloane joining them. Sloane was even almost smiling by the end of the evening as they shared tales of adventures in Baylorin. She was impressed to hear that Sloane had actually fought in battles before becoming one of Callan's personal guards. Finn had grown up with Callan and had been trained to be his personal guard since birth. The three were the best of friends, and she had felt a slight twinge. They reminded her so much of her and Nuri and Juliet. Soren had been brought up only once, and she had simply said she wished not to discuss this land or its occupants for the evening. The others had seemed inclined to agree, and that had been that. It was much later than she'd intended when she had walked back to the private wing of the palace, feeling lighter than she had when she'd gone to the guest wing, until she had seen him outside of Eliza's rooms, waiting for her. She didn't have it in her to fight with him anymore. She could feel that darkness pulling her down, down, down. She could feel her shadows stretching around her as that darkness yawned open. She didn't want to go there. She didn't want to let that out of its cage, not against him. So she had walked past him without a glance, and slumped against the door once inside Eliza's suite. Eliza was sitting on her sofa, reading a book and sipping tea, when she met her eyes with a questioning look. Scarlett had heard him beg her to talk, but she couldn't. The wound he had dealt her was still too raw. She had shaken her head at Eliza, and her friend had gotten up from the couch, coming to her. "Tell him I will come to him in the morning," she had whispered, barely audible. Mercifully, Eliza had waited until she was in the bedroom with the door closed before talking to Soren. And here she was, unable to sleep without that male body next to her. The bed felt huge and cold. She knew she could warm it up, but she didn't trust herself enough to tap into her magic without someone else in the room. She walked back out to the sitting room and found Eliza waiting for her, a second cup of tea steaming beside her own. "Cyrus filled me in on everything that was said. The parts you left out," she said quietly as Scarlett picked up the teacup and took a sip, settling in beside Eliza on the couch. "He was wrong and out of line. He was." It was all Scarlett could think of to say. "He has it in his head that he needs to protect us all, and he takes failure harder than anyone I've ever met. Talwyn knows exactly how to push his buttons. Did you know he trained her in her magic?" she asked. "No," Scarlett said softly. "How? Her magic is earth and wind." "Yes, but magic basics are the same. Control, discipline, and knowing your limits are all similar. He was her private tutor growing up. He was your mother's second, and hand to the Queen," Eliza explained. "I do not know the particulars of what she said to him today. Cyrus would not tell me, but she knows what wounds to reopen, Scarlett. It does not excuse his behavior. Nothing of what he said to you was remotely permissible. Just—" Eliza pursed her lips as if trying to decide the words to say. "You said yourself you are the same. I trust you know what it is like to be in a pit you are trying to crawl out of and that you can slip, even on your best of days. I trust you know you lash out at those you love the most." "I know your Fae customs. I have been researching them and learning," Scarlett said after several moments of silence, both lost in their own thoughts. "I know he has a twin flame out there somewhere, but I wish he didn't. Does that make me an awful person?" Eliza seemed to weigh her words before she replied. "No, it doesn't. But finding one's twin flame is so rare, Scarlett. The majority of us do not find them in our long, immortal lifetime." "What would you do, though, if you bound yourself to another and they later found their twin flame?" Scarlett asked. "I think if I cared enough about another to bind myself to them, and they found their twin flame, I could not ask them to give that up for me if they desired to be with them instead," Eliza said slowly. "If you knew there was a chance that they would one day find their twin flame, would you risk giving that much of yourself to another?" "I think that if you found someone you trust enough to give your entire self to, it would be well worth the risk of losing them and worth the time you did have with them," Eliza answered softly. Scarlett was quiet as she stared into the hearth, sipping on her tea. "Let me ask you a question now. Which prince does this pertain to?" Scarlett jerked her head to Eliza at the words. "There is nothing between me and Callan anymore." "There is definitely something there," Eliza said with an unbelieving laugh. "He wishes for so much more, though. Callan and I have a complicated history. I almost didn't go to dinner tonight, but it felt good to eat with friends and reminisce about Baylorin, to know the stories being told without feeling like I was on the outside looking in." "Is that how you feel with us?" Eliza asked, tilting her head to the side, her red gold locks falling over her shoulder. "Sometimes," Scarlett admitted. "It feels like I've known you all for ages, but I've only been here a few months. You are all a family, and I am still an outsider most days. It is not anything that has been done or said, it just takes time. I did have people. Before Soren. Before. I know. Callan was one of those people in an odd way, and I miss the others, especially today. The mail that Soren brought weeks ago. Cassius, yes, I miss him most of all," Scarlett whispered. She leaned her head on Eliza's shoulder. "Soren eases that heartache most days. Most days, just being around him gives me the strength to push through. I don't know how to explain what he is for me. Most days, though, he is a rock that steadies me in a storm that does not cease. Today was not one of those days. Some days are hard. Sometimes simply making it through the hard days is enough," Eliza said, leaning her own head against Scarlett's. That little bit of contact from a friend who understood just how hard some days could be eased the ache in her chest slightly. The knowledge that sometimes just surviving was enough for one day almost made her sigh in relief. "Tomorrow will be hard too," Scarlett murmured. "No matter how tomorrow goes, you are not alone." Eliza replied. And I do not mean Soren. Thank you, Scarlett whispered, squeezing Eliza's hand.
Soren. The main door creaked as it opened, and Soren was instantly on his feet in the sitting room. But it was Cyrus. She's training with Eliza in the private pits, he said by way of greeting, leaning against the door with his arms crossed. You look like shit. Soren had hardly slept. He'd been up since before the sun, watching the clock tick by the minutes, then the hours. The bruise on his cheek had healed completely overnight. He'd gone over so many things he'd wanted to say to her and played out every scenario of how she would respond. Then, of course, there had been the dinner with Callan. What had transpired there? Not that it was his business. They were not bonded. She was free to find release elsewhere. She had basically told him she would find him his own release if he needed it. When he all but called her a whore. I hope you plan to do more than stand there in stone-cold silence when she finally comes back, Cyrus drawled. Soren snorted. If she does not kick me out on my ass first. You deserve it, you know, Cyrus retorted. I am well aware. Cyrus stared at him for a moment before saying, Briar said the mortal who tried to keep her managed to appear to you two. He did, Soren admitted, sitting back down on the sofa. Although I am starting to believe he is not a mortal at all, which would make his desire for Scarlett and her bloodline a lot more logical. Mixing her bloodline with human blood would not do much, but combining it with another magic wielder would be tempting to say the least. Why not approach Talwyn, though, if his desire is more power? I do not know. Perhaps he has heard of our benevolent queen, Soren sneered. You let her get to you yesterday, Cyrus said quietly. Why? She is upset with me. I am keeping Scarlett from her. She is worried about something, so she is lashing out at me, and she knows exactly where to strike. Soren answered tightly. You let her come between you and Scarlett. She was right there, Soren. She all but said the claiming right. You think I don't know that? Soren snapped. I do not need you to remind me of my failures. Talwyn did that enough yesterday. Cyrus's lips formed a thin line, a muscle feathering in his jaw. What do you need from me? Tell Rayna to check in with our spies in the mortal lands, especially the Windernale capital. See if he can learn anything about Mikhail. We are going to need to inform Talwyn soon if we cannot figure it out. Ashton will need to be sent in, Soren said. Keep it quiet. I do not want her to know unless we have to. Anything else? Try to keep the mortal prince occupied today, he ground out. I'll see what I can do, Cyrus answered. Send word if you need something. Soren nodded, staring into the darkened hearth before him as Cyrus left the rooms. The minutes began to tick by again. He stood pacing in front of the fireplace. He was about to just go up to the training room and beg on his knees for her to speak to him, when the door opened again, and she slipped in. She wore her training clothes and she was drenched in sweat. She had trained hard this morning, likely trying to work through all her emotions. He could see it in her eyes as she stilled at the sight of him. She reached up and pulled the string from her braid, shaking out the plaits as she crossed the room to their bedroom without a word. He waited a few minutes to see if she would come back out, and when she didn't, he took a deep breath and followed her path. The door to the bathing room was closed, so he waited. And she took her time. He knew she was drawing this out as long as possible. He knew her well enough to know she was dreading this conversation. She was dreading the possibility of what else would come from his mouth. She had given him pieces of herself that she'd given no one else, and with that had come a tentative trust that he had shattered in the span of a few minutes. When she finally emerged, she wore fitted black pants with a black tunic. Her hair hung loose around her shoulders, still wet. He stood near the balcony doors, and with half a thought, her hair was dry. She didn't acknowledge the gesture. She just crossed her arms and leaned against the doorframe of the bathing room, waiting. Her shadow slithered along her like vines of ivy, and he flashed back to a rooftop in Baylorin when he had first laid eyes on her and Nuri together. Death's maiden stood before him now. Not the female that he had spent months convincing to take down her walls, and then watched them all spring back up in a matter of seconds. She had put on her full armor for this conversation, retreating to that predatory place inside of herself. He'd spent hours perfecting exactly what he was going to say to her, and now that she stood before him, he didn't know what to say to make her stop looking at him like he had ripped her heart from her chest and stomped on it. Her eyes pinned him with a stare, gold and fiery today. "I've no treats for you this morning, Prince. Speak." Her voice was as cold and dark as the shadows that adored her. But he couldn't. Words escaped him. He literally could not form them as she stared at him. He had expected to see hate and anger in her eyes, and while fury certainly stared back at him, he was not prepared for the hurt she allowed to shine through. This female, who had always worn so many masks, who had finally stopped wearing them around him. Hurt. That is one mask he had never seen. Pain, yes, but this type of hurt, this was caused by betrayal. He had caused this. He had done this. There were no words to say that would make this right. After another minute, she huffed a laugh of disbelief. "I am not going to stand here all day, Soren. Either say something, or I will take my leave." He made to take a step towards her, but when she stiffened at the movement, he froze. "I am sorry, Scarlett. I am so sorry." "Keep going," she said coolly. "There is so much. I do not even know where to begin." "Start with one." "You came for me," he said quietly. "Of course I came for you," she snapped. "I thought that's what we did for each other. I thought—" "Of course I came for you." "I am sorry that I hurt you." "I am sorry that you knew where to strike," she replied with a cold bite. Soren swallowed. "You were right, Scarlett. We are the same. You are my equal in every possible way, and I had no right to speak to you like I did." "No, you did not. You were in the dark, and instead of letting me in to keep you from blotting out the stars, you tried to shove me back into that river, back under the water. How ironic it is that you are the one who helped me realize that only I can decide who and what gets that kind of power over me. What's even more paradoxical is that I thought you were one of two people who would never try to shove me into a damn cage." He could see the silver pooling in her eyes. He could see her resolve to not let them fall. "I am not your God's damned punishment," she whispered with venom, her eyes going to the floor. He didn't hold back his own tears as two slipped down his face. It took every bit of self-control to keep himself from going to her. "No, Scarlett Monrhoe," he choked out. "You are anything but a punishment. You are a bright star I do not deserve." "I trusted you." Her voice cracked, and his knees nearly gave out at the sound of it. Then she was striding across the room to him, her shadows mixing with flames of bluest wildfire. "I trusted you with all of me, and you used it against me. You shut me out. You fucking took what you wanted from me and shut me out." She shoved him at the last words with such force he stumbled backwards. His chest burned where she had touched him, from the shadows or the flames he didn't know. "I am sorry, Scarlett. Tell me what I need to do. Tell me how to fix this," he pleaded. "There is no fixing this, Soren. You may as well have been Mikhail yesterday. You all but told me you only keep me around to get what you want from me. That I was a necessary burden. No, no, love." He reached for her, but she stepped back, interrupting him before he could say more. "Don't you get it, Soren? There is no love. There is no you and me. There is you, and there is me." The words were stones being hurled at him, words he had so carelessly snarled at her. Tears were flowing uncontrollably down her cheeks as she screamed at him. "You broke this! You broke us!" And he felt it then, in his soul. He felt it splinter. His left hand burned in agony as that unfinished mark faded slightly. It wasn't gone, but it was definitely lighter. a faint gray color rather than the stark black of his other marks. He was going to be sick. Then he was sick, violently sick, as she disappeared into the air. Chapter 27. Soren. In between bouts of hurling his guts up, Soren managed to send fire messages to his inner court and Briar. They appeared almost instantly in his rooms. "Where the hell is she?" Eliza demanded, looking around the room with wide eyes. "She traveled," Soren answered hoarsely. "You said she hadn't learned how to do that yet," Cyrus said slowly. "She has done it one other time. It is how we got out of the Lairwood house." Raynor was gripping his arm, helping him to his feet as he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Vomit coated his tongue, his mouth. Briar handed him a glass of water. "Then how did she do so now?" Cyrus pressed. Emotions were high," Soren ground out, "as you can imagine." "Where the hell is she?" Eliza demanded again. "I don't know." "Then find her," Eliza spat. "I can't." "What do you mean you can't? You're her twin flame. Find her," Eliza ordered, her words cool and clipped. "I can't," Soren said again. Cyrus's eyes went wide as he reached out and snatched Soren's left hand. He swore at the sight of the faded mark. "What did you do?" he whispered in horror. "Where is she?" Eliza demanded once more. "He can't feel her, Eliza," Cyrus said, disbelief in his voice. "He can't find her." Eliza stalked from the room, the door slamming behind her. "I can't feel her. I do not know where she is." Soren's eyes went to Briar's, "which means my enchantments are down." This time Briar swore viciously. "I cannot help Soren, not without knowing where she is." "Raynor," Soren started, turning to him. "I am already on it. All of our resources are combing every territory," he said softly. Soren swallowed. He tried. He braced himself and looked inward, down that bond between their souls. But the threads connecting them had all but snapped. There was only one left, and it was stretched tight. He didn't know how long it would last. Thick silence fell in the room, no one knowing what to say. And in that silence all he could hear was Scarlett screaming at him, pain and hurt entrenched in every word. "You broke this! You broke us!" "She said there was no fixing this," he said quietly to Cyrus. "You are the only one who has had a twin flame. Is she right?" "I don't know, Soren." His voice was somber, still in shock. "Thea and I had fights, there is no denying that, but we had been anointed. Our bond was firmly in place, and was always stronger. We weren't in the trials. You aren't even in the trials. You are the only one with a mark." Silence fell again. "I trusted you with all of me, and you used it against me. You shut me out." He had shut her out. Tolwyn had berated him all afternoon about his failures, about Eline not trusting him with information about where she was going, about his failure in the mission to recover her, about those that were lost in that mission. Then she had started in on how he was continually failing her, starting with keeping Scarlett from her. He had pushed Scarlett away, not wanting Tolwyn to be able to use her against him. He had shut her out, knowing she was a weapon that could and would be wielded against him. He had done it to protect her, and if he were being honest with himself, to protect himself as well. Eliza burst back into the rooms, Prince Callan and his guards in tow. "What is he doing here?" Soren growled. Briar had used his magic to clean up the vomit from the floor, but at the sight of Callan, Soren thought he would hurl all over again. "Tell your fucking pride to take a seat," Eliza snarled. "You two are the two people in this court who know her best. Where the hell is she?" "He cannot find her," Cyrus said. "We've already discussed this." "Yes, he can. He knows her. Where would she go?" She turned to Callan. "Where would she go, Prince?" "To Cassius," Callan said firmly. Soren didn't know how much Eliza had told him, but apparently it was enough that he grasped the gravity of the situation. She would go to Cassius. Soren shook his head. That's where she would want to go, but she knows it's not safe. There are wards around the Tyndall Manor. He might not even be there right now. Nuri? Finn supplied. No, she would not go to Nuri, Soren said darkly. You males are so dense, Eliza seethed. Where would she go to feel safe? Before coming here, where did she last feel safe? That woman hasn't felt safe in years, Sloane grunted from the far wall. Why else would she be constantly in the shadows? I had never seen her unarmed until dinner last night. Everyone turned to him. This guard, who had always shown such animosity toward Scarlett, seemed to know her better than they thought. Except once, Callan said slowly. The day we surprised you two at your apartment. She was completely relaxed and comfortable and completely unarmed, and came to you for protection. He could see the dread on his face as he looked at Soren. Baylorin, Cyrus said in shock. Could she even travel that far without proper training? I do not know the depths of her power, Soren said, shaking his head. She was upset enough to unknowingly dive deep into her magic. The mortal kingdoms. He could portal to the border, but it was over a day's ride non-stop to get to Baylorin. He would never get to her before Mikhail tracked her down. He needed to travel, and he only knew 2 other Fae who could do so. We need Tolwyn and Azrael, Raynor said quietly from where he stood near the balcony doors, always separate from the others. Ashton could go, Briar cut in. And report everything back to Tolwyn? Take Scarlett back to Tolwyn instead of here? I do not think so, Cyrus growled. She would not take it to Tolwyn, but she would tell Tolwyn everything she learns, Soren cut in. The only other options are Tolwyn or Azrael, Briar drawled. I would rather take my chances with Ashton. But Ashton won't be able to get her out. She'll only be able to find her swiftly. We still have to get to her, Eliza cut in. We should leave right now. Soren and I can go. We've done this before. Callan and his guard stood by silently, not being able to contribute anything, but the mortal prince looked sick with worry. Were Tolwyn and the Earth Prince really his only options? Soren ran his hands through his hair. There is another way, he said slowly. A very risky other way. What other way? Eliza demanded. Soren's eyes slid to Briar. It lies beneath the black holes. Briar's eyes went wide in shock and fear. Absolutely not. She could do it. She could get us there and back, Soren argued. Tolwyn would never need to know. You are not seriously suggesting we let her out to ferry us across the border to the mortal lands, are you? Briar demanded. I know you're in a panic right now, but for fuck's sake, get your head out of your arse. She wouldn't need to be let out. We would just need her to create an enchantment to get there and back, Soren argued. Please, for the love of Inala, tell me we are not talking about the sorceress, Eliza said, her face going slightly pale. More like for the love of Arius if we're talking about her, came the muttered response of Cyrus. Who is the sorceress? Everyone turned to Callan. Soren had forgotten the mortals were even in the room, but before he could explain, Briar spoke. The sorceress is not from this world. No one knows where she came from, or how she got here. She was incredibly powerful until she was caught hundreds of years ago and imprisoned beneath the black holes in the underwater prison. He turned back to Soren as he finished. A prison that only I can access and allow others to enter, and I will not do so now. Instead, you will bring Tolwyn into this. You will hand her over to Tolwyn, who will not care what she does to her as long as her revenge is completed. Fire ignited in Soren's veins, and he knew his eyes had turned to embers. Briars were glittering like ice as the princes squared off. Blood magic is forbidden for a reason, Soren. The costs are too great. Briar's tone was as icy as his eyes. No cost is too great for her, Soren bellowed. She will use that exact attitude to her advantage, Briar argued. The entire room fell silent. Rage and panic were emanating off of Soren, and the others were hardly daring to breathe, let alone move. We cannot release her without Tolwyn, Soren. You know this. I may control who enters the underwater prison, but the Queen's blood is keyed to the cells, Briar said slowly. I have already told you that I do not want to let her out. I just need her to create an enchantment. Then go to the witches, Go to Hazel. Raynor cut in quietly, still leaning against the wall near the balcony. The witches do not practice blood magic. The spells will not be powerful enough, or I would ask Beatrix. It must be her. You know this. Briar, please. The longer they debated this, the closer Mikhail would be to discovering her if she were indeed in the mortal lands. Briar looked as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing, and he shook his head in disbelief when he said, You promise her nothing. You give her nothing. We talk to her and see what she has to say. That is it, Soren. Fine. Agreed. Yes. Soren said in relief as a water portal appeared behind Briar. The two princes stepped through directly into the underwater prison. Soren could see the merfolk who guarded the compound swimming in the waters beyond the windows. Briar led the way quickly down various halls and down into the depths. Neither prince said a word as they walked. Magic could not be used beyond the point they had just entered as an added security measure against the inmates. Soren had only been in the underwater prison a handful of times accompanying Eline when she'd needed to speak with prisoners. He honestly didn't even know how many were imprisoned here, let alone why. He only knew the foulest and deadliest of the world's creatures were sent here if they were ever captured, and once you entered a cell, you never came back out. Briar paused before a staircase. Her cell is down these stairs. She is the only one on this level. Are you absolutely sure about this, Soren? Briar had placed a hand on Soren's shoulder, a friend concerned for his friend. I am, he answered. She is worth it, Briar. Give her nothing, was all Briar said as he turned and descended the stairs. The set of stairs was short, only 20 or 30 steps, and they found themselves standing before a cell. The bars of the cell were made of Shira stone from the Shira cliffs in the Wind Court, immune to magic and deadly to magic wielders. Sitting in the corner of the stone cell was a thin woman. Her knees were bent up, her arms encircled them. Her forehead rested on her knees. The woman's jet-black hair fell around her like a drape of midnight sky. She wore a plain beige shift, but her skin was so pale, even that was stark against it. The sorceress slowly lifted her head at the sound of their approaching footsteps, and her electric violet eyes settled on them. Her mouth twitched up at the side, and her head tilted in curiosity. Visitors? How unexpected. Her voice was smooth and even, elegant yet tinged with a hint of madness. The sorceress studied the princes, those violet eyes moving slowly over them. A prince of fire and a prince of water and ice. She pushed herself to her feet, uncoiling from the ground like a giant serpent. Those were not your titles the last time I had visitors. The thrones you now sit upon were occupied by others. She came to the bars of the cell and raised her hands like she would wrap her long fingers around them, and then stopped herself, seeming to remember just what those bars were made of. She inhaled deeply, as if she were breathing in fresh air, and her eyes fluttered closed. Such power you wield. Yet you, Prince of Fire, there is something extra in your blood. Faint, but it is there. Those eyes of hers fixed on him, and her half-smile grew slightly. I am not here to discuss my power nor the water princes, Soren replied, finally finding his voice and stepping forward. Then what would you like to discuss, your highness? She purred. I am in need of your expertise, he answered carefully. My power was stripped from me when I was imprisoned in this wretched cage. Surely you know this. It was true. The Avonleyans had used ancient blood magic to strip her of her magical abilities, and had given them to others, creating entirely new bloodlines, shifters and witches. Yes, but they did not take your knowledge, Soren answered, taking another step closer. Her half-grin became a full one. No, they did not. What do you require of me, Prince? I need an enchantment to carry me and 2 others to and from the mortal lands. Are there no longer horses outside these walls? Your legs seem to be working just fine. Surely you can walk there, she answered coyly. I need the speed of traveling, Soren answered. And your queen will not aid you? Her mother's abilities run in her veins, do they not? The queen is not to be part of this, Soren replied through gritted teeth.
Interesting,
the sorceress mused.
What is it you seek in the mortal lands, Prince of Fire? For if you are seeking my help, it is something great indeed.
My business there is none of yours, he snapped.
An object of power?
She asked as if he hadn't spoken at all.
If it is power you desire, Prince, I can help with that. Bring me to your side, and the world will be yours.
Her words made the hair on his arm stand on end. I do not desire power.
No? Then only one other thing would drive you to seek my help.
She mused once more. Her eyes met his as she said,
Love.
When Soren didn't answer, she continued.
After all, love is what drove Eline and Henna to seek my help.
What? Soren asked, the word escaping him before he even knew what he was saying. Eline and Henna never came to see you. The sorceress laughed, a cold and chilling sound.
Love drove them to me, Prince of Fire. A fierce love of their people, their kingdoms. They beseeched my help to defeat Deimos and Esmeralda.
And you denied them? Briar asked, speaking for the first time.
They were unwilling to pay the price for my aid,
she said simply. Then that eerie smile formed on her lips once more.
Unfortunately, your parents became the cost for refusing my offer, although maybe not so unfortunate for the two of you, given the thrones you now sit upon.
Soren shoved down the images of his mother and father being butchered in front of him in the city center. Enough of this, he ground out. We do not have the time.
I have all the time in the world, young prince,
the sorceress scoffed, looking at her nails and scowling.
In fact, I am rather enjoying the company.
Will you help me or not? Soren ground out, stepping closer still to her cell bars.
The Fae Queens were unwilling to pay my price. What are you willing to pay?
The sorceress stooped and began drawing in the dirt of her cell. What is your asking price? Soren, we give her nothing, Briar hissed from behind him. The sorceress looked up at them under lowered lashes.
What is it worth to you?
She stood then, studying him once more.
You say it is not power you seek, but what you seek does have power. What you seek is power and love, and death.
She smiled fully then, and it was terrifying.
A twin flame. How unexpectedly intriguing.
Soren, let's go. She will not aid us, Briar said, gripping his arm to pull him back.
I did not say I would not aid you,
the sorceress cut in.
I asked what you are willing to pay.
And I asked your cost, Soren bit back. The sorceress stooped and began drawing in the dirt once more.
I am intrigued, young prince, so I shall make you a deal. I shall require no payment right now. Your debt to me can be fulfilled at a later time.
And what will that debt entail? Your freedom? Because if that is the case, the answer is no, and we are done here. He may be desperate, but he wasn't that desperate.
Do you know what nourishes me, Prince of Fire?
The sorceress asked, continuing to scrawl in the dirt. I imagine whatever food you are provided, Soren drawled.
That food feeds my body, yes, but it does not nourish me. No, my nourishment is far more refined.
This time when she smiled, her teeth appeared, and Soren saw sharp, elongated canines like his own, and like a night child's. Blood. You want me to get you blood? Soren asked. That could be accomplished easily enough. Hell, he'd bet Callan would give a cup of his own mortal blood if it meant getting to Scarlett quickly.
Not just any blood, young prince, she crooned. In exchange for my services, you shall provide me with the blood of a god.
A god? Even if I found one, they are formless. They have no bodies to supply blood from, Soren argued.
Then you have nothing to fear, do you?
She asked, her drawings becoming more intricate and precise. Soren, no, Briar warned. We promise her nothing. Finally she stood and came to the edge of the cell.
Here is my offer to you, Prince of Fire. I shall supply you with an enchantment that will allow you to travel to and from one location, carrying 2 companions. In exchange, You shall provide me with the blood of a god to be brought to me. So you can kill a god? Who said anything about killing a god? I just want to drink of something divine after centuries of starving, she said coldly, her eyes darkening. And what if I never find a god to fulfill such a request? What if I should die before my end of the bargain is fulfilled? Soren asked. Then I suppose the joke is on me, Prince of Fire, she replied, that half-smile returning. But should you indeed find the blood of a god, I get to decide when I call in the debt. Soren stood still. The blood of a god? That was impossible. What she was asking was impossible. Even still, if he somehow managed to find one, how would she even know? The deal seemed like a god's damn trap, and yet... Time is of the essence, is it not, young prince? The sorceress was at the bars again, and this time she did wrap her fingers around those Shira stone bars. They hissed and steamed under her hands, but she hardly flinched at the magic burning her palms. What is she worth to you? Would you damn the entire world to save her? She purred softly. Soren, do not do this! It is a trap! Briar called, pulling him back from the bars, but Soren dug in his heels. We will find another way. Soren wrenched free from his grip and came to the edge of the bars. What do you know that you are not sharing? He growled. I know that those who seek her are not mortal, young prince, she whispered softly. I know that should they secure her before you do, your world is damned anyway. I know that she will be used in ways you cannot even comprehend. I know that she will suffer in ways you cannot even fathom. She is playing you, Soren, exactly as I said she would, Briar cried, but he could do nothing here. His magic could not be accessed this deep in the prison. How? How can you know these things? Soren asked, ignoring his friend. He felt like he'd so often seen Scarlett look, as if he couldn't get enough air into his lungs. I may be locked in a cell, but as you said, my knowledge was not stolen from me like my gifts were. Make your choice, princeling. My offer will not last forever. The sorceress snapped, stepping back from the bars. It is a bargain, Soren said. Give me what I need. Soren! Briar roared from behind him, but it was done. As the words left his lips, there was a faint burning on his left forearm, and he looked down to find a new mark there. A flame with 3 diamonds surrounding it. A bargain mark, to remain until the debt was fulfilled. But rather than being black like his other marks, this one was a deep red. Give me your blood, young prince, the sorceress said, extending her hand to his. My blood? It is blood magic, is it not? The name would imply that blood is needed. The enchantments of my cage do not allow me to access my own blood, for obvious reasons. Thus I need yours. A slice along the palm will do just fine, she said simply. Her eyes glimmered with anticipation. Soren pulled a dagger from his side and sliced a gash along his palm, blood instantly welling. The sorceress inhaled deeply again, as if the smell of his blood were as fragrant as flowers. Such interesting tales your blood tells, she mused as Soren extended his bleeding hand to her through the bars. She gripped his wrist, her fingers freezing against his skin, and twisted his arm sideways. The blood ran down his arm, dripping onto the symbol she had drawn there. She moved his arm so his blood imbued each one, then she released him. He snatched his hand back out of the cell. Until next time, Prince of Fire, she said, her chilling grin returning. He felt Briar grip his arm right before he was pulled through a rip in the world. Chapter 28. Soren. Soren was no longer standing before the sorceress's cell, but in his old bedroom in the Baylorin apartment. Callan had been right. This was the only place she had ever felt safe in the mortal kingdoms. His apartment. With him. Soren turned to Briar and was about to speak when he realized all was not quiet here. He froze as sound drifted into the room. Not sound. Music. Piano music. On Fae's silent feet, he went to the doorway leading out to the main room and braced himself against the doorframe, trying to steady his breathing. Briar came up behind him and stilled. Scarlett sat at the piano playing with all the passion and abandon Soren had seen those months ago in this same place. She had been a wraith then.
a hollow shell lost in her own dark hell. Her music then had been sadness and sorrow, and today it seemed no different. But it was. There was a fragile hope as she moved along those keys, her eyes closed, and her entire body feeling every single note. Her silver hair flowed around her as she moved her fingers over the keys of ebony and ivory. When she came to the end of one of her songs, he nodded to Briar and pushed off the doorway. "Be swift, Soren," he whispered. "We do not have magic here, and we do not know how or when the sorceress's enchantment will bring us back." Soren nodded and began walking toward Scarlett, Briar closing the door behind him until it was only open a crack. Soren added extra force to his steps to make sure she heard him as he approached, unsure if she knew he had been standing there listening. He had expected her to immediately stop playing, but she opened her eyes, hardly glancing at him. She gave him a sad smile and continued to play, not missing a single note. In fact, she scooted down the bench a little ways, making room for him to sit. Tentatively, he sat beside her, and her eyes closed once more. He could see her eyes were puffy, and her face was splotchy from crying, but tears no longer wet her cheeks. She inhaled deeply, and then began a new song. She began a piece so moving, Soren could hardly breathe. It sounded ancient and young all at once, a movement of notes so intricate and precise, with no room for error. The piece seemed as if it held every emotion possible: joy and grief, sorrow and hope, fear and courage, dark and light. He watched as those small delicate fingers flew over the keys. Then he looked at Scarlett. Silent sobs were shaking her shoulders, and yet she somehow managed not to miss a beat. And he knew in that moment exactly which song she was playing. The song crescendoed as it reached the end, as if in triumph over whatever the composer had been battling. The final notes rang in the empty room, and Scarlett was breathing hard, her fingers still pressing down on the final chords. He looked down to see her hands trembling slightly. After nearly a minute, she whispered, her breath shaky. "That was the piece that—" Her voice caught. "I know what piece that was, Scarlett," he replied gently, resisting the urge to reach out and touch her. "You remember?" she asked in surprise. "It is the piece that made you want to learn to play. The piece you heard the first time your mother took you to the theater district." Some of the tension in her body seemed to relax a bit at his words. "You came for me," she whispered, her eyes fixed down on the keys. I don't know how I got here. I didn't know how I would get back to you, but I was hoping you would. Come for me, I mean." "I will always come for you," he said carefully. "I told myself—" She swallowed, brushing her fingers along the smooth ivory, not playing any notes, but as if relishing the feel of them under her fingertips. "I told myself that if you came for me, I would play that song. That even though you have the power to utterly destroy me, I would still give you this piece of my soul. I told myself that—" Her voice cracked again before she swallowed thickly and went on. "I told myself that even if you did not want it, there is still no one else I want to share it with. I do not care if that makes me stupid or naive, but even after everything you said to me, I still want you to be that person for me. I still choose you." He felt wetness on his own face. "I am honored, love. I am honored and humbled that you still offer me something I do not deserve." Her eyes finally met his. They were the palest blue as she looked at him. "You deserve happiness, Soren. You deserve love and joy and hope and happiness. You deserve it as much as I do." Slowly, to allow her time to refuse, he brought his hand to cup her cheek. "I am so sorry, Scarlett. You are my equal in every way. You are my mirror." He felt her lean ever so slightly into his touch. "You are not a punishment. You are not a burden. You are the brightest star in my darkest of skies. You are my necessity." She held his stare as she said,
You know every part of my soul, Soren. You've seen every dark corner and every cracked crevice, and you have not once balked. You have not once looked away. You have sat in the pits of hell beside me, telling me the light still existed even though I could not see it. You have rescued me from the river in every way that counts. The least I can do is show you that I am not all darkness. I have always known you were more light than dark, Scarlett, he said softly. You have, even when I have not, she replied. But you do not get all of me if I do not get all of you. You do not get to shut me out. You do not get to tell me to leave. There does not get to be a you and a me. There must be a you and me. I am yours, and you are mine, he whispered, not breaking her gaze. She leaned forward, then stretching up to press a light kiss to his cheek. Her soft lips on his skin sent heat rushing through his veins despite his lack of magic here. She pulled back, stopping inches from his face, their breath mingling. He was going to kiss her. He wasn't going to be able to stop himself. His last bit of self-control was dissolving as she said softly, I meant what I said on the beach last summer, Soren. I hope you find your twin flame someday. But until then, I claim you. What? He started, jerking back from her. She smiled softly, turning back to the piano, her fingers beginning to play another piece. Whomever takes you from me shall have to prove she's worthy of you, Soren Aditya. Until then, I claim you, as my mirror, as my kindred soul, if you will have me as yours. Her mirror, her kindred soul. The words clanked against his heart, grating down his bones. She seemed to be holding her breath, waiting for his answer as she played a slow ballad along the keys. Scarlett, he said, swallowing. Her fingers stumbled at his tone, and she sucked in a breath. He gently gripped her chin between his thumb and forefinger, turning her head to look at him. Dread shone in her eyes as if she were anticipating him saying no, as if he could ever say no to her. It would be my greatest joy to have you as such a thing. But there is more that needs to be said on this subject. And here is not the... Really? Renwell? Came a drawling voice from the doorway. Hiding her in plain sight was not the best move, unless that was not your plan at all. Unless you decided to accept my offer and deliver her to me on your own. Scarlett and Soren both shot off the piano bench, Soren shoving her behind him. Mikhail stood there with 2 guards and a snake smile on his face. What offer? Scarlett asked from behind Soren. He did not tell you, Mikhail replied with a raise of his brows. Then he clicked his tongue. Has he continued to keep such secrets from you, even after he managed to steal you from my house? I am beginning to wonder if the general did indeed come to accept my offer, considering his alliance with the water court seems to have been mended. Tell me, did you bring your counterpart along to help control her? What is he talking about, Soren? Briar is here? At her words, Briar emerged from the bedroom, his sword drawn. His normally dark skin had slightly paled as he tried to adjust to being without his magic. Mikhail somehow appeared near the chalet yesterday, Soren started. Yes, that was most entertaining. Mikhail cut in smoothly. You seem to have caused quite the rift among 2 longtime allies, my pet. I particularly enjoyed seeing the Water Prince land a nice blow to the face of the Fire Prince. Scarlett whirled back to Soren, her eyes darting to Briar. We took care of it, Scarlett. I was going to tell you. Once things were better. Were you, though? Mikhail asked, stepping farther into the room, the guards flanking him and more filing in behind them. What was the offer? Scarlett demanded, stepping from behind him to Soren's side. He reached for her hand, but she jerked it out of reach. He said if I brought you back to him, he would focus his efforts elsewhere, away from the fire court. What efforts? He did not specify, and I did not ask. I told him the same thing I will tell him now. He can go to hell. Soren snarled at the man. What have you done? She hissed quietly to Mikhail. I have done nothing. Yet. The smile that filled his face was wicked and horrifying. What will you do? To get you back where you belong, my pet?
I have been authorized to do whatever it takes. By who? I gave you a hint. Have you not figured it out yet? I took care of the bastard who killed my mother years ago. I would love to give you a demonstration as to how, Scarlett said quietly, violence glittering in her eyes. But not the one who ordered her killing, Mikhail purred in reply. Why? Why am I so important to you? He clicked his tongue again, taking a step towards her. Her shadows coiled around her, preparing to strike like snakes. Come with me, and I will tell you everything. I will keep nothing from you. He held out a hand to her. Soren watched, with no small amount of horror, as her shadow slowly slithered from her, reaching tentatively toward him as if curious. Scarlett, Soren said, his tone full of warning. Interesting, isn't it, General? Although Mikhail addressed him, his eyes were fixed on Scarlett's. She stared back, her head tilting slightly to the side at his words. Soren glanced at Briar, but two of the guards blocked his access to them. Briar's eyes were wide with terror as he watched Mikhail and Scarlett. What is interesting? He snapped at Mikhail. That shadows always return to the darkness, Mikhail crooned. Scarlett took another step towards him. Her shadow swirled around her. What does that mean? She asked quietly. Soren reached for her, but her shadows pushed him back, and then they shoved down his throat, choking him. Scarlett! But whatever was between them was not fully repaired. He couldn't reach her. You have heard that before, haven't you, my pet? Perhaps in an alley with your sisters by your side. How could you possibly know that? Mikhail's dark eyes glittered with wicked fury. The witch's death served more than one purpose. Scarlett's face tightened at the mention of her sister. Soren didn't know what this exchange meant. He didn't know what they were discussing, and her next words only increased his bewilderment. Who is your king? She whispered with venomous quiet. Who is yours? He purred back. How do you know this? Mikhail's face twisted from fury to delight. Tell me, have they figured out these delights that adore you? He swept his fingers through one of the shadows that was closest to him, as if he were running them through water. The shadow shuddered around his touch. What do you know of them? She was less than 5 feet from him now, and her only protection from him was those shadows that she sent slithering towards him, wrapping around his throat. Mikhail didn't even flinch. His smile only widened. You have only scratched the surface of your sweet darkness. Come with me, and I will show you all of its secrets. His tone was soft and gentle, coaxing, as he took another step towards Scarlett, his hand still outstretched. She took another hesitant step towards him, and Soren could do nothing. He was utterly helpless as she lifted a hand to reach for his. Scarlett! That's it, my pet, Mikhail purred. He stretched his hand closer to her. He felt it at the same time Briar shouted, He is entrancing her, Soren! He is using the powers of the Night Children! But before he could try and lunge for her again, there was a flash of light. 4 flashes, actually, and a giant panther stood before Scarlett, snarling and growling and roaring with ferocity. Her enormous fangs were bared at Mikhail, and his guards all shrank back. There was a bird's cry as Amare swooped around the room, coming to rest on Soren's outstretched arm, and a whinny as Abrax stood before Briar stamping his hooves. No! Mikhail bellowed, and Scarlett blinked, her eyes widening. Her shadows released him, and Soren lunged for her as she stepped back. He wrapped his arm around her waist, tugging her back against him. This is not over, Princess, Mikhail seethed. You will come with me, and it will be of your own choosing. I know what he thinks you are, but darkness always returns home. Sharina snarled again, and another bird let loose a battle cry. The silverhawk rose into the air, and with a flap of her fair wings, a mighty gust of wind swept through the apartment. Windows shattered, and Soren threw himself over Scarlett as she dropped to the ground, covering her head. He could feel her trembling beneath him. I am yours, and you are mine. We will leave here together. He threw those words down that fragile bond over and over again. The panther growled low, taking a step towards Mikhail, and he let out an audible hiss as he stepped back. You will all fail, he seethed at the panther. Sharina snarled again, and Mikhail and his guards scattered, rushing from the apartment. When they were gone, the three Fae stood in stunned silence. Sharina was pacing by the now-shut entrance door, her hackles still raised as she stood guard. Soren slowly rose, helping Scarlett to her feet. Briar walked to them, Abrux tossing his head in agitation. The silver hawk came to settle on Briar's shoulder, and he reached up to stroke her head. My landlord is going to wonder what the hell we did in here, Soren grumbled, glass crunching under his boots. You're obnoxiously rich. Just buy the damn building, Scarlett muttered, her eyes on Abrux and Nasima. I am glad to see your delightful tongue is back, he retorted, to which she stuck that tongue out at him in return. They both turned as Briar began speaking. Go, Nasima, he said, stroking the bird's feathers again. Tell her everything you saw. Nasima let loose another cry as she flapped into the air and disappeared in a flash of light. She will go to the Wind Princess? Scarlett asked. Yes, she and her court have libraries full of ancient books and history long forgotten by the rest of the world, Briar said, his face grim. And she is... You will understand when you meet her someday. Soren turned back to Scarlett to find her frowning down at her still bare feet amid the broken shards of glass. Are you ready? For what? She asked, looking up at him. He held his hand out to her. To go home. She studied him for a long moment, then her eyes darted to Briar. You really hit him in the face? Briar grinned at her. Yes, sunshine. Hard enough he spat blood. Good, she said. Then she turned a questioning look upon Soren. How exactly are we getting home? I can't bring us all back. I don't know how I... It's okay, love. I found a workaround to get to you. There were small flashes of light as Abrux and Sharina disappeared. Amare remained on Soren's shoulder. He still held his hand out to her, and warmth flooded through his left hand as that mark imperceptibly darkened when she slowly slid her fingers into his waiting palm. Then let's go home,